Story 1. The air in cold water was unnaturally still, the kind of silence that seemed to magnify every small sound. Even in the depths of winter, the world usually hummed with life, the rustle of branches under the weight of snow, the occasional bark of a distant dog, the low whistle of wind slipping through the trees. Tonight, though, all those sounds were absent, as if the town itself held its breath. The only noise came from the faint crunch of boots on snow as Marty Henshaw trudged his way toward the quarry. Marty muttered to himself as he walked, his breath misting in the freezing air. He'd always had a habit of talking aloud when he was alone, filling the void with the sound of his voice, but tonight the habit felt more like a necessity. The darkness pressed in from all sides, thick and oppressive, and the beam of his lantern seemed almost swallowed by it. "Should have stayed home," he said, adjusting his scarf against the chill. "Ain't worth it, not for a couple of fish. Damn fool is what I am." He chuckled weakly, though the sound rang hollow even to his own ears. The quarry loomed ahead, its jagged edges rising like the broken teeth of some enormous beast. In summer, the place was a popular spot for kids and teenagers, despite the constant warnings from their parents. In winter, though, it was abandoned, the icy expanse of water stretching out like a frozen void. No one came here in the cold months, no one except Marty, who figured the isolation meant fewer people to scare off the fish. He stepped onto the ice cautiously, his boots crunching over the frozen surface. The lantern light danced ahead of him, casting long, shifting shadows across the glistening expanse. The ice groaned beneath his weight, but he'd walked this route enough times to know it was thick enough to hold him. Still, the sound sent a shiver down his spine, one that had nothing to do with the cold. Reaching his usual spot near the center of the quarry, Marty set down his lantern and knelt to unpack his gear. The lantern's light created a small circle of warmth and visibility, a fragile barrier against the vast darkness surrounding him. He worked quickly, pulling out his auger and starting to drill into the ice. The rhythmic scrape of the tool against the ice filled the air, and Marty found himself relaxing slightly as he fell into the familiar motion. He'd drilled a dozen holes in this spot over the years, and it had always been a lucky one. The quarry was deep, fed by underground springs that stayed warm enough to keep the fish active even in the coldest months. If he was lucky, he'd have a good haul tonight. But as the drill bit deeper, something felt off. The vibrations from the tool seemed to echo strangely, reverberating through the ice in a way that made his teeth buzz. He paused, frowning, and placed a gloved hand on the surface. The ice was vibrating, not just from the drilling, but with a faint rhythmic pulse that felt almost alive. Marty jerked his hand back and stared at the ice. The vibration stopped. For a moment, he wondered if he'd imagined it. He glanced around, but there was nothing to see, just the endless stretch of frozen water and the jagged rocks of the quarry walls in the distance. He shook his head and muttered, "Losing it, Marty. Just tired, that's all." He finished drilling the hole and set up his fishing line, dropping it into the dark water below. The faint sound of the line unspooling was oddly comforting, grounding him in the familiar rhythm of his routine. He sat back on his heels, adjusting his gloves and pulling his scarf tighter around his face. The first few minutes passed uneventfully. The line drifted slightly with the current, and Marty watched it with practiced patience. The stillness of the night pressed in around him, broken only by the faint creak of the ice and the occasional splash of water as he adjusted the line. And then he felt it, a tug on the line, sudden and sharp. Marty sat up straight, his heart leaping in his chest. He grinned, the thrill of the catch washing over him as he grabbed the pole and started to reel it in. But the line didn't move. Frowning, Marty pulled harder, planting his boots against the ice for leverage. The line was taut, as though snagged on something deep below. He cursed under his breath and gave it another yank, but it held firm. And then the vibration started again. It was stronger this time, a deep, thrumming pulse that seemed to radiate up through the line and into his hands. Marty dropped the pole with a startled cry, stumbling back as the vibrations intensified. The ice beneath him seemed to hum, a low, resonant sound that he felt more than heard. His lantern flickered, the flame guttering wildly, and Marty scrambled to his feet, his heart pounding. He stared at the hole in the ice, his breath coming in ragged gasps. The vibration was spreading now, rippling outward from the hole in faint glowing veins that pulsed with an otherworldly light. Marty took a step back, then another, his mind racing. The light was spreading faster now, branching out in jagged lines that etched themselves across the ice like cracks. He stumbled, nearly losing his footing, and the lantern toppled over, its light extinguished in an instant. Darkness closed in around him, and for a moment there was nothing but the hum of the vibrations and the faint, sickly glow of the veins beneath the ice. Then, without warning, the humming stopped. Marty froze, his breath hitching in his throat. The silence was absolute, pressing down on him like a weight. He turned slowly, scanning the darkness for any sign of movement, and then he heard it. A low, guttural sound like the growl of some enormous beast. It came from deep within the quarry, echoing up through the frozen water and the jagged walls. Marty turned and ran. He didn't make it far. The ice beneath him cracked with a deafening sound, and he felt himself falling, the cold air rushing past him as he plunged into the freezing water. The shock of the cold stole his breath, and he flailed wildly, trying to claw his way back to the surface. But something was pulling him down. He thrashed, kicking and screaming, but the force was relentless, dragging him deeper into the dark, icy depths. The faint glow of the veins surrounded him, pulsing like a heartbeat, and the last thing he saw before the darkness claimed him was the faint outline of something enormous and inhuman, staring back at him from the depths. When the quarry fell silent, once more the only trace of Marty Henshaw was the hole in the ice and the faint glowing veins that slowly faded back into darkness. The next morning the town of Coldwater awoke to an overcast sky, the kind of grey that seemed to stretch endlessly in every direction. Snow had fallen lightly overnight, covering the streets and rooftops in a fresh, unbroken blanket. It was a quiet morning, the kind Coldwater residents were used to, though in recent years even the quiet carried a weight, a heaviness that hung over the town like the ever-present clouds. Coldwater wasn't what it used to be. Decades ago, it had been a thriving mining town, its prosperity tied to the quarry that now sat frozen and abandoned at its edge. Generations had lived and worked here, raising families, building homes, but the mine's closure had drained the life out of the town, leaving behind empty storefronts and boarded-up houses. Those who remained clung to routines and memories, as though by doing so, they could keep the past from slipping further away. The disappearance of Marty Henshaw wasn't noticed immediately. Marty was known for keeping to himself, a habit cultivated over years of living alone since his wife passed. He'd always been a little odd, prone to wandering off for days at a time on fishing trips or hunts. When he didn't show up at the diner for his usual breakfast, no one thought much of it. It wasn't until later that day, when his neighbor spotted his empty truck parked by the quarry, that anyone began to wonder. The quarry had always been a sore spot for the people of Coldwater. For years it had been the town's lifeblood, providing jobs and prosperity, but it was also a place of tragedy. The mine collapse that had taken nearly 30 lives decades ago still cast a long shadow over the town's collective memory. Some of the older residents swore the quarry was cursed, that it should have been left untouched from the start. By the time Sheriff Amelia Grayson was called to investigate the abandoned truck, a small crowd had gathered at the edge of the quarry. People stood in clusters, their breaths forming clouds in the cold air, their voices hushed as they peered out over the frozen expanse. Amelia pushed through the group, her heavy boots crunching in the snow. She was a practical woman, tall and broad-shouldered, with a no-nonsense demeanor that had served her well in a town where the biggest crimes were usually bar fights or the occasional petty theft. But something about the scene unsettled her. Marty's truck sat at an odd angle, its door ajar, the driver's seat dusted with a thin layer of snow. The keys were still in the ignition, and his fishing gear was missing, but there was no sign of him. Amelia turned her gaze to the quarry, her eyes scanning the icy surface for any clue, any sign of what might have happened. "What do you think, Sheriff?" asked one of the onlookers, a wiry man named Ed, who ran the local hardware store. "Think he fell in?" Amelia didn't answer right away. She stepped closer to the edge, her boots slipping slightly on the packed snow. The ice looked solid enough, but she knew better than to trust appearances. There were places where the ice was thin, where the underground springs kept the water warmer than it should be. "Maybe," she said finally, though the word felt hollow in her mouth. The crowd murmured among themselves, their voices tinged with unease. Coldwater was a small town, and the people here had lived through enough hardship to know when something wasn't right. "Should we get the rescue team out here?" Ed pressed. Amelia hesitated. A rescue team would take hours to arrive from the next town over, and the chances of finding someone alive in the freezing water were slim. Still, she couldn't shake the feeling that there was more to this than an accident. "Let me take a closer look first," she said. She retrieved a pair of binoculars from her cruiser and scanned the ice, moving slowly across the expanse. But a long moment there was nothing, just the smooth, unbroken surface of the frozen quarry. Then, near the center, something caught her eye. It was a dark patch, irregular in shape, like a shadow beneath the ice. She adjusted the focus, her heart quickening. The patch wasn't just a shadow. It was a hole, jagged and uneven, as though something had broken through from below. Amelia lowered the binoculars, her stomach tightening. She glanced back at Marty's truck, then at the crowd, their faces pale and anxious. "I'll call for backup," she said, her voice steady despite the unease gnawing at her. By the time the rescue team arrived, the sun was dipping low in the sky, casting long shadows across the quarry. The team worked quickly, setting up equipment and preparing to search the water. A diver in a thick, insulated suit was lowered into the hole, his movements slow and deliberate as he disappeared into the blackness. The crowd had thinned by then, but a few people stayed, watching from a distance. Among them was Mary Tuttle, an elderly woman with sharp eyes and a sharper tongue, who had lived in Coldwater all her life. She stood with her arms crossed, her expression grim. "It's the quarry," she said to no one in particular. "Takes what it wants, same as always." Amelia overheard her and turned. "What's that supposed to mean?" Mary met her gaze, her eyes hard and unblinking. "You know as well as I do, Sheriff. That place has never been right. It's been cursed since the day they started digging." Amelia opened her mouth to respond, but before she could, the diver surfaced, pulling himself onto the ice with the help of the team. His face was pale, his lips trembling as he spoke. "There's nothing down there," he said, his voice shaky. "No body, no gear, just nothing." Amelia frowned. "What about the ice? Did you see what caused the hole?" The diver hesitated, his eyes darting to the hole and then back to her. "It's strange," he said. "The edges. It's like something broke through from underneath. But there's no sign of anything down there, just water and rock." The unease that had been gnawing at Amelia all day tightened into a knot in her stomach. She glanced at the crowd, at the pale faces staring back at her, and then at the quarry, its frozen surface stretching out like a vast, empty void. For the first time in years, Amelia felt a flicker of fear. That night, the vibrations returned. The vibrations started just before dawn, faint at first, barely distinguishable from the low groan of wind slipping between the buildings of Coldwater. They grew steadily, a rhythmic pulse that rattled windows, shuddered through the earth, and made loose items tremble on shelves. Most of the town's residents were roused from sleep, sitting bolt upright in their beds, their hearts pounding as they struggled to place the sound and its origin. It felt alive, almost sentient, and far too deliberate to be natural. Sheriff Amelia. Grayson had been at her desk in the station, flipping through the diver's report from the previous day. She had barely slept since Marty Henshaw's disappearance, and her attempts to make sense of the incident had yielded nothing. Now, the vibrations reached her, the mug on her desk rattling just enough to spill lukewarm coffee onto the stack of papers beside it. She stood quickly, her pulse quickening. Outside, the town was already waking. People stepped out onto porches, staring toward the horizon with anxious expressions. The vibrations were strongest near the quarry. Amelia knew that instinctively, though she hadn't yet confirmed it. She grabbed her coat, radio, and flashlight, then climbed into her cruiser. As she drove toward the quarry, she saw her neighbors gathering in small groups on the streets, speaking in hushed voices, their breath visible in the frigid morning air. No one waved or called out to her. They just watched her go, their faces pale and expectant, as though they were waiting for her to name the thing they all feared. At the quarry, Amelia parked at the same spot where Marty's truck had been found the day before. The snow was undisturbed except for the faint tracks left by the rescue team. She stood in the cold air, the vibrations still humming faintly through the soles of her boots, and stared out over the frozen expanse. It was quiet now, eerily so. The fissure in the ice, the jagged hole where Marty had disappeared, seemed darker than she remembered, like the light couldn't quite reach it. She stepped closer, her breath catching as she thought she saw movement beneath the surface. A noise behind her made her jump, and she turned quickly to see an older man trudging toward her. His beard was flecked with frost, and his weathered face was partially hidden beneath the brim of a wide hat. Amelia recognized him immediately. "Earl," she said, her voice steadier than she felt. Earl Whitaker had spent 40 years working in the quarry before its closure. He knew every inch of the place, every story and rumor tied to its dark history. People in town called him eccentric, but Amelia had always thought of him as a survivor. He'd seen things in that quarry that most people wouldn't dare to imagine. "Feel it too, don't you?" Earl said as he came to stand beside her. He didn't look at her. His eyes were fixed on the fissure in the ice. Amelia hesitated. "The vibrations?" Earl nodded slowly. "It's waking up." "What is?" "The quarry," Earl said simply, as though that explained everything. "You know as well as I do, Sheriff. This place wasn't meant to be disturbed." Amelia sighed, crossing her arms against the chill. "I don't have time for riddles, Earl. If you know something, I need you to tell me." Earl finally turned to look at her, his eyes sharp and intense. "I can't explain it in a way you'll believe, but I'll tell you this. If we don't stop it, more people are going to disappear, maybe the whole damn town." By mid-morning, Amelia called an emergency meeting at Town Hall. The vibrations had subsided, but their effects lingered in the anxious faces of the townsfolk who gathered in the small, drafty space. The air buzzed with whispered speculation. Some blamed the quarry, others pointed to the mine's old infrastructure, and a few spoke of curses and restless spirits. Amelia stood at the front of the room, waiting for the murmurs to quiet. Beside her was Dr. Michelle Carter, a geologist from the university in a nearby city. Amelia had called her the moment the vibration started, hoping for a logical explanation. "Thank you all for coming," Amelia began, her voice carrying over the crowd. "I know you're worried. I am too. That's why I've asked Dr. Carter to join us today. She's here to help us figure out what's going on." Michelle stepped forward, adjusting her glasses as she surveyed the room. She was tall and composed, with an air of quiet confidence that contrasted sharply with the unease in the room. "Good morning," she said. "I've reviewed the reports Sheriff Grayson provided. and I've been monitoring seismic activity in the area. Based on the data, it's possible these vibrations are the result of natural geological shifts. Small tremors aren't uncommon in regions like this, especially near old mines. Her explanation was met with a murmur of relief from some, but others weren't convinced. "So you're saying it's just the ground settling?" someone called out. "That's one possibility," Michelle said carefully. "But I'd like to conduct a closer examination of the quarry to be sure." Earl Whitaker stood abruptly, his voice cutting through the noise. "You're wasting your time, Doc. This ain't geology. It's the quarry itself. It's been waiting for a chance like this, and now it's letting us know it's still here." The room fell silent. "Earl," Amelia said gently, "we don't know that, don't we?" Earl interrupted, his eyes burning with conviction. "How many people have gone missing out there over the years? How many accidents? How many warnings? And now Marty's gone and we're all just supposed to believe it's some rock shifting." Michelle raised an eyebrow, but she said nothing. Amelia glanced at the crowd, seeing the fear mirrored in their expressions. Earl's words had struck a nerve. "All right," she said, holding up her hands. "I hear you, Earl, and I'm not dismissing anything. That's why I want a small team to investigate the quarry with me. Dr. Carter can handle the scientific side, and Earl can help us navigate the area." The room erupted into murmurs again, some supportive, others skeptical. "I'm coming too," a voice said from the back of the room. Amelia turned to see Jess Coleman, a teenager who'd been sitting quietly near the door. She was small and wiry, with sharp features and a defiant expression. "Jess," Amelia said, "this isn't a job for—" "I know the quarry," Jess interrupted. "I've been out there more times than most of you, and Marty. He was kind to me. He gave me fish when I didn't have enough to eat." "If you're going, I'm going." Amelia hesitated. Jess had a reputation for being tough, resourceful, and fiercely independent. She also had a troubled past, one that had made her something of an outcast in the town. "All right," Amelia said finally. "You can come, but you listen to me and follow my lead. Understood?" Jess nodded, her jaw set. The group was set: Amelia, Earl, Michelle, and Jess. Together, they would face whatever secrets the quarry held. Secrets that had been buried for generations but were now beginning to stir. The group met at the edge of the quarry just before dusk, each bringing their own apprehensions and unspoken fears. The wind had picked up during the afternoon, carrying a biting chill that seemed to seep through even the thickest layers. The sky above was a bruised grey, heavy with the threat of more snow, and the quarry itself seemed even more desolate in the fading light. Sheriff Amelia Grayson arrived first. Her patrol car parked at an angle near the same spot where Marty Henshaw's truck had been abandoned. She was already wearing her flashlight on a chest harness, the beam angled down to illuminate the uneven ground. Beside her stood Dr. Michelle Carter, dressed in weatherproof gear, her backpack bulging with tools and instruments that Amelia couldn't identify. Not long after, Earl Whitaker appeared, his gait slow but deliberate as he made his way down the icy slope leading from the forest. His wide-brimmed hat shadowed his face, but his sharp eyes missed nothing. He carried a battered metal thermos in one hand and a crowbar in the other. "You sure you're up for this?" Amelia asked as he approached. Earl snorted. "I've been up for this since before you were born, Sheriff." Amelia nodded, suppressing a smile despite the tension in her chest. The last to arrive was Jess Coleman. The teenager came striding out of the forest with a lantern in one hand and a coil of rope slung over her shoulder. She was bundled in an oversized jacket that looked as though it had belonged to someone much larger, and her breath came in white clouds as she joined the group. "Didn't think you'd actually show up," Earl said, eyeing her skeptically. Jess shot him a glare. "I said I'd be here, didn't I?" "All right," Amelia interrupted, stepping between them. "We're here to find answers, not argue. Let's focus." The four of them stood together at the edge of the quarry, their breath visible in the cold air, their gazes fixed on the jagged hole in the ice at the quarry's center. The fissure seemed darker now, almost impossibly so, as though it was swallowing the light around it. "Ground rules," Amelia said, her voice steady. "No one goes anywhere alone. If something happens, if the ice shifts, if the vibrations start again, we regroup immediately." "Understood?" The others nodded. "Good," she said. "Let's move." They descended onto the ice cautiously, their boots crunching against the frozen surface. Earl led the way, his movements slow but confident, the crowbar in his hand serving as a makeshift walking stick. Jess followed closely, her lantern swinging with each step. Amelia stayed close to the center of the group, her flashlight sweeping back and forth, while Michelle brought up the rear, pausing occasionally to take readings with a handheld device. The ice groaned faintly beneath their weight, the sound sending shivers down Jess's spine. She glanced at Earl, who didn't seem bothered, and tried to match his calm. "You ever been out here before?" she asked, her voice low. "Not in years," Earl replied without looking back. "Not since." He trailed off, his jaw tightening. Jess waited for him to continue, but he didn't. As they approached the fissure, the air grew noticeably colder. The glow that Amelia had seen the previous day was faint now, barely more than a suggestion of light deep beneath the ice. But it was there, pulsing faintly, like a heartbeat. "What is that?" Jess asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Michelle knelt beside the fissure, pulling a small camera from her backpack. She adjusted the lens, taking a series of photos before reaching out to touch the edge of the ice. "Careful," Earl warned, his tone sharp. Michelle glanced at him but didn't withdraw her hand. "The edges of the fissure are smooth," she said, her voice clinical. "Almost like glass. This wasn't a natural break." "What could have caused it?" Amelia asked. Michelle shrugged, her brow furrowing. "I don't know, but the glow..." She trailed off, shaking her head. Amelia knelt beside her, shining her flashlight into the fissure. The beam barely penetrated the dark water below, but for a moment she thought she saw something move, something large and slow, like the shadow of a whale passing beneath the ice. She pulled back quickly, her heart pounding. "Did you see that?" Michelle frowned. "See what?" "Movement," Amelia said. "Something's down there." Before anyone could respond, the vibrations started again. They were faint at first, a low hum that seemed to emanate from the fissure itself, but they grew quickly, rippling out across the ice and sending tremors up through their boots. Jess gasped, stumbling back, and Earl grabbed her arm to steady her. "Stay together," Amelia shouted, her voice barely audible over the rising noise. The ray glow beneath the ice brightened, spreading outward in jagged veins that pulsed with an eerie, otherworldly light. The fissure began to widen, cracks spidering out in all directions. "Move back," Amelia ordered, pulling Michelle to her feet. They retreated toward the edge of the quarry, the vibrations growing stronger with each passing second. The ice groaned, loudly splintering beneath their feet, and Jess let out a startled cry as her lantern slipped from her hand and shattered against the ground. Suddenly the vibrations stopped. The silence was deafening, pressing down on them like a physical weight. The glow beneath the ice flickered once, twice, and then disappeared, plunging the quarry into darkness. For a long moment, no one moved. Then Jess whispered, "Did you hear that?" Amelia turned to her, her flashlight sweeping across the ice. "Hear what?" Jess's face was pale, her eyes wide with fear. It said my name." Before Amelia could respond, a sharp crack echoed through the air, and the fissure exploded outward, sending shards of ice flying in all directions. The last thing Amelia saw before the light blinded her was a massive shadow rising from the water, its shape too vast and terrible to comprehend. The group staggered away from the fissure, gasping in the icy air. The sudden silence after the eruption was deafening, broken only by the distant howl of the wind through the trees. Sheriff Amelia Grayson pulled herself to her feet, clutching her flashlight with trembling hands, her breath clouding the air in shallow bursts. "Is everyone okay?" she called out, her voice strained. Dr. Michelle Carter was on her knees, fumbling with her camera, which had slipped from her grasp in the chaos. "I'm fine," she muttered, though her hands shook as she adjusted the lens. "I think I got some of it, whatever it was." Earl Whitaker stood a few feet away, staring at the fissure with an expression of grim determination. His crowbar was clenched tightly in one hand, his knuckles white. "We need to leave," he said, his voice low but firm. "Now." Amelia turned to Jess Coleman, who sat on the ground, clutching her knees to her chest. The teenager's face was pale, her eyes wide with fear. "Jess?" Amelia crouched beside her, placing a steadying hand on her shoulder. "Are you hurt?" Jess shook her head slowly, her gaze fixed on the fissure. "It said my name," she whispered. "I heard it. It called me." Amelia felt a chill that had nothing to do with the weather. "You're sure?" Jess nodded, her hands gripping her arms tightly. "It was in my head, like a whisper, but louder." The sheriff straightened, scanning the quarry's icy expanse. The fissure had widened, the edges glowing faintly once more. Whatever they had seen, whatever had risen from the depths, was gone now, leaving only an unsettling stillness in its wake. "We're leaving," Amelia said firmly, helping Jess to her feet. "We need to regroup and figure out what the hell we're dealing with." Earl nodded in agreement, already moving toward the edge of the quarry. "Told you this place wasn't natural," he muttered. The group made their way back to the trucks. In tense silence, each of them grappling with their own fears and unanswered questions. Back at the town hall, they gathered in the small conference room, its harsh fluorescent lights casting unflattering shadows across their faces. Amelia locked the door behind them, ensuring they wouldn't be disturbed. Michelle spread her equipment. Out on the table, her camera, notebooks, and recording devices arranged with precision. Earl stood by the window, staring out at the darkened streets, while Jess sat slumped in a chair, her arms wrapped tightly around herself. "All right," Amelia began, pacing in front of the group. "Let's start with the basics. What do we know?" "The fissure isn't natural," Michelle said, not looking up from her notes. "The edges are too smooth, almost like they were melted. And that glow, it's not something I've ever seen before. Whatever's down there, it's not geological." "Could it be chemical?" Amelia asked. Michelle hesitated. "Maybe. But that doesn't explain the vibrations or the shape we saw." Earl snorted, turning away from the window. "You mean the thing that came out of the water? The thing none of us want to talk about?" The room fell silent. "We all saw it," Earl continued, his voice hard. "Big as a damn house, and it wasn't natural. Not by a long shot." Jess looked up, her voice barely audible. "It's not just the size. It knew us. It knew me." Amelia exchanged a glance with Michelle, then nodded slowly. "Whatever it is, it's connected to the quarry. And if we're going to figure this out, we need to start digging into the history." The Coldwater Historical Society was a dusty room tucked behind the town's tiny library. It hadn't seen much use in recent years, but Amelia knew it held records going back to the town's founding in the 1800s. She and Jess spent hours combing through old documents and photographs, looking for anything that might explain the quarry's strange phenomena. Jess pulled out a faded ledger, its pages brittle with age. "This is from the mining company," she said, scanning the columns of numbers and names. "It looks like they kept records of accidents and cave-ins." Amelia leaned over her shoulder, her eyes narrowing as she read the list of names. "A lot of these match the ones on the memorial in the town square," she said. "The big cave-in in 1938. 30 men died that day." "Except these records say 32, Jess pointed out, tapping the page. 2 of them aren't on the memorial. Amelia frowned. Why would they leave them off? Maybe they weren't miners, Jess suggested. Or maybe someone didn't want them remembered. Meanwhile, Michelle and Earl worked together at the quarry, examining the fissure under daylight. Earl's practical experience and Michelle's scientific tools made an unlikely but effective combination. Here, Earl said, pointing to a set of symbols etched faintly into the ice near the fissure. You see that? Michelle crouched beside him, adjusting her flashlight. The carvings were jagged and uneven, almost like claw marks, but arranged in a deliberate pattern. This isn't natural, she said, her voice tinged with awe. These symbols, they look ancient. Ancient or not, Earl replied. They weren't here before. Whatever's waking up down there, it's leaving its mark. By the time the group reconvened that evening, the pieces of the puzzle were beginning to take shape. The quarry wasn't just a place of tragedy. It was something older, darker. A place where history had been buried along with its dead. Amelia spread the documents and photographs across the conference table, her voice steady as she outlined their findings. The quarry wasn't just a mine, she said. It was a ritual site. These symbols match ones found on artifacts from Native American tribes in the area long before the town was founded. They used this place to seal something beneath the earth, something they considered too dangerous to leave unchecked. Jess shifted uncomfortably in her chair. And now it's not sealed anymore. Michelle nodded. The mining operations must have disturbed it, weakening the barrier. And whatever happened during the cave-in, that might have been the final blow. Earl leaned forward, his expression grim. So what do we do now? Amelia met his gaze, her jaw set. We find out exactly what we're dealing with, and we stop it before it takes anyone else. The night was heavy with an oppressive stillness as Amelia Grayson sat alone in her office, staring at the scattered records and photos spread across her desk. The pieces of the puzzle were beginning to fit together, but the picture they painted filled her with a dread she couldn't shake. Outside, the wind howled through the narrow streets of Coldwater, and the vibrations, the ever-present hum that seemed to pulse through the town, had returned, faint but insistent. Jess Coleman's words echoed in her mind. It said my name. The others had gone home for the night, though none of them seemed eager to be alone. Earl had grumbled about checking his gun before muttering something about being ready this time. Michelle had taken her findings back to the library, determined to cross-reference the carvings they'd found with other documented symbols. Jess had been the most reluctant to leave, lingering by the door until Amelia all but ordered her to get some rest. Amelia rubbed her temples, exhaustion pulling at her. It had been years since she'd felt this kind of pressure, the weight of responsibility pressing down on her like a physical thing. She had dealt with her share of crises as sheriff, but nothing like this. Nothing that defied explanation at every turn. A knock at the door startled her. She looked up sharply, her hand instinctively going to the sidearm at her hip. "Sheriff?" a voice called. It was shaky, hesitant. Amelia stood and crossed to the door, opening it to find Mary Tuttle, the elderly town historian, bundled in a thick coat and scarf. Her eyes were wide, her breath visible in the cold night air. "Mary, what are you doing out this late?" Mary glanced over her shoulder nervously before stepping inside. "I need to talk to you," she said, her voice trembling. "It's about the quarry." Amelia gestured for her to sit, her concern deepening. Mary had always been sharp and no-nonsense, a fixture in Coldwater, who seemed immune to the superstitions that plagued the town. Seeing her this shaken was unsettling. "What about the quarry?" Amelia asked, sitting across from her. Mary hesitated, wringing her gloved hands. "There's something I never told anyone," she began. "Something my grandmother told me when I was a little girl. She said it was a family secret, something passed down through the generations, but I thought it was just a story. Now, I'm not so sure. Amelia leaned forward, her attention sharpening. Go on. My grandmother said the quarry wasn't always just a mine. Before the town was built, before the settlers came, the quarry was a sacred place. The people who lived here long before us, they believed it was a doorway, a gateway to something else, something dark. Amelia felt a chill crawl up her spine. What kind of something? Mary shook her head. She didn't have a name for it. She called it the sleeper, said it was something ancient, something that fed on fear and despair. The people here didn't worship it. They feared it. They built the quarry to contain it, to seal it away. But when the settlers came, they didn't understand. They started digging and her voice broke off, and she looked down at her hands, and they let it out. Amelia finished for her. Mary nodded. Not completely, not at first, but every time they dug deeper, every time they blasted the rock, they weakened the seal. And then, during the collapse in '38, Amelia felt a pit form in her stomach. What happened? Mary's voice dropped to a whisper. They woke it up. The next morning, the vibrations were worse. They rolled through the town like distant thunder, shaking loose icicles from rooftops and sending waves rippling through the snow. People gathered in small groups on the streets, their faces pale and drawn. The air was thick with unease, the sense that something terrible was just on the horizon. Amelia called an emergency meeting at the library, determined to share what she'd learned. Jess arrived first, her expression wary but resolute. Michelle came next, carrying a stack of books and papers, followed by Earl, who carried his crowbar like it was an extension of himself. Amelia waited until everyone was seated before she began. Spoke to Mary Tuttle last night, she said, her voice steady despite the tension in her chest. She told me something her family's been keeping secret for generations. The quarry isn't just a mine. It's a doorway, a seal, and whatever's behind that seal is waking up. Jess shifted in her seat, her fingers drumming nervously on the table. So what does that mean? That it's going to come out? Michelle adjusted her glasses, her tone clinical as she replied. If the vibrations are any indication, the seal is already compromised. The fissure we saw, it's growing. And the carvings Earl and I found suggest this isn't the first time it's tried to break through. Earl grunted. Tried before, and it'll try again. But this time it's stronger. It's been feeding off us. Our fear, our pain. That's what it does. Amelia frowned. How do you know that? Earl hesitated, his gaze dropping to the floor. I worked the quarry for 40 years, he said finally. I saw things down there. Shadows that didn't belong, whispers in the dark. And every time someone got hurt, every time someone died, it got worse. Like it was feeding off the misery. The room fell silent. Then we need to stop it, Amelia said firmly. If it's feeding off fear, we need to cut it off. And we need to find a way to close that seal for good. Jess looked at her, her eyes wide. How? We don't even know what we're dealing with. Amelia met her gaze, her jaw set. Then we find out, whatever it takes. That night, the group returned to the quarry, armed with what little they had. Michelle's equipment, Earl's knowledge of the terrain, and a growing determination to confront the unknown. The fissure had widened even further, its glow pulsing faintly beneath the ice. As they stood at the edge, Amelia felt a shiver run through her. The vibrations were stronger here, resonating up through her boots and into her bones. We start here, she said, her voice steady. Whatever this thing is, we're going to face it. Together. The air above the quarry hung heavy with an unnatural stillness, broken only by the faint hum of vibrations rising from the frozen expanse. The fissure in the ice, once small and jagged, had widened overnight into a deep crevice, its edges glowing faintly like molten veins beneath the surface. It was as if the quarry itself had taken a breath, exhaling its dark secrets into the frigid air. Amelia Grayson stood at the edge of the ice with her flashlight in one hand and her other hand gripping her radio, though no help would come if she called for it. Cold water was isolated, and whatever was stirring beneath the quarry didn't belong to any world governed by logic or science. Behind her, the others gathered their tools and their courage. Earl Whitaker, with his crowbar slung across his shoulder, muttered prayers under his breath that Amelia doubted even he believed in. Dr. Michelle Carter unpacked a strange-looking sensor array, its blinking lights and antennae giving it the look of something cobbled together in a laboratory. Jess Coleman stood slightly apart, her lantern swinging in one hand, her face pale but resolute. "Stay close," Amelia said, her voice low but firm. They stepped onto the ice together, their boots crunching softly as they approached the fissure. The vibrations grew stronger with every step, resonating up through their feet and into their chests. Amelia felt her pulse quicken, though whether from fear or the unnatural hum of the ice, she couldn't tell. When they reached the fissure, Michelle knelt to examine it. The glow from the crevice cast strange shadows across her face, making her look older, almost spectral. She adjusted the dials on her equipment, her brow furrowed in concentration. "It's definitely not natural," she murmured, half to herself. "The energy readings are off the scale, electromagnetic, seismic. It's all blending together in ways that shouldn't be possible." "What does that mean?" Jess asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Michelle glanced up, her expression grim. "It means whatever's causing this isn't bound by the laws of physics as we understand them." Earl snorted. "Didn't need a machine to tell me that." Amelia knelt beside Michelle, shining her flashlight into the fissure. The water below was impossibly dark, but every so often something seemed to shift just beneath the surface, sending faint ripples of light dancing along the edges. "What's down there?" Amelia asked. Michelle hesitated. "I don't know, but whatever it is, it's massive." The words hung in the air like a death sentence. The first sign of the entity's presence came as a whisper. Jess was the first to hear it, a faint, insistent murmur just at the edge of perception. She turned sharply, her lantern swinging in an arc, but there was nothing there. "Did you hear that?" she asked, her voice tight with fear. "Hear what?" Amelia asked, glancing back at her. Jess hesitated, her eyes scanning the darkness. The whisper had been clear, unmistakable. Her name, spoken softly, but with an unnatural clarity that sent chills down her spine. "Never mind," she muttered, though her hands tightened on the lantern. The second sign was the shadows, as the group moved cautiously around the fissure. The faint glow beneath the ice began to flicker, casting jagged shadows that danced and writhed like living things. Amelia stopped abruptly, her flashlight fixed on a patch of ice that seemed darker than the rest. "Hold up," she said, raising her hand. The others stopped, their breath visible in the freezing air. "What is it?" Earl asked, gripping his crowbar tightly. Amelia didn't answer. She stepped closer to the dark patch, her flashlight trembling slightly in her hand. The patch seemed to shift as she approached, growing larger, its edges rippling like smoke. And then it moved. A tendril of shadow shot out from the patch, snaking across the ice with impossible speed. Amelia jumped back, her flashlight falling from her grasp and clattering to the ground. "Back up!" she shouted, her voice sharp with panic. The others scrambled away from the fissure as the shadow expanded, rising from the ice like a plume of ink in water. The glow beneath the fissure pulsed brighter, illuminating the thing that was emerging, a vast, amorphous shape that defied comprehension. It wasn't solid, not entirely. Its form shifted constantly, flowing like liquid and reforming itself in jagged, angular shapes. It had no face, no features, but the sheer presence of it was overwhelming. It radiated malice, an ancient and suffocating hatred that pressed down on them like a physical weight. Jess let out a strangled cry, stumbling back as the entity loomed over her. "It's looking at me," she whispered, her voice trembling. "It's in my head. Stay with me," Amelia shouted, grabbing Jess by the arm and pulling her away from the fissure. Earl stepped forward, raising his crowbar like a weapon. "You want a piece of me, you son of a bitch," he growled, his voice shaking but defiant. The entity didn't respond, not with words at least. Instead, the shadows rippled outward and the vibrations grew stronger, a deafening hum that seemed to come from every direction at once. The ground beneath their feet began to crack, fissures spreading like spiderwebs across the ice. "Move!" Amelia shouted, dragging Jess toward the edge of the quarry. Michelle grabbed her equipment and stumbled after them, her breath coming in panicked gasps. Earl brought up the rear, glancing back over his shoulder at the entity that now filled the center of the quarry, its form pulsing with unnatural light. They didn't stop running until they reached solid ground. Back at the town hall, the group sat in stunned silence, each of them trying to process what they had seen. "It knew us," Jess said finally, breaking the silence. Her voice was hoarse, her hands trembling as she hugged herself. "It knew everything about us. It was in my head, showing me things. Memories I'd forgotten, things I don't want to remember. It's feeding off us," Michelle said, her voice flat. "Off our fear, our pain. That's how it's growing stronger." Amelia looked at Earl, who hadn't said a word since they returned. "You've seen it before, haven't you?" Earl nodded slowly. "Not like that," he said. "Never that big. But yeah, I've seen it. Felt it. It's been down there all along, waiting for its chance to come out." "Why now?" Amelia asked. "What's changed?" Earl hesitated, then said, "The quarry's always been its prison. But every time someone gets too close, every time there's an accident or a death, it takes a little more. Now it's got enough strength to break free." The room fell silent again, the weight of his words settling over them. Amelia stood, her jaw set. "We're not going to let that happen," she said. "Whatever it takes, we're going to stop it." Earl met her gaze, his expression grim. "You better be ready to pay the price, Sheriff, because that thing doesn't let go easy." The days in Coldwater had grown darker, not just from the thick snow clouds that hung in the sky, but from the palpable tension that gripped the town. The vibrations no longer came and went. They were constant now, a low rhythmic hum that resonated deep within the earth and rattled nerves. The people of Coldwater kept to their homes, their doors bolted and windows shuttered. No one spoke of the quarry anymore, but it was all anyone thought about. Sheriff Amelia Grayson stared at the map spread across her desk in the dim light of the station. It was an old mining schematic, yellowed and brittle with age, showing the labyrinth of tunnels that ran beneath the quarry. She traced the lines with her finger, her mind racing. The answers they needed had to be down there, deep within the earth, where no one had dared to go since the collapse of 38. "You're really thinking about going down there, aren't you?" Amelia looked up to see Jess standing in the doorway, her expression unreadable. The teenager hadn't left her side since the encounter at the quarry. Despite Amelia's protests, Jess insisted on staying involved, her defiance unyielding. "I don't have a choice," Amelia said, pushing the map aside. "Whatever's happening, it's getting worse. If we don't act now, it won't just be the quarry. It'll be the whole town." Jess stepped inside, closing the door behind her. "You're not going alone." Amelia sighed. "Jess, don't start," Jess interrupted, her voice firm. "I've been out there with you, I've seen it. You need someone watching your back." Before Amelia could argue further, the station door opened, and Earl Whitaker strode in, followed closely by Dr. Michelle Carter. Earl carried a large canvas bag slung over one shoulder, and his crowbar was tucked into his belt. Michelle looked pale and worn, her usual composure replaced with a frazzled intensity. "You're not going down there without us," Earl said, dropping the bag onto the desk. Amelia raised an eyebrow. "You read my mind." "No," Earl replied, pulling a flashlight from the bag and checking its batteries. "I just know you. You're too damn stubborn to let this go." Michelle set a folder of papers on the desk, her hands shaking slightly. "I've been cross-referencing the symbols we found on the ice with historical records. They match carvings found in burial mounds across the region, dating back thousands of years. Whatever the people here sealed away, it wasn't just dangerous. It was sacred." "Sacred?" Jess asked, frowning. Michelle nodded. "Sacred in the sense that it wasn't meant to be disturbed. The carvings were warnings meant to keep people away. But the miners either didn't know or didn't care. When they started digging, they disrupted something ancient, something that should have stayed buried." Amelia leaned back in her chair, her mind churning. "So we need to seal it again. But how?" Michelle hesitated. "That's the part I'm still trying to figure out. The records suggest a ritual was performed to bind the entity, but the details are vague. It involved sacrifices of blood, life, and fear." "Sacrifices?" Earl muttered, shaking his head. "Of course it did." Jess crossed her arms, her jaw tightening. "So what? We just throw someone into the pit and hope it works?" "No," Amelia said firmly. "We're not sacrificing anyone. There has to be another way." Michelle adjusted her glasses, her voice cautious. "The carvings mention a willing offering, someone who chooses to face the entity, to bind it with their own will. It's risky, but it might be our only chance." The room fell silent. Earl broke the tension by slinging the canvas bag over his shoulder. "Well, sitting here arguing about it won't help. Let's get moving." The entrance to the mine was hidden beneath decades of overgrowth, the wooden beams that once marked its entrance now rotted and splintered. Amelia led the group, her flashlight cutting through the darkness as they descended into the earth. The air grew colder the deeper they went, the vibrations louder and more insistent until they could feel them in their teeth. The tunnels were narrow and suffocating, the walls lined with jagged rock and rusted tracks that had once carried mining carts. The beams groaned under the weight of the earth above, and every step sent loose pebbles skittering across the ground. "This place gives me the creeps," Jess muttered, her lantern swinging in her hand. "Welcome to my world," Earl replied, his voice echoing faintly. They reached a fork in the tunnels, and Amelia paused, consulting the map. The path to the central chamber was marked, but the ink had faded over time, and the lines were difficult to decipher. "This way," she said finally, leading them down the left tunnel. The vibrations grew stronger as they moved deeper, the air becoming heavier, almost suffocating. The glow they had seen on the ice was here too, faint veins of light running through the rock, pulsating in rhythm with the vibrations. When they reached the central chamber, the group stopped in their tracks. The space was enormous, the ceiling lost in darkness. The walls were covered in carvings, jagged, angular symbols that seemed to shift and writhe when viewed from the corner of the eye. At the center of the chamber was a massive circular pit, its edges lined with the same pulsating light. "It's here," Michelle said, her voice barely audible. Amelia stepped forward, shining her flashlight into the pit. The beam was swallowed almost instantly by the darkness, as though the pit itself resisted light. As they moved closer, the vibrations suddenly stopped. The silence was deafening, pressing down on them like a physical weight. Then, without warning, a low, guttural sound echoed from the pit. a sound that wasn't just heard but felt, resonating deep within their chests. "It knows we're here," Jess whispered. Before anyone could respond, the shadows at the edges of the chamber began to move. The entity emerged slowly, its amorphous form flowing like smoke, filling the chamber with its presence. It was larger now, more defined, its shifting mass bristling with jagged shapes and glowing veins. It radiated malice, its sheer presence suffocating, as though the air itself had turned to lead. Amelia raised her flashlight, her hand trembling. "We need to hold it here," she said, her voice steady despite the fear clawing at her. "Michelle, find the symbols we need. Earl, cover her. Jess, stay with me." The group moved into action, their fear overridden by the desperate need to survive. The entity loomed over them, its vast, shifting form consuming the chamber's dim light and casting unnatural shadows that writhed like living things. The silence stretched, broken only by the faint hum of the glowing veins running through the walls. Amelia Grayson stood frozen, her flashlight shaking in her hand as she locked eyes, or what felt like eyes, with the amorphous mass. "It's watching us," Jess whispered, clutching her lantern tightly. Her voice cracked, betraying the terror she was trying to suppress. "It knows what we're doing." Amelia forced herself to focus. "Jess, stay close. Michelle, how much time do you need to figure this out?" Dr. Michelle Carter knelt by one of the jagged carvings near the edge of the pit, her hands trembling as she flipped through pages of notes. The light from her headlamp danced across the markings, giving them an otherworldly glow. "I don't know," Michelle said, her voice tight with frustration. "These symbols, they're similar to the ones we found on the ice, but they're incomplete. It's like a puzzle, and I don't have all the pieces." "We don't have time for puzzles," Earl snapped, his crowbar raised as he stood guard near the pit. His eyes darted from the shifting shadows to the glowing symbols, his jaw clenched. "That thing's not gonna wait while you figure it out." "Then why don't you help instead of barking orders?" Michelle shot back, her composure cracking under the pressure. "Enough!" Amelia's voice cut through their argument, sharp and commanding. "We stick to the plan. Michelle, focus on the symbols. Earl, keep an eye on the pit. Jess and I will cover you." Earl grumbled but stepped back, positioning himself between the group and the pit's edge. The crowbar felt reassuring in his grip, though deep down he knew it was no match for whatever was stirring beneath the surface. Jess hovered near Amelia, her lantern swinging faintly in her hand. She glanced at the entity, then back at Amelia. "You really think we can stop this?" Amelia didn't answer right away. She didn't know if she believed it herself, but she couldn't afford to show doubt, not now. "We don't have a choice," she said firmly. "We stop it, or we don't leave this place." The silence broke, with a sudden ear-splitting roar. The entity's form convulsed, its jagged edges expanding and contracting as it let out a sound that was more than noise. It was raw, primal, a vibration that shook the chamber and rattled their bones. The ground beneath their feet trembled, and the glow from the veins in the walls intensified, casting the room in an eerie, flickering light. "Sheriff!" Michelle's voice rang out, sharp with urgency. "The symbols. They're connected to the pit. They're part of the seal. If we can complete them, we might be able to bind it again." "Then tell us how," Amelia shouted. Michelle scrambled to her feet, pointing toward a cluster of carvings on the far wall. "There. Those symbols. They're incomplete. We need to redraw them, but—" Her words were cut off as a tendril of shadow lashed out from the entity, striking the ground near her feet. Michelle stumbled back with a gasp, barely avoiding the blow. "It's trying to stop us," Jess shouted, raising her lantern as if it could ward off the creature. Earl let out a fierce growl and charged forward, swinging his crowbar with all his strength. The metal struck the shadow, and for a brief moment, the tendril recoiled, hissing as though burned. "It's not invincible," Earl shouted, his voice rough with defiance. "Keep moving!" Amelia grabbed Jess by the arm. "Go with Michelle. Protect her while she works on the symbols." Jess hesitated, her eyes darting to the entity, but she nodded and followed Michelle toward the far wall. Amelia turned to Earl, her heart pounding. "Whatever you did just now, do it again. Keep it distracted." Earl gave a grim nod, gripping his crowbar tightly as he stepped closer to the pit. As Michelle and Jess worked frantically to replicate the missing symbols, the entity grew more aggressive. Tendrils of shadow lashed out, striking the ground and walls with bone-jarring force. Each impact sent shards of rock flying, and the glowing veins pulsed erratically, casting strange, strobing light across the chamber. Jess crouched beside Michelle, holding her lantern steady as the older woman traced the carvings with a piece of chalk from her pack. The symbols glowed faintly as they were completed, their energy resonating with the veins in the walls. "Hurry!" Jess urged, her voice strained as another tendril struck the ground nearby, sending a shower of dust and debris into the air. "I'm going as fast as I can," Michelle snapped, her hands trembling as she worked. Earl was relentless, swinging his crowbar at anything that came too close. He didn't know if his strikes were truly hurting the entity or if it was simply recoiling. Out of instinct, but he didn't care. He just needed to buy time. "Come on, you bastard!" he shouted, his voice hoarse. "Is that all you've got?" The entity responded with a deafening roar, its form convulsing violently. A tendril shot out, slamming into Earl's chest and, sending him flying across the chamber, he hit the ground hard, his crowbar skittering out of reach. "Earl!" Amelia shouted, rushing to his side. He groaned, clutching his ribs as Amelia helped him to his feet. "I'm fine," he muttered, though his voice was strained with pain. "Just get it done." At the far wall, Michelle completed the final symbol, her chalk scraping against the rock with frantic precision. As the last line connected, the carving flared to life, its glow spreading outward like ripples in water. "It's done!" Michelle shouted, stumbling back. The chamber shuddered violently, and the entity let out a sound that was almost a scream. The glowing veins in the walls pulsed brighter, converging on the pit, as the carvings resonated with a deep, otherworldly For a moment, it seemed as though the entity was being pulled back, its form collapsing in on itself as the light intensified. But then the vibration stopped. The entity froze, its jagged edges reforming, its malice radiating even stronger than before. "It's not enough," Michelle whispered, her face pale. "The seal isn't holding." Amelia's stomach dropped as the realization hit her. The seal needed more, something they hadn't yet given. The entity roared, its tendrils lashing out with renewed fury, and Amelia knew they were out of time. The chamber trembled with the force of the entity's rage, its roars reverberating through the rock walls like thunder. The glowing veins in the stone pulsed erratically, their light dimming as if the ancient power sustaining them was waning. Amelia Grayson stood with her back against the wall, gripping her flashlight like a lifeline as tendrils of shadow lashed through the air, cutting through stone and darkness alike. "It's not enough," Dr. Michelle Carter repeated, her voice rising in panic. She clutched her notebook to her chest, the incomplete symbols and fragmented translations scrawled across its pages, taunting her with their half-truths. "We're missing something critical." Jess Coleman, crouched beside Michelle, shouted over the din. "What do you mean, missing? You said completing the symbols would work." Michelle's hands trembled as she flipped through her notes. "I thought it would, but these carvings, they're only part of the ritual. There's something else required to activate the seal, something we haven't done." Another tendril slammed into the ground near them, sending a spray of stone shards through the air. Jess threw herself over Michelle, shielding her from the debris. Amelia turned to Earl Whitaker, who was leaning heavily against the wall, his crowbar held loosely in his grip. Blood ran from a cut on his forehead, but his eyes burned with determination. "Earl," Amelia said urgently, "you know this place better than anyone. What's missing? What haven't we done?" Earl wiped the blood from his face, his expression grim. "The miners used to talk about the pit," he said, his voice rough. "Said it wasn't just a hole, it was a gateway, a door. And every door needs a key." Amelia frowned. "A key?" Earl nodded, his gaze fixed on the pit at the chamber's center. The seal wasn't just meant to keep the thing locked up. It was tied to something, someone, a sacrifice. That's the missing E. Peace. The word sacrifice hung in the air, heavier than the vibrations that shook the chamber. "No," Amelia said, shaking her head. "There has to be another way. We're not sacrificing anyone." Michelle's face was pale as she stared at the notebook in her hands. "Earl's right," she said quietly. "The carvings mention a willing offering. Someone has to bind themselves to the seal, to complete it. Without that, it won't hold." Jess's voice trembled with disbelief. "You mean one of us has to—" The entity let out another deafening roar, its form convulsing violently as it lashed out at the glowing veins in the walls. The light flickered, and the carvings began to fade, their power failing. "We don't have time to argue," Earl said, stepping forward. His movements were slow, labored, but there was a clarity in his expression that silenced the others. "This thing has been feeding on the town for generations, on fear, pain, and death. I've lived with it my whole damn life. If someone has to stop it, it might as well be me." Amelia's eyes widened. "Earl, no." He raised a hand, cutting her off. "You think I don't know what's at stake? I've seen what this thing can do, and I've got nothing left to lose. You, though, you've got a whole town depending on you. You've got people to protect." Jess's voice cracked as she stepped forward. "You don't have to do this." "Yes, I do," Earl said firmly. He turned to Michelle, his voice softening. "What do I need to do?" Michelle hesitated, then nodded slowly. "The carvings, they're tied to the pit. You'll have to enter it, connect with the seal directly. Once you do, the seal should activate and bind the entity again." Earl chuckled dryly, a sound that was more resignation than humor. "So I just have to jump into the mouth of hell? Easy enough." Amelia grabbed his arm, her grip strong. "Earl, listen to me. We can find another way. This doesn't have to be it." Earl met her gaze, his eyes steady. "You're a good sheriff, Amelia. But sometimes there isn't another way. Sometimes you just have to do the hard thing." He pulled away from her and stepped toward the pit. The shadows seemed to recoil as he approached, the entity shifting and writhing as if it recognized what was happening. As Earl stood at the edge of the pit, the chamber grew still. The entity's tendrils froze mid-motion, and the vibrations subsided, replaced by an expectant silence. Earl turned back to the group, his face illuminated by the faint glow from the carvings. "You take care of this town," he said, his voice steady. "And make sure they never forget what happened here." Jess took a step forward, tears streaming down her face. "Earl, stay back, kid," Earl said gently. "This ain't your fight." He turned back to the pit, gripping his crowbar tightly in one hand. The glow from the carvings intensified, and the air grew heavy with a strange energy. "Here's your damn sacrifice," Earl muttered, and without hesitation, he stepped forward and plunged into the darkness. The moment Earl disappeared into the pit, the chamber erupted with light. The carvings flared to life, their glow blinding as the veins in the walls pulsed with renewed energy. The entity let out a guttural, ear-piercing scream, its form convulsing, as it was dragged toward the pit by an unseen force. The ground shook violently, and Amelia grabbed Jess, pulling her away from the collapsing edges of the chamber. Michelle stumbled backward, shielding her face as the light grew even brighter. The entity resisted, its tendrils thrashing wildly, but the pull of the pit was relentless. One by one, its jagged edges dissolved into the light, until finally, it was gone. The glow faded slowly, and the chamber fell silent once more. Amelia, Jess, and Michelle stood at the edge of the pit, staring into the now empty darkness. The carvings on the walls remained illuminated, their light steady and calm, as if the seal had been restored. "He's gone," Jess whispered, her voice trembling. Amelia placed a hand on her shoulder, her own voice thick with emotion. "He saved us." Michelle knelt beside the pit, her fingers tracing the edge of one of the glowing carvings. "The seal is holding, for now, but it's fragile. If anyone disturbs it again, we won't let that happen," Amelia said, firmly. "We'll make sure the town knows the truth. No one will ever touch this place again." The three of them stood in silence, the weight of their loss and their survival pressing down on them. The silence in the chamber after Earl's sacrifice was deafening, heavy with finality and loss. The faint glow of the carvings in the walls illuminated Amelia Grayson, Jess Coleman, and Dr. Michelle Carter as they stood at the edge of the pit, each of them trying to process what had just happened. Earl Whitaker, a man hardened by decades of work and loss, had given himself willingly to seal the entity, perhaps forever. But even as the glow from the seal pulsed softly, radiating calm, Amelia couldn't shake the unease that crept over her. The pit looked quiet now, its jagged edges smooth and dark, but the faint vibrations remained subtle and insistent, like a heartbeat under the earth. "We need to get out of here," Amelia said finally, her voice steady but low. She placed a hand on Jess's shoulder, guiding her away from the pit. "We've done all we can for now." Jess didn't resist, though her gaze lingered on the pit. Her tear-streaked face was a mixture of grief and defiance. "Do you think it's really over?" Amelia didn't answer right away. Instead, she turned to Michelle, who was carefully collecting her scattered notes and equipment. "Dr. Carter," Michelle hesitated, glancing at the glowing carvings. "The seal is holding," she said cautiously. "For now. Earl's sacrifice reactivated it, but..." She trailed off, her brow furrowing. "But what?" Amelia pressed. Michelle looked at her, her expression grim. "The seal wasn't designed to be repaired like this. It's holding, but it's fragile. And whatever that thing is, it's not gone. It's trapped, but it's still here. If anything disturbs the seal, again, even slightly, it could break free." Amelia's jaw tightened. "Then we make sure no one disturbs it." Jess spoke up, her voice trembling but determined. "We should tell the town. Warn them. Make sure they know what's down here." Amelia shook her head. "The people of Coldwater already live in fear. If we tell them the truth, it'll only make things worse. Panic could drive someone to do something reckless, and we can't risk that." Jess looked like she wanted to argue, but Michelle interrupted. "She's right. The best way to protect the seal is to keep people away from it entirely. If the town knows the truth, someone might come looking for answers, or worse." Amelia turned to Jess, her tone softening. "We'll tell them enough to keep them safe. But the details, what really happened, stay between us." Jess hesitated, then nodded reluctantly. "Fine. But if this thing ever comes back..." "It won't," Amelia said firmly. The three of them began the long trek back through the mine, their footsteps echoing in the stillness. The air grew warmer as they ascended, and the faint light of dawn greeted them as they emerged from the tunnel. Back in town, the aftermath of Earl's sacrifice weighed heavily on them. Amelia returned to the sheriff's office and began drafting a report that carefully omitted the supernatural aspects of what had happened. She listed Earl as a casualty of a mine-related incident, knowing the official story would never match the truth. Michelle packed up her equipment and prepared to leave Coldwater, though she promised to stay in touch. "If anything changes," she told Amelia, You'll call me. Promise me that." Amelia nodded. "I promise." Jess, however, was restless. She spent her days at the library poring over old records and journals, searching for anything that might give her more answers about the entity or the seal. Her nights were sleepless, plagued by nightmares of shadows and whispers. Weeks passed, and life in Coldwater slowly returned to something resembling normalcy. The vibrations ceased, and the quarry remained silent. But the memory of what had happened lingered, unspoken but ever present. Amelia made regular trips to the quarry, always alone. She would stand at the edge of the frozen expanse, staring at the jagged outline of the pit in the distance. She told herself she was checking to make sure the seal was intact, but deep down, she knew she was also searching for a sense of closure that never came. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the quarry in shades of grey and gold, Amelia stood at the edge once more. The air was still, the ice solid beneath her feet. But as she turned to leave, she thought she felt it. The faintest of vibrations, so subtle it could have been her imagination. She paused, her breath catching. "Earl?" she whispered, the word barely audible in the stillness. There was no response, only silence. But she couldn't shake the feeling that someone was watching her. Back in town, Jess sat in the library, her fingers tracing the edges of a photograph she had found among the archives. It showed a group of miners standing proudly at the mouth of the quarry, their faces weathered but smiling. In the center of the group stood a young Earl Whitaker, his eyes bright with determination. Jess set the photo aside and turned to the journal beside her. It was an old leather-bound book, its pages filled with entries written in a hurried scrawl. The final entry caught her eye. "The seal is failing. We tried to strengthen it, but the thing beneath grows stronger. It's feeding on us, on our fear, our pain. If it breaks free, God help us all." Jess closed the journal, her chest tightening. She glanced out the window, her gaze drifting toward the distant silhouette of the quarry. Amelia, Jess, and Michelle each carried their own scars from the ordeal, their lives forever changed by what they had faced. The quarry was quiet for now, but they knew better than to let their guard down, because in the shadows of Coldwater, in the silence that came with the absence of vibrations, there was always the possibility that the entity wasn't finished. The winter sky above Coldwater darkened as a storm rolled in, casting the town in heavy shadows. Snow fell steadily, blanketing the streets and rooftops in an oppressive stillness. At the edge of the quarry, Sheriff Amelia Grayson stood alone, her breath misting in the icy air. The faint vibrations that had returned over the past week were stronger now, reverberating through the ground in an unsettling rhythm. She hadn't told anyone yet, not Jess, not Michelle. She wasn't sure if she was protecting them or avoiding the truth herself. Earl's sacrifice had worked, at least for a time. But whatever was sealed beneath the quarry was stirring again, and the weight of responsibility pressed down on her shoulders like a physical force. Her radio crackled. "Sheriff?" Jess's voice came through, strained and urgent. "You need to come to the library, now." Amelia's grip on the radio tightened. "What's wrong?" "Just get here," Jess said. "I think it's happening again." When Amelia arrived at the library, Jess was waiting for her at the door, her face pale but resolute. She held a folder of papers in one hand and a flashlight in the other, and her breath came in rapid bursts. "You're going to want to see this," Jess said, leading Amelia inside. In the library's dim reading room, Michelle was seated at a table, her laptop open and several old books spread around her. The glow from the screen illuminated her tense expression. "What's going on?" Amelia asked, her tone sharp. Michelle turned the laptop toward her, the screen displaying a series of seismic readings. "The vibrations are back," she said, "and they're stronger than before. Whatever's under the quarry, it's not just waking up, it's breaking through." Amelia stared at the screen, the spikes in the reading sending a chill down her spine. How much time do we have? Michelle hesitated. Hours, maybe less. Jess stepped forward, setting the folder on the table. I found something in the archives, she said, flipping through the papers. It's from the journals of the miners who were there during the collapse in '38. They tried to reseal the pit, but they failed because they didn't understand the ritual. It's not just about the seal or the sacrifice, it's about intention. The person making the sacrifice has to willingly confront the entity. If they don't, the seal won't hold. Amelia frowned. Earl willingly sacrificed himself. He confronted it. Jess shook her head. He sacrificed himself to save us, but he didn't confront it. He didn't accept it. That's why the seal is failing again. Michelle tapped one of the books, its pages filled with faded symbols and translations. If we want to stop this, we need to complete the ritual properly this time, and we need to do it before the entity fully manifests. Amelia's stomach tightened. You're saying someone has to face it willingly and bind themselves to it? Jess nodded. Yes. The room fell silent, the weight of the revelation pressing down on all of them. The snowstorm intensified as the group made their way back to the quarry, the wind howling through the trees. Jess carried a lantern, its light barely cutting through the swirling snow. Michelle followed closely, clutching her bag of equipment, while Amelia brought up the rear, her flashlight and radio at the ready. The vibrations were nearly constant now, pulsing through the ground with an almost deliberate rhythm. As they reached the quarry's edge, the pit at the center glowed faintly, its jagged edges illuminated by the same eerie light they had seen before. Michelle set up her equipment near the edge, her hands trembling as she adjusted the sensors. The energy levels are off the charts, she said, her voice barely audible over the wind. It's already starting to manifest. Amelia turned to Jess, her expression resolute. Stay here with Michelle. If anything happens, you get out. Of here, that's an order. Jess bristled. You can't seriously be thinking about going in there alone. I'm the sheriff, Amelia said firmly. It's my job to protect this town. If anyone's going to do this, it's me. Jess stepped forward, her voice rising. You think Earl gave his life just so you could throw yours away too? That's not how this works. Amelia's jaw tightened. This isn't up for debate, Jess. Before either of them could say more, the ground beneath their feet shuddered violently. The glow from the pit intensified, and the shadows around it began to shift and writhe like living things. It's here, Michelle whispered, her face pale. The entity emerged slowly, its form coalescing from the shadows like smoke solidifying into jagged angular shapes. It was larger than before, its presence filling the quarry with an overwhelming malice that made the air feel heavy and unbreathable. Amelia stepped forward, her flashlight cutting through the dark. You want me? She said, her voice steady, despite the fear clawing at her. Then come and get me. The entity paused, its shifting form seeming to regard her. Then, without warning, a tendril shot out, slamming into the ground inches from her feet. Amelia didn't flinch. I'm not afraid of you, she said, though her heart was pounding. And I'm not running. If you want to take someone, take me. The vibrations grew stronger, the tendrils lashing out wildly as the entity roared, its voice a cacophony of rage and hunger. Amelia turned back to Jess and Michelle. Finish the ritual, seal it, no matter what happens. Jess's voice cracked. Amelia, do it! Amelia shouted. Jess and Michelle scrambled to complete the carvings near the pit's edge, their chalk marks glowing faintly as they worked. The symbols pulsed in time with the vibrations, their energy resonating with the seal. As Amelia stepped closer to the pit, the entity surged toward her, its tendrils wrapping around her like chains. She gasped as the cold, suffocating darkness enveloped her, pulling her toward the edge. Keep going, she shouted, her voice muffled by the roar of the entity. Jess finished the final symbol, and the carvings flared to life, their light blinding. The entity let out a deafening scream as it convulsed, its form dissolving into the glow. Amelia felt herself being pulled into the pit, her body weightless as the darkness closed in around her. The last thing she saw was Jess's face, illuminated by the glow of the seal, her expression a mixture of fear and determination. Then everything went silent. The silence that followed Amelia's disappearance into the pit was absolute, the kind of silence that presses on the ears and fills the mind with unbearable weight. Jess Coleman stood frozen at the edge of the glowing carvings, her breathing ragged and uneven. The light from the symbols bathed her face in an otherworldly glow, but she didn't notice. Her gaze was locked on the pit, on the place where Amelia had vanished, swallowed by the darkness and the entity's fury. "Sheriff?" Jess whispered, her voice breaking. Behind her, Dr. Michelle Carter slumped to her knees, her trembling hands clutching the edge of the chalkboard she'd been using for notes. The glowing carvings on the walls pulsed steadily now, as if alive, their energy surging through the chamber. She did it," Michelle said weakly, her voice barely audible. Jess spun around, her face a mixture of anguish and anger. "What? Do you mean she did it? She's gone?" Michelle shook her head, tears streaming down her face. "The seal, it's holding. Amelia's sacrifice was enough to bind it, for now." Jess clenched her fists, her body trembling with a mix of grief and fury. "That's not enough," she spat. "She didn't deserve this. None of us did." The chamber trembled faintly, the vibrations subsiding into a steady hum. The jagged veins of light along the walls glowed softly, no longer erratic or chaotic. The entity's presence had faded, but the pit remained, a dark, gaping maw at the center of the room, its edges still radiating an unsettling energy. Jess approached it cautiously, her lantern swinging in her hand. "She's still down there," she said quietly. "I know it." Michelle's voice wavered. "Jess, there's nothing we can do. If we try to interfere with the seal now, I don't care," Jess shouted, her voice echoing through the chamber. "I'm not leaving." Her down there. The carvings along the walls began to change, their glow flickering like dying embers. Jess froze, her eyes darting to the symbols. "What's happening?" Michelle scrambled to her feet, her eyes widening in alarm. "The seal, it's stabilizing. But something's wrong. The energy isn't settling the way it should." Jess turned back to the pit, her heart pounding. It's her. She's still fighting it. The realization struck her like a thunderclap. Amelia hadn't simply been consumed by the entity, she had become part of the seal itself. Her will, her strength, her sacrifice were all that stood between Coldwater and the thing beneath the quarry. Jess felt a surge of determination, her grief hardening into resolve. She turned to Michelle. "What happens if we reinforce the seal? Can we strengthen it?" Michelle hesitated. "It might work, but it's dangerous. If the seal collapses while we're working..." "It won't," Jess said firmly. "I won't let it." With Michelle's guidance, Jess began retracing the symbols on the walls, her hands steady despite the cold that bit at her fingers. The carvings glowed brighter with each stroke of chalk, their light intensifying until the chamber was bathed in a brilliant golden radiance. As Jess worked, she felt something, an awareness pressing against her mind. It wasn't the entity. Its presence was distant now, held back by the renewed power of the seal. No, this was something else, something familiar. "Amelia?" Jess whispered, her voice trembling. A faint warmth spread through her chest, and for a moment, she thought, she heard a voice, soft, steady, and unmistakably the sheriff's. "Keep going." Tears filled Jess's eyes, but she didn't stop. She finished the last symbol with a flourish, and the carvings flared one final time before settling into a steady glow. The vibrations ceased entirely, leaving only an eerie stillness in their wake. Michelle placed a hand on Jess's shoulder, her expression weary but relieved. "It's done," she said softly. "The seal is holding. She's part of it now." Jess nodded, her throat tight. "She's still protecting us." The two of them emerged from the quarry just as dawn broke over Coldwater, the first rays of sunlight cutting through the dissipating storm clouds. The snow had stopped falling and the town lay quiet and still, as if the earth itself were resting after the long battle. Michelle packed up her equipment in silence, her movements slow and deliberate. She paused before climbing into her car, turning to Jess. "You were right to fight for her," Michelle said. "She wouldn't have wanted us to give up." Jess didn't reply. She stood at the edge of the quarry, staring at the frozen expanse of water. Somewhere beneath it, Amelia's sacrifice held the darkness at bay, her will woven into the seal that kept the entity trapped. Jess clenched her fists, a fierce determination burning in her chest. "I'll protect it," she said softly. "No matter what." Michelle nodded and drove away, leaving Jess alone with her thoughts. In the weeks that followed, life in Coldwater returned to a fragile semblance of normalcy. The vibrations stopped, and the quarry was quiet once more. But Jess couldn't shake the feeling that it wasn't over. Not really. She spent her days researching, scouring the archives for anything that might help her understand the entity and the seal. At night, she patrolled the quarry, her lantern cutting through the darkness as she walked the frozen surface, ensuring no one disturbed the fragile piece. One night, as she stood at the edge of the pit, she thought she heard it again. A faint whisper carried on the wind. "Jess," she froze, her breath catching. "Amelia?" she whispered, but the voice didn't come again. Instead, there was only silence. The first signs of spring came quietly to Coldwater. The thick snow that had blanketed the streets for months melted into slush, and the air carried the faintest hint of warmth. Yet the sense of unease that had gripped the town since the events at the quarry didn't fade. Though life resumed, with children returning to school and shops reopening their doors, an unspoken understanding lingered among the residents. Something had changed. Jess Coleman stood at the edge of the quarry, her hands shoved deep into the pockets of her jacket. The frozen expanse of the quarry had begun to thaw, jagged cracks spiderwebbing across the surface of the ice. The fissure at the center, once glowing and alive, was now dark and still, its edges sealed beneath the thick layer of melting ice. But Jess knew better than to trust appearances. She came here every evening, lantern in hand, to watch and wait. No one else ventured this far anymore. Even the occasional hikers who had once explored the quarry trails now avoided the area, their absence leaving the quarry eerily quiet. "Still keeping watch?" a voice called from behind her. Jess turned to see Sheriff Amelia Grayson's old friend Sam Carter walking toward her. Sam was one of the few people in town who didn't shy away from the quarry, though his visits were rare and always brief. Jess nodded, her expression grim. "Someone has to." Sam stopped beside her, his gaze sweeping across the quarry. "You don't think it's over, do you?" Jess shook her head. "No, it's quiet now, but it's not gone, it's just waiting." Sam sighed, rubbing the back of his neck. "And Amelia?" "She's still part of it," Jess said softly. Her voice wavered, but she quickly steadied herself. "She's holding it back. I don't know how long she can keep doing it, but I can feel her. She's still there." Sam placed a hand on her shoulder. "You're doing good work, kid. She'd be proud of you." Jess didn't respond, her gaze fixed on the quarry. At the library, Dr. Michelle Carter had made good on her promise to stay connected, though she'd returned to her university and her research. She sent Jess and the town regular updates on her findings, though they offered little comfort. In her latest email, Michelle confirmed what Jess had already feared. The seal was stable, but fragile. The entity was still bound, but the energy, keeping it contained, required constant reinforcement, both from the carvings and from the sacrifice that had tethered it. Jess read the email twice, her fingers gripping the edges of the printed pages. She didn't need Michelle to spell it out. Amelia's sacrifice wasn't just a one-time event. She was still fighting the entity, holding it back from breaking free, and she couldn't do it forever. The weeks turned into months, and the thaw continued. The quarry's surface became a pool of dark water, its depths impossible to see. Jess patrolled the area daily, her lantern and a journal, her constant companions. She mapped the symbols around the quarry's edges, carefully retracing the ones that had begun to fade and adding notes to ensure future generations would know what to do. On one particularly cold evening, as the last of the snow melted into the ground, Jess sat by the quarry's edge with her lantern flickering beside her. She pulled the journal from her pack, flipping through its pages. The entries were meticulous, each symbol carefully sketched and annotated. But as she stared at the familiar markings, something strange caught her eye. One of the symbols near the pit had changed. Jess's heart skipped a beat. She leaned closer, her breath visible in the cold air. The symbol wasn't fading, it was evolving, its lines curling inward like a spiral, pulsing faintly with light. "What the hell?" she whispered. The air around her grew heavy, and for a moment, she thought. She heard it again, a faint voice carried on the wind, Jess. She stood abruptly, her lantern swinging in her hand. "Amelia." The voice didn't come again, but the faint pulse of the symbol continued. Jess reached out hesitantly, her fingers hovering just above the glowing lines. The warmth emanating from them was familiar, comforting. She's still here, Jess thought. Back in town, people noticed the change in Jess. She carried herself with a quiet determination, her patrols around the quarry growing longer and more frequent. Some whispered about her obsession, wondering if she had been affected by whatever had happened that night. Others, however, saw her for what she was, a protector. Jess didn't pay attention to the gossip. Her focus remained on the quarry and the fragile peace that Amelia's sacrifice had brought them. But late at night, when she was alone in her small apartment, she allowed herself to grieve. She would sit by the window, staring out at the faint glow of the quarry in the distance, and whisper the words she hadn't been able to say before. "Thank you," she murmured into the darkness, "for saving us, for saving me." The quarry remained silent for now, but Jess knew better than to trust that silence. She continued her patrols, retracing the carvings and keeping her journal up to date. She spoke to Michelle regularly, and the two of them worked to develop a plan for the future, a way to ensure the town's safety long after they were gone. But in the back of her mind, Jess couldn't shake the feeling that the fight wasn't over. Because some nights when the wind was just right and the air was still, she thought she could feel it, the faintest of vibrations beneath the earth, like the heartbeat of something vast and ancient, waiting. The air was still over Coldwater, the kind of stillness that feels unnatural, as if the world itself was holding its breath. The quarry lay in silence, its dark water glistening faintly under the weak light of the moon. Jess Coleman stood at its edge, her lantern casting a warm glow over the rocky ground. The wind was cold against her face, but she barely noticed it. Her focus was on the surface of the water, which rippled faintly despite the lack of movement around it. It had been 6 months since Amelia Grayson had disappeared into the pit, her sacrifice binding the entity beneath the quarry and saving the town from its fury. 6 months since Jess had stood in this exact spot, staring into the abyss and wondering if she would ever feel whole again. The carvings along the quarry walls glowed faintly, their light steady and constant. Jess had spent countless hours ensuring they were intact, retracing the lines whenever they began to fade. The seal held, but its energy felt different. Subtle shifts in the glow and faint pulses in the air hinted at changes she couldn't fully understand. Jess knelt beside one of the larger symbols, running her fingers over its edges. The rock felt warm beneath her touch, almost alive. She closed her eyes, letting the silence wash over her, and for a moment she thought she could hear it again, that faint, familiar whisper. Jess. Her breath caught, and she opened her eyes, scanning the darkness. The voice was gone, but the feeling lingered, like the ghost of a touch. "She's still here," Jess whispered. She wasn't sure if she was talking to herself or to the void, but the words felt true. Amelia's presence was woven into the quarry, into the seal, into the very fabric of the town. Jess could feel her everywhere, in the warmth of the carvings, in the calm that had returned to Coldwater, in the faintest of whispers carried on the wind. Back in town, the people of Coldwater carried on, their lives slowly returning to a fragile normalcy. The story of the quarry was already fading into local folklore, retold in hushed tones and half-truths. Some spoke of Amelia as a hero, a protector who had given everything to save the town. Others avoided the topic entirely, unwilling to confront the horrors that had unfolded in the depths of the earth. Jess didn't blame them. She understood the need to move on, to let go of what couldn't be changed. But for her, letting go wasn't an option. She had taken on Amelia's role as the town's protector, though the title felt heavy and undeserved. Every day she walked the paths leading to the quarry, her lantern swinging at her side, her journal tucked under her arm. She documented everything, the state of the seal, the faint vibrations that sometimes returned, the whispers that came and went like echoes of a dream. The town rarely saw her these days, but no one questioned her absence. They knew where she was and why. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the first stars began to appear, Jess sat at the edge of the quarry, staring into the water. The air was cold and still, and the faint glow of the carvings bathed the rocky walls in an ethereal light. Jess opened her journal, flipping through its pages until she reached the final entry she had written about Amelia. The words were simple but raw, a reflection of everything she had felt since that night. "You saved us, but you deserve to stay." She closed the journal and set it aside, her gaze drifting to the pit at the center of the quarry. The water rippled faintly, though there was no wind. "I'll keep watching," she said softly. Her voice carried across the still water, as if the quarry itself was listening. "I'll make sure no one forgets." The air grew warmer for a brief moment, a gentle breeze brushing against her cheek. Jess closed her eyes, letting the sensation wash over her. It felt like a promise, like a reassurance that she wasn't alone. When she opened her eyes, the quarry was still. In the years that followed, the story of the quarry became a legend, whispered among the people of Coldwater, but never spoken of openly. New families moved into the town, unaware of the darkness that had once threatened to consume it. The old carvings faded into obscurity, dismissed as remnants of the past. But Jess never stopped her patrols. Even as she grew older, her lantern light became a constant presence at the quarry's edge, a symbol of vigilance and hope. She kept the seal intact, retracing the carvings and watching for any signs of change. And though the whispers grew fainter with time, she never stopped listening. On a quiet spring morning, long after most of the town had forgotten the horrors of the past, a young boy walking along the quarry's edge found a journal resting against a rock. Its pages were weathered, filled with sketches of symbols and notes written in a steady hand. The boy turned to the final page, where a single sentence was scrawled, "The seal holds. For now." The boy glanced at the quarry, its surface calm and undisturbed, and felt a shiver run down his spine. He tucked the journal under his arm and hurried home, the weight of its words settling heavily on his young shoulders. Far beneath, The quarry, in the depths of the earth where light could never reach, the entity stirred faintly, its form pressed against the edges of its prison. And somewhere within the seal, Amelia Grayson stood watch. Story 2. The observatory perched atop Blackwood Ridge was a forgotten relic of an earlier time, its cracked dome and weather-worn walls barely concealing the once advanced machinery inside. Professor Alden Herrick had spent years alone in its hollowed chambers, his career in academia long abandoned after too many warnings about his unorthodox methods. Now Herrick's only companions were the machines, the telescopes, the spectrometers, and the faint hum of the receiver that had become his obsession. It started as a whisper, a faint rhythmic signal barely distinguishable from the static of deep bass. Herrick adjusted the dials on the receiver, his hands trembling with anticipation. For weeks he'd been chasing anomalies, strange disturbances in the radio bands that conventional astrophysics couldn't explain. Tonight, the anomaly was clearer, its cadence deliberate, almost organic. As he listened, Herrick's eyes drifted to the star chart pinned to the wall. It was covered in pencil marks, erratic notes scrawled in the margins. He had been tracking subtle shifts in star positions for months, dismissing them as errors in his calculations, until now. The rhythmic signal seemed to pulse in tandem with a pattern he had only half understood, a lattice of stars forming a complex, interwoven structure that defied logic. Herrick's pulse quickened. The receiver emitted a low, warbling tone, followed by a sequence of sharp bursts. He scribbled the sequence into his notebook, long, short, long, long, repeating endlessly. It wasn't natural. It couldn't be. He swung his chair to face the main telescope, aligning it with the coordinates he'd traced from the signal's origin. The stars beyond the lens appeared brighter than usual, their light trembling faintly, as though refracted through water. "No," he murmured, his breath catching in his throat. The stars weren't trembling. They were moving. Herrick spent the next hours feverishly documenting the anomaly. The stars, once fixed points in the night sky, had shifted, aligning themselves into geometric patterns that he could only describe as latticed. He traced their positions onto the star chart, the intricate grid spreading across the constellations like a celestial web. He tried calling colleagues at nearby universities, his voice trembling with urgency, but his warnings were met with polite dismissals or outright ridicule. "Stars don't move like that," one astrophysicist scoffed. "You've got a faulty sensor, Herrick. Check your instruments." But Herrick knew better. He had recalibrated every device, triple-checked every calculation. The movement of the stars wasn't an error. It was intentional. By dawn, the signal had grown louder, its rhythm embedding itself in Herrick's thoughts like a fevered mantra. The lattice in the sky grew clearer with each passing hour, its vast geometry extending beyond the edges of any known map. Herrick felt both awe and dread as he studied its structure. The stars weren't aligning randomly. They were forming a pattern, one he had seen before. Deep in the archives of the observatory, Herrick unearthed an ancient manuscript he had dismissed years ago as a piece of cryptic mythology. Its pages were filled with diagrams of interlocking star patterns and verses written in a language that had no known origin. The text described a net of Neosith, a prison woven by the builders to trap something too vast and terrible to comprehend. His fingers trembled as he read. The lattice in the manuscript was identical to the pattern in the sky. As night fell again, Herrick returned to the observatory's main dome. He adjusted the telescope, aligning it with the brightest segment of the lattice. The signal now filled the observatory, a constant hum that resonated deep in his chest. Peering through the lens, Herrick's breath hitched. Beyond the lattice, faint but undeniable, was movement. Something immense and writhing, its form barely visible against the void. Its edges shimmered like heat waves, shifting in ways that made his eyes water and his mind reel. His hand gripped the telescope's frame as the realization struck him. The lattice wasn't just a structure. It was a barrier. And whatever lay beyond it was pushing against the edges, testing the integrity of its ancient prison. Harrick stumbled back from the telescope, his heart racing. He clutched his notebook, scribbling furiously as the pieces of the puzzle fell into place. The signal wasn't random. It was a call for help. The lattice was failing, and whatever was imprisoned within it was trying to escape. He didn't sleep that night. The signal pulsed in his mind, a rhythm that seemed to speak to him in a language he couldn't fully understand. By morning, the stars in the sky had shifted further, their positions visible even to the naked eye. The lattice was weakening. Cliffhanger. Harrick steps outside the observatory to find the stars above, forming a perfect glowing grid. For the first time, he hears the signal not through the receiver but directly in his mind. It speaks a single, chilling word: soon. The morning after the signal first spoke to him, Professor Alden Harrick sat at his desk in the cold grey light filtering through the observatory's narrow windows. His notebook lay open, its pages filled with scrawled diagrams of the lattice, notes on spectral data, and fragments of the signal's haunting rhythm. The word that had echoed in his mind the night before, soon, reverberated still, as if carved into the folds of his brain. He tried to distract himself with calculations, scrawling equations in the margins of his notes. The mathematics refused to cooperate. The lattice's geometry defied the rules of Euclidean space, its angles folding impossibly into higher dimensions. Harrick's hands trembled as he worked. He had spent his life chasing patterns in the stars, believing that the universe was vast but ultimately comprehensible. Now the very fabric of reality seemed to mock his efforts. The lattice wasn't just a prison, it was a warning. Determined to uncover the truth, Harrick plunged into his personal archive of esoteric manuscripts and academic papers, the detritus of decades spent at the edges of mainstream science. Dust-covered tomes and weathered journals littered the observatory floor, their pages filled with myths and forbidden knowledge. One volume in particular drew his attention: the Sable Codex, a medieval treatise he had acquired during his brief tenure at Miskatonic University. Its cover was cracked leather, embossed with symbols eerily reminiscent of the lattice. He turned the brittle pages carefully, his eyes scanning the faded text for anything that could explain what he had seen. Halfway through the book, he found a passage describing the net of Neosith. The text claimed that the lattice was forged eons ago by an ancient, unnamed race, beings whose minds operated on scales far beyond human comprehension. They had woven the lattice to imprison Thal Ithrax, a godlike entity of infinite malice and hunger. Harrick's hands shook as he read the description of Thal Ithrax. It wasn't a god in the human sense, bound by will or morality. It was something far older, a force of destruction born of the void between stars. The builders had sacrificed entire galaxies to construct the lattice, a prison designed not to kill Thal Ithrax, but to contain it. For it is deathless, the text warned, and where it stirs, reality itself unravels. As the days passed, Harrick delved deeper into his research, pulling together ancient myths, astronomical anomalies, and cryptic writings from civilizations long dead. He discovered recurring references to the lattice, though it was called by different names: the heavenly web by Babylonian astrologers, the celestial grid by medieval alchemists, and the veil of sorrow by a remote Inuit tribe that spoke of stars shifting in the night sky before great calamities. He found fragments of star maps, their patterns eerily similar to the lattice, carved into the walls of caves in Siberia and the ruins of a temple in Mesopotamia. The signal's rhythmic pattern appeared in unrelated contexts, coded into Mayan glyphs, echoed in ancient Sanskrit chants. The implication was horrifying. Humanity had always known, on some unconscious level, that the lattice existed, but every account ended the same way, with silence. The text hinted that the lattice's power was not eternal, that its builders had long since vanished, leaving their creation to decay. Harrick's obsession deepened as the days turned into weeks. He spent his nights at the telescope, watching as the stars continued to shift unnaturally, their new positions forming an increasingly complex web. His days were consumed by feverish research, his body weakening as he skipped meals and ignored sleep. The signal, always present in the background, began to affect him in subtle ways. The rhythm invaded his dreams, pulling him into vast cyclopean landscapes of endless latticework, where massive, writhing shadows loomed just beyond his vision. He woke each morning drenched in sweat, his heart racing, the word soon echoing in his ears. It was during one of these dreams that Harrick saw the lattice as it truly was. In his mind's eye, it stretched across the cosmos, a vast, shimmering web of light and geometry that bent the fabric of space-time itself. At its center was a void, a churning abyss of shifting darkness that pulsed with malevolence. Harrick woke with a start, gasping for air. The voice that whispered in his dreams wasn't human. Desperate for validation, Harrick reached out to the academic community again. He sent recordings of the signal and diagrams of the lattice to former colleagues, including Dr. Marianne Klein, a brilliant but reclusive astrophysicist who had once shared his fascination with cosmological anomalies. Klein was the only one who responded. Her reply was brief but urgent. "Harrick, stop. Whatever you're doing, stop now. This isn't something we're meant to understand." Undeterred, Harrick convinced her to meet him at the observatory, promising to show her proof that couldn't be ignored. When Klein arrived, her skepticism was palpable. She stood in the observatory's cluttered main room, arms crossed, her sharp eyes scanning Harrick's disheveled appearance. "You look like you haven't slept in weeks," she said bluntly. "I haven't," Harrick admitted, his voice hoarse. "But I've found something, Marianne, something that changes everything." He led her to the telescope, his excitement barely contained. "Look," he said, gesturing for her to peer through the lens. "Tell me what you see." Klein hesitated, then leaned forward, adjusting the focus. Her breath caught as the lattice came into view, its vast, interwoven structure spreading across the heavens. What is this?" she whispered. "The net of Neosith," Harrick said, his voice trembling. "The builders created it to imprison something, a god or something worse, and now it's failing." Klein pulled back from the telescope, her expression unreadable. "You can't possibly know that." "I do," Harrick insisted, showing her his notes and recordings. "It's all connected, the signal, the shifting stars, the ancient texts. It's real, Marianne. The lattice is real." Klein studied the notes in silence, her brow furrowed. "If this is true," she said finally, "then we're in more danger than you realize." "What do you mean?" Harrick asked. "The signal," Klein said, her voice lowering. "It's not just a call for help. It's a warning. And if we can hear it, then so can something else." Cliffhanger. That night, as Harrick and Klein observed the lattice together, the signal suddenly stops. The silence is deafening, unnatural, and in its absence the stars themselves seem to tremble. And then, faintly, a new signal emerges, a low, guttural sound that makes Harrick's skin crawl. It's not the lattice calling anymore. Something else is speaking. The silence that followed the shift in the signal was almost unbearable. Professor Harrick and Dr. Klein sat in the observatory's main room, the receiver's speaker emitting a low, erratic hum that sounded more like a heartbeat than static. Harrick's hands trembled as he adjusted the dials, trying to isolate the new sound. "It's different," Klein muttered, leaning over his shoulder. Her voice carried a sharp edge. her usually composed demeanor beginning to fray. The signal. Before, it had structure, purpose. This is something else entirely. Harrick nodded, his throat dry. The new signal defied any logical interpretation. It didn't pulse in patterns or frequencies. It shifted, like a living thing trying to communicate in a language beyond comprehension. He flipped open his notebook, scribbling down fragments of the signal's behavior. Abrupt oscillations, sudden bursts of noise, a rising tone that seemed to fracture before resolving into an unearthly silence. "What do you think it means?" he asked, his voice unsteady. Klein frowned. If the first signal was a warning, this could be a response, or an echo. An echo of what? Harrick pressed. Klein hesitated. Something from beyond the lattice, something watching. The next morning, Harrick sent recordings of the new signal to every colleague and research institution he could think of. He knew most would dismiss it outright, but he hoped anyone, would recognize the importance of what he'd uncovered. The responses were predictable. Dismissals, platitudes, or outright mockery filled his inbox. "This is a mechanical failure," one astrophysicist wrote. "Clean your equipment, Harrick. The stars aren't moving and the sky isn't sending you messages." Another reply was harsher. "You're an embarrassment to the field. Stop chasing ghosts." Harrick crushed the printed emails in his fist, the words stinging more than he cared to admit. But Klein, seated across the room, watched him with a mixture of pity and frustration. "You knew this would happen," she said, her tone flat. "They think you're crazy." "They're wrong," Harrick snapped, pacing the room. "I've seen it. You've seen it. The lattice is real, and something is trying to break through." Klein sighed, pinching the bridge of her nose. "Even if they believed you, what could they do? This isn't something science can fix. It's..." She paused, searching for the right word. "It's bigger than us." Harrick stopped pacing, his jaw tightening. "So what do we do? Just wait for it to destroy us?" For a moment, neither of them spoke. The next day, Harrick received an unexpected message. It was from Dr. Samuel Armitage, a reclusive mathematician who had been dismissed from academia years earlier for his controversial theories on higher dimensional structures. Armitage's email was short but cryptic. "The lattice. We should talk. I've seen it too." Harrick immediately called the number included in the email. Armitage answered on the second ring, his voice rasping with exhaustion. "You're not imagining it," Armitage said without preamble. "The lattice is real, and it's failing." "How do you know?" Harrick demanded. "I've been studying these patterns for years," Armitage said. "The shifting stars, the energy fluctuations, they've been happening longer than you realize. But the signal you sent me, it's new. It means the lattice is breaking faster than anyone predicted." "Can it be repaired?" Harrick asked, his pulse quickening. There was a long pause. "Maybe," Armitage said finally, "but it would require understanding the lattice on a level that humans aren't capable of. The builders, they were something else entirely. Their minds worked in ways we can't even begin to comprehend." Klein leaned in, listening intently. "You're saying the builders are gone?" "They vanished millennia ago," Armitage replied. "No one knows why. Maybe they succeeded in containing Thalithrax and left the universe to its fate, or maybe they failed and were consumed. Either way, we're alone now." Harrick swallowed hard, his mind racing. "What about the new signal? The one I sent? You?" Armitage hesitated. "That's what worries me most," he said quietly. "It's not from the lattice, and it's not from Thalithrax. It's something else, something outside the prison. And it's watching." The call ended abruptly, leaving Harrick and Klein staring at each other in uneasy silence. "What now?" Klein asked finally. "We find Armitage," Harrick said. "If he knows this much, he might know how to stop it." Tracking down Armitage proved difficult. His last known address was in a remote village in northern Maine, but when Herrick and Klein arrived, they found the house abandoned. Dust covered the furniture, and the walls were lined with stacks of books and handwritten notes. On a desk in the study, they found a single sheet of paper covered in Armitage's jagged handwriting. The lattice is failing. The builder's work cannot hold much longer. Humanity was never meant to be the keystone. If it falls, the stars will burn, and the void will reclaim us. Herrick stared at the note, his chest tightening. "He's gone," he murmured. Klein picked up one of the books, her brow furrowing. "He was looking for something," she said, flipping through the pages. "There are references here to locations, ancient sites. He thought there might be traces of the builders left behind." Herrick's eyes widened. "You think he went looking for them?" "It's possible," Klein said. "If he believed they left a way to repair the lattice." Herrick nodded, his resolve hardening. "Then we follow his trail." As Herrick and Klein leave the house, the night sky above shifts unnaturally. The stars no longer twinkle. They glow, steady and bright, as if fixed in an immense, otherworldly grid. And from the receiver in their car, the new signal hums faintly, its rhythm accelerating. The road back from Dr. Armitage's abandoned house was shrouded in a darkness that seemed thicker than usual, the headlights of Herrick's car barely cutting through the void. Herrick and Dr. Klein sat in tense silence, the hum of the receiver. In the back seat, the only sound, a low and erratic pulse that seemed almost alive. The signal had changed again. It wasn't just noise anymore. It was growing louder, more deliberate, with bursts of sound that seemed almost like speech. Herrick gripped the steering wheel tightly, his knuckles white. "It's accelerating," Klein said, breaking the silence. She leaned forward, watching the receiver as its display flickered erratically. "Whatever's broadcasting this, it's reacting to something." Herrick glanced at her, his jaw tight. "Reacting to us?" Klein hesitated. "Maybe. Or to the lattice itself. Either way, it's getting stronger." By the time they returned to the observatory, the signal was overwhelming. The receiver's hum had deepened into a guttural vibration, rattling the windows and making Herrick's chest ache. He rushed to the equipment, adjusting dials and tweaking frequencies, trying to isolate the source of the new signal. "It's not coming from one location anymore," he muttered, his voice barely audible over the noise. "It's everywhere, all around us." Klein stared at the readings on the monitor, her face pale. "That's not possible. A signal can't originate from everywhere at once. It needs a source." Herrick stopped abruptly, his hand frozen on the receiver's controls. Unless what? Unless it's using the lattice itself as a medium." Klein's eyes widened. "You're saying the lattice is broadcasting the signal?" Herrick nodded slowly, the weight of the realization sinking in. "The lattice isn't just a prison, it's a transmitter. And now that it's weakening, it's not just containing Thal-Ithrax. It's broadcasting its presence to whatever's out there." The sky above the observatory had grown unnaturally bright. Herrick stepped outside, his breath catching as he stared upward. The stars, which should have been scattered and twinkling in the cold night air, were now locked in rigid patterns, glowing steadily like the nodes of an immense web. "It's the lattice," he whispered, his voice trembling. "It's visible now." Klein joined him, her face a mask of disbelief. "This shouldn't be happening. The stars can't." She stopped herself, shaking her head. "No, this isn't right. It's not the stars themselves. It's the lattice superimposing itself over the sky. It's collapsing." The signal continued to escalate in the following days, affecting more than just Herrick and Klein. Reports began to surface across the globe. Faint vibrations in the ground, sudden disruptions in satellite communication, and power grids flickering uncontrollably. Amateur astronomers uploaded videos of the stars moving in strange patterns, their movements too deliberate to be natural. The internet buzzed with theories, a secret government experiment, an elaborate hoax, even divine intervention. But Harrick knew the truth, and it filled him with a dread he couldn't put into words. The lattice wasn't just visible now, it was resonating, its energy bleeding into the fabric of reality itself. One night, as Harrick and Klein worked feverishly, in the observatory the signal reached a new intensity. The lights flickered, and the receiver emitted a high-pitched tone that made both of them wince. "Turn it down!" Klein shouted, covering her ears. Harrick adjusted the volume, but the "e" sound didn't stop. It grew louder, the pitch shifting and warping until it sounded almost like a voice. "Do you hear that?" Harrick asked, his face pale. Klein nodded, her eyes wide. It's speaking." The voice was garbled, layered with static and distortion, but there was no mistaking its intent. It wasn't human. It wasn't even close. Harrick scrambled for his notebook, jotting down fragments of the words he could decipher. Bound, lattice, release, keystone, soon. "Keystone," Klein said, her voice shaking. "That word keeps coming up. It's in Armitage's notes, in the text you found. What does it mean?" Harrick stared at the word on the page, his mind racing. "The keystone is the key to the lattice. The builders designed it to stabilize the prison. Without it, the lattice can't hold. But if the lattice is failing, then the keystone is either gone," Klein finished, "or it's breaking." The receiver's display flickered, its numbers and symbols replaced by an image, a jagged lattice of stars collapsing inward, the void beyond it writhing with impossible shapes. And then, the voice spoke clearly for the first time, a single word that sent ice through Harrick's veins. "Welcome." The observatory had grown suffocatingly quiet after the signal's voice uttered its singular, chilling word. "Welcome." Harrick stared at the receiver, his breath shallow and uneven. The room felt smaller, the air heavier, as if the word had physically altered the space. Beside him, Dr. Klein stood frozen, her face pale and her hands trembling. Did it mean us?" she whispered finally. Harrick didn't respond immediately. His mind raced, replaying the voice's distorted cadence, the alien tones resonating with something primal within him. "It's not welcoming us," he said at last, his voice hollow. "It's welcoming something else." The following days blurred into a haze of feverish research and mounting dread. Harrick buried himself in the observatory's archives, his notebooks filling with diagrams of the lattice, fragments of the signal's translations, and his increasingly disjointed thoughts. Sleep became impossible. Every time he closed his eyes, he saw the stars shifting in their impossible patterns, the lattice groaning under the strain of its failing structure. The whispers began on the third night. At first, Harrick dismissed them as figments of his exhausted mind, scraps of memory clinging to the edges of wakefulness. But as the hours passed, the whispers grew more distinct, their words intelligible, but devoid of any human inflection. "You see it. You understand. Join us." Harrick jolted awake in his chair, his heart pounding. The whispers weren't coming from his mind. They were emanating from the receiver. The signal had changed again, its rhythm now punctuated by faint, insidious voices that seemed to coil around his thoughts. Dr. Klein noticed the changes in Harrick almost immediately. His movements grew erratic, his speech fragmented, his once meticulous notes devolving into sprawling, chaotic scrawls. "You need to stop," she said one morning, her tone sharper than she intended. "You're not helping anyone if you lose yourself to this." Harrick shot her a glare, his eyes bloodshot. "Don't you see? I have to keep going. If we stop now, it's over." "The lattice will fail, and that thing will be free. You're not thinking clearly, Klein said, stepping closer. The signal, it's affecting you. It's manipulating you. It's showing me the truth, Harrick snapped, slamming his fist on the table. The lattice, the builders, Thalithrax. None of it makes sense unless you listen to the signal. Really listen. Klein's expression softened, her frustration giving way to concern. Alden, she said quietly. That's exactly what it wants, don't you see? It's using you. Harrick turned away, his hands trembling. Deep down, he knew she was right. The whispers had begun to feel less like a revelation and more like an intrusion, worming their way into his thoughts and twisting them. But he couldn't stop, not now. The signal's effects weren't confined to the observatory. Reports of strange behavior began trickling in from across the globe. Scientists exposed to the shifting stars and the escalating signal described vivid dreams of impossible geometries and vast, writhing shadows. Some spoke of hearing whispers, others of seeing the lattice etched into the fabric of the night sky in remote areas where the stars burned brighter and the lattice's influence was strongest. Entire communities fell into chaos. A town in northern Canada reported mass insomnia and hallucinations, its residents babbling incoherently about the cage and the watcher in the void. A satellite technician in Australia transmitted a final chilling message before vanishing without a trace. They're coming through. Governments scrambled to contain the panic, but the phenomenon defied explanation. Official statements dismissed the shifting stars as an atmospheric illusion, the whispers as auditory pareidolia. But behind closed doors, scientists and officials whispered of something far worse. At the observatory, Harrick's descent continued. The whispers had become a constant presence, threading through his thoughts and blurring the line between his mind and the signal. His notes grew more erratic, his calculations spiraling into incomprehensible scribbles. Klein tried to intervene, pulling him away from the receiver and forcing him to eat, to rest, to remember who he was. But her efforts were futile. The signal had its hooks in him, and every moment he spent away from it felt like suffocation. One night, she found him in the observatory's main dome, standing before the telescope with a vacant expression. The lattice filled the night sky above, its lines glowing faintly, and Harrick stared at it as though entranced. "It's beautiful," he murmured. Klein grabbed his arm, shaking him. "Snap out of it. This isn't you." He turned to her, his eyes distant. "It's not just a prison," he said. "It's a map, a blueprint for something greater. If we could understand it." "We can't," Klein shouted, her voice breaking. "It's not meant for us, Alden. The builders didn't leave it for humanity. They left it to keep us safe, to keep it contained." Harrick blinked, a flicker of lucidity returning to his expression. But what if it's already too late? That night, Harrick dreams of the lattice collapsing. He stands in a vast void, the stars above falling into the abyss one by one. The whispers swell into a deafening roar, and a shape begins to emerge from the darkness, a shadow so immense it blots out the sky. Harrick wakes in a cold sweat, his mind filled with a single horrifying thought. The lattice isn't just weakening, it's breaking entirely. The collapse of the lattice was no longer a theoretical threat. It had begun in earnest, its effects rippling through the cosmos and leaving fractures in reality itself. Humanity, fragile and ill-equipped to comprehend the scale of what was unfolding, began to unravel. Harrick stood in the observatory's dome, his face lit by the faint glow of the lattice above. The stars, now visibly locked in their unnatural grid, pulsed faintly, as if struggling to maintain their positions. The receiver in the corner emitted a low, guttural hum, its once rhythmic signal devolving into chaotic bursts of noise. Dr. Klein entered, her expression tense. "The reports are coming in faster now," she said, tossing a folder onto the table. "Power grids failing, planes grounded because navigation systems can't lock onto stable satellites. People are seeing things, Alden. Shadows where there shouldn't be any. And it's not just isolated incidents, it's everywhere. Harrick picked up the folder, flipping through the pages. Satellite images showed the lattice spreading across the night sky, its lines sharper, more defined. The stars were no longer stars, but points of light in an immense, incomprehensible structure. "It's reaching critical mass," Harrick murmured, his voice tinged with awe and dread. Klein grabbed his arm, forcing him to look at her. "We don't have time to be awestruck. If we don't find a way to stabilize this thing, humanity won't survive what's coming." Outside the observatory, chaos gripped the world. In Coldwater, a small fishing village near the observatory, the sea had turned unnaturally still, its surface reflecting the lattice like a vast black mirror. Fishermen whispered of hearing voices from the deep, calling them by name. In New York City, the lights of Times Square flickered, the massive screens displaying fractured images of the lattice even when unplugged. Crowds gathered in the streets, staring skyward with vacant expressions. Some claimed they could see shapes moving within the lattice, vast and terrible, watching. Across the globe, the phenomenon worsened. Birds fell from the sky, their navigation disrupted. Clocks ran backward, forward, or stopped entirely. And everywhere, the whispers grew louder. Religious leaders declared it the end of days, while scientists scrambled to offer explanations that no longer held weight. Governments deployed satellites to study the anomaly, only for them to vanish into the void. At the observatory, Harrick and Klein worked frantically to make sense of the escalating catastrophe. They analyzed the signal's changes, mapped the lattice's growing influence, and searched for any trace of the builders' forgotten knowledge. But their progress was slow, and the strain was beginning to show. Harrick had grown gaunt and hollow-eyed, his obsession with the lattice consuming him. Klein tried to hold them both together, but the weight of what they were facing, what they were failing to prevent, pressed down on her. Late one night, as the signal pulsed louder than ever, Klein slammed her notebook shut and turned to Harrick. "We're running out of time," she said, her voice sharp. "If we don't do something soon, there won't be anything left to save." Harrick nodded, his gaze fixed on the receiver. "There's one thing we haven't tried yet." Klein frowned. "What?" "Direct interaction," Harrick said, his voice low. "The builders used the lattice as a prison, but it's more than that. It's a framework, a communication tool. If we can find a way to connect to it—" "You're talking about opening your mind to it," Klein interrupted, her tone incredulous. "Do you have any idea what that would do to you?" "I've been hearing it for weeks," Harrick said, his voice steady. "It's already in my head. Maybe it's been waiting for me to figure this out." Klein grabbed his arm. "You don't know what you're saying. The lattice is failing because of something far beyond our understanding. You're just a man, Alden. What makes you think you can face it and survive?" Harrick's gaze didn't waver. "Because we don't have a choice." The first attempt to connect with the lattice was rudimentary and desperate. Harrick used the observatory's equipment to amplify the signal, flooding the room with its pulsating hum. The stars outside blazed brighter, their positions shifting, minutely, as if responding to his efforts. He sat in the center of the dome, electrodes attached to his temples, his breathing shallow. Klein monitored the equipment, her hands trembling as she adjusted the settings. "This is insane," she muttered. "No," Harrick said, his eyes closed. "Do it anyway." Klein hesitated, then flipped the final switch. The connection was immediate and overwhelming. Harrick's mind was pulled into a vast, infinite expanse of light and shadow, where the lattice stretched across the cosmos like the skeleton of a dead god. Its lines pulsed with energy, each point connecting to a distant star, a planet, a memory. At its center was the void. He felt its presence before he saw it, a churning, seething mass of darkness that radiated malice and hunger. It wasn't a being in the traditional sense. It was a force, a concept, something that existed outside the boundaries of time and space. Thale Ithrax. The name formed unbidden in his mind, and with it came a flood of knowledge. The builders' desperate struggle to contain the entity, the galaxies they sacrificed, the lattice they constructed as their final act of defiance. And now, the lattice was failing. Harrick gasped, jerking back to reality as the connection severed. He collapsed onto the floor, his body shaking, his mind reeling from the enormity of what he had seen. Klein was at his side instantly, pulling the electrodes from his temples. "What happened?" she demanded. "What did you see?" Harrick struggled to speak, his voice barely a whisper. "The lattice, it's collapsing because Earth..." He stopped, his breath hitching. "Earth is the keystone. It's holding everything together, and now it's breaking." Klein stared at him, her face pale. "If the lattice fails completely, it'll take Earth with it," Harrick said, "and then everything else." That night, the stars above shifted violently, their positions fracturing and reforming. The lattice blazed brighter than ever, its structure groaning under the strain, and deep within the void, Thale Ithrax stirred. The observatory was silent except for the faint hum of the receiver and the rustle of Harrick's trembling hands as he flipped through his notebook. His notes were a chaotic mess. Diagrams of the lattice, fragments of the builder's supposed language, hastily scrawled thoughts. He had tried to capture the enormity of what he had seen during his connection to the lattice, but the task was impossible. Words failed, and even his hastily drawn symbols felt inadequate. Dr. Klein sat across from him, her gaze sharp and unrelenting. "You said Earth is the keystone," she began. "Explain what that means." Slowly. Harrick exhaled shakily, pushing his notebook aside. "The builders, they didn't just trap Thale Ithrax with the lattice. They anchored it to specific points, nodes spread across the cosmos. Those nodes stabilized the structure and prevented the entity from tearing free." "And Earth is one of those nodes?" Klein asked. Harrick shook his head. "Not just, one of them. The keystone. The entire lattice was designed to revolve around this planet. Its position, its composition, even its life forms, all of it was part of their design. Without Earth, the lattice can't hold." Klein frowned, leaning forward. "Why Earth? What makes this planet so special?" "That's the question, isn't it?" Harrick muttered. He ran a hand through his unkempt hair. "The builders chose this planet for a reason, but I couldn't see it. All I know is that the lattice is failing because Earth's stability as the keystone is breaking down. Maybe it's something we've done, pollution, climate change, nuclear testing, or maybe it's just time catching up to their design. Either way, we're the linchpin, and the pin is snapping." Klein stared at him, her mind racing. "If Earth is the keystone, that means the builders knew this would happen eventually. They had to have built in a failsafe, something we can use to reinforce the lattice." Harrick gestured to the scattered books and manuscripts strewn across the observatory. "I've been searching for that failsafe for weeks. If it exists, it's buried in ancient myths and scraps of half-deciphered languages. The builders didn't leave us an instruction manual." "Then we have to keep looking," Klein said firmly. "The answers have to be out there." Harrick and Klein dove into their research with renewed urgency, scouring texts and cross-referencing ancient myths with modern science. Over time, a fragmented history of the builders began to emerge, a race so advanced that they transcended physical form, existing as pure thought and energy. They had ruled the universe in its infancy, their knowledge vast and incomprehensible. But they were not invincible. Harrick pieced together accounts of a cataclysmic war, fought not against another species, but against an entity born from the void between dimensions. This entity, Thale Ithrax, was not a god or a being in any traditional sense. It was entropy given form, a force of unmaking that consumed and corrupted everything it touched. The builders had tried to destroy it and failed. Instead, they had poured their collective will into constructing the lattice, a structure that spanned galaxies and operated on principles far beyond human understanding. They had succeeded in imprisoning Thal-Ithrax, but at a terrible cost. Entire civilizations were sacrificed, their stars extinguished to power the lattice. As Harrick read the accounts, a sickening realization began to dawn on him. The builders didn't leave because they wanted to, he said one evening, his voice hollow. They left because they had no choice. Maintaining the lattice drained them. They sacrificed themselves to keep it intact. Klein looked up from her work, her face pale. Then how is it still holding after all this time? They built it to last, Harrick replied. But even the strongest structures erode eventually. And now that erosion has reached its breaking point. One of the texts, a fragment of a Sumerian tablet, described a ritual tied to the lattice, a process that required a chosen node to be reconnected to the prison's core. The language was obscure, and the details were maddeningly vague, but it suggested that a living being could act as a temporary stabilizer. Harrick stared at the translation, his stomach twisting. It's a sacrifice, he said quietly. Klein crossed the room to read over his shoulder. What do you mean? The builders designed the lattice to respond to consciousness, Harrick explained. They used their own minds to hold it together. If Earth is the keystone, then a human mind could act as a bridge to reinforce the connection. Klein's eyes widened. You're saying someone has to merge with the lattice? Not just merge with it, Harrick said. Become part of it permanently. The enormity of what Harrick was suggesting settled between them like a physical weight. Neither of them spoke for a long time. The only sound, the faint hum of the signal still emanating from the receiver. Finally, Klein broke the silence. There has to be another way. Something we've missed. Harrick shook his head. I don't think there is. The builders designed the lattice to require sacrifices, and they built Earth as the final keystone because they knew it would eventually come down to this. Klein's voice wavered. Alden, if you go through with this... I know, Harrick said softly. But what choice do we have? For the next few days they worked in near silence, preparing for the ritual. Harrick studied the fragmented texts, decoding as much as he could while Klein calibrated the observatory's equipment to act as a conduit. The lattice above grew brighter and more fractured with each passing night, its failing structure casting eerie shadows across the ground. The signal had changed again, its tone sharper, more urgent. It no longer whispered. It screamed. Harrick felt the weight of its pull constantly now, a gnawing presence at the edge of his thoughts. But there was something else beneath it, something calmer, older. The builders' remnants, he realized. The faint echoes of their will still lingered within the lattice, guiding him. By the time the final preparations were complete, Harrick felt a strange sense of peace. He had spent his life searching for meaning in the stars, chasing answers to questions no one else dared to ask. Now he understood the price of that knowledge. As he stood in the center of the observatory, electrodes attached to his temples, he turned to Klein one last time. If this works, he said, you'll have to make sure no one disturbs the lattice again. Promise me. Klein's voice cracked. I promise. Harrick closed his eyes as Klein activated the equipment. The connection surged through him. Instantly, his consciousness expanding into the infinite web of the lattice. He felt its fractures, its desperate need for stability, and he gave himself to it willingly. The lattice blazed across the sky, its lines reforming, strengthening, as Harrick's mind became one with its structure. The void beyond it trembled, and for a moment, Thal-Ithrax seemed to recoil, its vast, churning form retreating into the darkness. Klein watched from the control panel, tears streaming down her face as the light from the lattice bathed the observatory. When it finally dimmed, she knew Harrick was gone. The lattice had been stabilized, for now, but the knowledge of its fragility and the sacrifice it required would haunt her forever. Dr. Marianne Klein sat alone in the observatory, her eyes fixed on the lattice that still glowed faintly in the night sky. Its lines were stable now, holding their impossible geometric precision, but the sacrifice that had secured it lingered. Heavily in her mind, Alden Harrick was gone. His consciousness had merged with the lattice, his mind becoming a bridge to reinforce its crumbling framework. The observatory felt emptier without his restless energy, his endless drive to understand the incomprehensible. She tightened her grip on the edge of the desk, her knuckles whitening. "What now?" she muttered, the words bitter on her tongue. The hum of the receiver was gone, leaving the room eerily silent. The signal, which had been a constant presence for weeks, had ceased the moment Harrick's connection to the lattice was complete. But the silence didn't comfort her. It felt like the calm before a storm, a fragile peace hiding a far greater danger. Klein spent the next few days trying to piece together the fragments of Harrick's research. His notebooks, filled with half-deciphered symbols and chaotic equations, were both a treasure trove and a curse. Every time she thought she understood a piece of the lattice's design, another question arose, spiraling into deeper uncertainty. She couldn't shake the feeling that Harrick's sacrifice was only a temporary solution. The lattice had stabilized, yes, but its fractures remained, small cracks that could grow with time. And Thal Ithrax, the void-born entity that the lattice contained, was still there, waiting. Klein closed one of Harrick's notebooks with a frustrated sigh. Her thoughts felt like they were spinning in circles, and the isolation of the observatory only amplified her unease. She decided to leave. Coldwater was a ghost town when she arrived, its streets empty and its buildings shrouded in an unnatural quiet. The townspeople, those who hadn't already fled during the worst of the lattice's disturbances, had withdrawn into their homes. Klein stopped at the general store, hoping to restock supplies and find some semblance of normalcy. The elderly shopkeeper, a wiry man with a weathered face, glanced at her nervously as she approached the counter. "You're from the observatory, aren't you?" he asked, his voice low. Klein hesitated, then nodded. The man leaned closer, his expression grim. "You need to tell us the truth. Are we safe now, or is it just hiding?" She didn't answer immediately. How could she? She couldn't bring herself to say that the lattice was a fragile patch on an infinite wound, that its stability depended entirely on a man who was now less human than he was a construct of light and geometry. Instead, she said, "For now, we're safe." The man didn't look reassured, but he nodded, handing her a bag of supplies. "Just don't let it come back," he muttered. Back at the observatory, Klein found herself drifting into sleepless nights, her thoughts consumed by what Harrick had said before his sacrifice. "The builders didn't leave us an instruction manual." The phrase haunted her. If humanity had no guide to maintaining the lattice, then what Harrick had done, what she had helped him do, was nothing more than a desperate gamble. She couldn't live with that uncertainty. She began working again, diving into the observatory's archives with an intensity that mirrored Harrick's obsession. The builders had to have left something, she told herself. Some clue, some fragment of knowledge hidden among the ancient texts. If the lattice ever began to fail again, she needed to know how to fix it. The first whispers came 3 nights later. Klein was hunched over a notebook, her pencil flying across the page as she translated another fragment of the Sumerian tablet Harrick had found. Her thoughts were scattered, her focus wavering, but the voice cut through the haze like a knife. "Marianne." She froze, her heart pounding. The voice was faint, almost a whisper, but unmistakable. It wasn't Harrick's voice. It wasn't any voice she recognized. Slowly, she stood and turned toward the receiver. It was off, the dials and displays dark. "Marianne," the voice repeated, softer this time. She clenched her fists, her breathing shallow. "Who's there?" she demanded, her voice trembling. There was no response, but the lattice outside glowed brighter for a moment, its lines pulsing faintly. Over the next few days, the whispers became more frequent. They weren't always audible, but she felt them. Soft, insistent impressions pressing against her thoughts. They spoke of the lattice, of the builders, of the endless void beyond it. They urged her to keep looking, to keep searching, to unlock the truths she hadn't yet uncovered. At first, she resisted. She told herself it was stress, exhaustion, the lingering effects of weeks spent immersed in the lattice's influence. But the whispers grew louder, more coherent, and she began to wonder if they were right. What if there was more to the lattice than even Harrick had understood? What if she could find the key to not just stabilizing it, but repairing it permanently? Klein's work became an obsession. She stopped leaving the observatory, stopped answering messages from colleagues and townspeople. The whispers guided her. Hands as she worked, her notebooks filling with new calculations, new diagrams, new ideas. She knew it was dangerous. She knew the lattice had already claimed Harrick, and that it could claim her too. But the thought of failure, of letting the lattice collapse again, was unbearable. And deep down, she couldn't shake the feeling that the whispers weren't just the remnants of the builders. They were something else, something watching. The night sky over Coldwater had settled into an eerie stillness, the lattice's faint glow now a permanent feature of the heavens. Dr. Marianne Klein sat at the observatory's control panel, her eyes bloodshot from days of sleepless work. Around her, the once cluttered room had become a labyrinth of papers, notebooks, and ancient texts, all covered in scribbled calculations and fragmented translations. The whispers had grown louder. At times, they felt like a tide rising in her mind, carrying fleeting images of the lattice and cryptic phrases in languages she couldn't name. But it wasn't just the voices. They were accompanied by something else, a sense of presence. She felt watched, as though unseen eyes were following her every move. It was during one of these nights that she made the discovery. Klein had been poring over the Sumerian tablet Harrick had left behind, its carvings faint but discernible under the beam of her desk lamp. She traced the symbols with her finger, cross-referencing them against a fragment of an ancient manuscript Harrick had retrieved from a Mesopotamian dig site. The connection seemed tenuous at first, a series of symbols that repeated in both texts, their arrangement too precise to be coincidental. But as she mapped them onto the lattice's structure, a pattern emerged, one that sent a chill through her. The lattice wasn't merely a prison, it was a doorway. Her breath caught as she realized the implications. The builders hadn't just constructed the lattice to contain Thal Ithrax. They had designed it to serve a dual purpose. If the proper sequence of symbols was activated, the lattice could be reconfigured, not to imprison, but to open. And the keystone, Earth, was the key to both states. Klein recoiled from the desk, her hands trembling. She tried to calm her racing thoughts, but the whispers surged in response, their tone urgent, almost pleading. See the truth. Turn the key. No, she muttered, shaking her head. That's not what they built it for. But deep down, doubt gnawed at her. If the builders had truly intended the lattice to serve as both prison and doorway, what did that mean for humanity's role? Had Earth been chosen because it was a keystone, or because it was expendable? Over the next few days, Klein's focus shifted. She became obsessed with understanding the lattice's dual nature, studying every fragment of text she could find. The whispers seemed to encourage her, guiding her hands as she sketched new diagrams and deciphered hidden meanings in the ancient carvings. Her breakthroughs came in rapid succession. First, she confirmed that the lattice's stability depended on Earth's position in the cosmos, a delicate balance that had been maintained for millennia but was now faltering. Second, she discovered that the builders had left a series of fail-safes embedded within the lattice's structure, hidden sequences that could theoretically reset its configuration. And third, she uncovered something that made her blood run cold. The new signal wasn't coming from Thalathrax. The realization struck her late one night as she analyzed the latest changes in the signal's behavior. For weeks, she had assumed the escalating hum and whispers were a manifestation of the imprisoned entity's growing influence, but the patterns didn't match. Thalathrax was bound within the lattice, its presence limited to the void beyond, the prison. The new signal, however, originated from within the lattice itself. Something else was using the lattice to communicate. Something that had been dormant or waiting until now. Klein stared at the monitor, her pulse racing. The implications were staggering. If the lattice wasn't just a prison but a doorway, then the builders hadn't just locked Thalathrax away. They had locked something else inside with it, or worse, they had locked themselves inside. The whispers intensified as she pieced together the fragments of truth, their tone shifting from pleading to commanding. Open the way. The prison is flawed. We can fix it. Klein clutched her head, trying to block out the voices, but they only grew louder, their words threading through her thoughts like a contagion. She stumbled to the window, staring up at the lattice glowing faintly in the night sky. For the first time, she noticed something she had overlooked before. The lattice's lines weren't static. They moved subtly, their geometry shifting in patterns, too complex to follow. It was as though the lattice was alive, its structure pulsing with the faint echoes of a will far beyond human comprehension. Desperate for clarity, Klein returned to Harrick's notebooks. She flipped through the pages, searching for anything she might have missed. Near the back of one notebook, she found a diagram she hadn't noticed before, a series of overlapping circles surrounding a central void. Beneath it, Harrick had written a single phrase: "The builder's legacy is not what it seems." Her hands trembled as she stared at the words. Harrick must have realized the truth during his final connection to the lattice, but he hadn't shared it. Why? She thought of his last words to her, the urgency in his voice. Promise me you'll keep the lattice intact. Had he known that the lattice wasn't just a prison? Had he sacrificed himself to prevent her from uncovering this truth? Klein's thoughts spiraled as the whispers reached a crescendo, their voices overlapping in a cacophony of pleas and demands. She felt as though she was standing on the edge of an abyss, staring into a truth too vast to comprehend. And yet, she couldn't stop. The lattice was more than a prison, more than a doorway. It was a choice, one that humanity had unknowingly inherited. She didn't know if she could make that choice, but one thing was clear: the lattice's dual nature was no accident. The builders had left it that way for a reason, and whatever was trapped within it wasn't just waiting to escape, it was waiting to be found. The night sky over Coldwater had grown unnaturally bright. The lattice, once a faint and distant presence, now dominated the heavens. Its lines pulsed with an otherworldly light, their geometry shifting subtly but unmistakably, as though responding to an invisible force. Dr. Marianne Klein stood in the observatory dome, her eyes fixed on the glowing structure above. The whispers had become an unrelenting tide, threading through her thoughts with greater intensity each hour. She could feel the lattice's pull now, a gravitational weight that wasn't physical but psychological, a relentless demand for her attention. On the monitor before her, a simulation of the lattice's energy patterns flickered and stuttered. The movements were accelerating, the once stable grid lines warping into chaotic spirals. "It's aligning," she murmured, her voice trembling. Over the past week, the lattice's changes had become impossible to ignore. Across the globe, scientists reported that the stars had shifted in ways that defied natural laws. Constellations no longer matched their mapped positions. Familiar patterns had been subsumed into the lattice's expanding framework. Humanity reacted with equal parts awe and terror. Social media overflowed with images of the night sky, its new shapes both mesmerizing and alien. Doomsday cults sprang up in cities and remote regions alike, their adherents claiming the lattice's glow heralded the end of days. Governments issued statements urging calm, but their words rang hollow. Satellites failed en masse, and the internet became a fragmented, unreliable network of fear and speculation. Entire regions descended into chaos as electrical grids flickered and strange phenomena disrupted daily life. In a remote village near Coldwater, fishermen reported hearing the lattice hum, a deep, resonant tone that seemed to rise from the earth itself. Klein worked tirelessly in the observatory, her body running on adrenaline and willpower alone. The fragments of the builder's texts she had deciphered replayed in her mind. The lattice's dual purpose, the role of the keystone, the fail-safes left behind. Everywhere she turned, the same question loomed. Was the lattice aligning to stabilize itself, or was it preparing to open? The whispers offered no answers, only pressure. The key is close. The time is now. She tried to push the voices aside, focusing on the calculations before her. The lattice's current alignment didn't match any known astronomical phenomena, but the pattern was clear. It was converging on a single point. Coldwater. The final breakthrough came in the early hours of the morning. Exhausted and trembling, Klein cross-referenced the lattice's movements with Harrick's notes and the builder's diagrams. The keystone's role became undeniable. Earth wasn't just a stabilizer. It was the lattice's anchor, the fulcrum, around which the entire structure rotated, and the point of convergence wasn't arbitrary. The lattice wasn't preparing to release Thallithrax. It was opening to allow something else in. As the sun rose over Coldwater, Klein stepped outside the observatory, the cold air biting against her skin. The stars were still visible, their brightness undiminished by the dawn. She stared at the lattice, its lines tracing impossible geometries across the sky. For the first time, she noticed faint shapes moving within the structure, vast shadows that flickered in and out of existence, their forms too immense and alien to comprehend. It wasn't just Thallithrax trapped within the lattice. The builders had locked themselves, or something like them, inside as well. The realization settled over her like a crushing weight. The builders hadn't left the lattice as a simple prison. They had embedded themselves within it, becoming part of its design, its mechanism, its purpose. Their presence was the reason the lattice had held for so long, but as their influence waned, the structure had begun to fail. And now they, or whatever remnants of them remained, were calling out to be released. Klein's knees buckled, and she sank to the ground, her mind reeling. The implications were staggering. If the builders had chosen to imprison themselves alongside Thallithrax, then the lattice wasn't just a barrier. It was a final act of defiance, a desperate gamble to ensure their creation outlived them. But what would happen if they were released? The whispers surged again, more insistent than ever. Complete the alignment. Turn the key. Restore balance. Klein rose unsteadily, her mind a whirlwind of doubt and fear. She returned to the observatory and began recalibrating the telescope, aligning it with the lattice's central node. Her hands shook as she entered the final coordinates, the whispers growing louder with each adjustment. The monitor flickered, displaying the lattice's core, a blinding point of light surrounded by spiraling lines. It pulsed faintly, its energy ebbing and flowing like a heartbeat. Klein hesitated, her finger hovering over the control panel. She could feel the lattice's pull, its vast will pressing against her own. If she activated the sequence, the alignment would complete. The lattice would open, and whatever lay beyond it, Thal Ithrax, the builders, or something else entirely, would be unleashed. But if she didn't act, the lattice would collapse under its own weight, dooming Earth and countless other worlds. To annihilation, her breath hitched, the whispers grew deafening. Choose. Klein closed her eyes, her decision made. The observatory's interior was awash in cold blue light as the monitor displayed the lattice's shifting geometry. Its movements were accelerating, the once coherent grid now writhing like a living thing, pulsing in and out of focus. Dr. Marianne Klein stood before the telescope's controls, her hands trembling as she prepared to execute the final sequence. The whispers had grown deafening, a constant overlapping tide of voices urging her forward. She could feel the lattice's energy radiating through the air, pressing against her chest, seeping into her thoughts. Align the key. Restore the path. The builder's diagrams and Harrick's notes lay scattered around her, their cryptic symbols now fully understood. The lattice's purpose was clear. Earth wasn't just the keystone. It was the final node required to complete the structure's alignment. By activating the sequence, Klein could stabilize the lattice or open it. She stared at the controls, her heart pounding. The choice loomed before her, immense and inescapable. Klein activated the telescope, aligning its lens with the lattice's central node. The stars in the monitor blurred and shifted, their light bending as the telescope locked onto the glowing core. For a moment, the lattice seemed to freeze, its lines forming a perfect, unbroken grid. She hesitated, her finger hovering over the final control. "What happens if I do this?" she whispered aloud, her voice trembling. The whispers surged in response. Balance restored. The prison reforged. But there was another voice now, deeper and slower, threading through the cacophony. It was darker, more ancient, and it spoke a single word. Freedom. Klein's hand froze. The lattice began to ripple, its lines distorting, as the central node pulsed with increasing intensity. The energy was palpable now, crackling through the air like static electricity. She knew she didn't have much time. The lattice was straining, its structure groaning under the pressure of its failing stability. Klein's mind raced. The builders had designed the lattice with two possible outcomes: containment or liberation. If she completed the sequence as intended, the lattice would stabilize, reinforcing the prison and keeping Thal Ithrax trapped, but the cost would be immense. The alignment required Earth's complete synchronization with the lattice, which would bind the planet to its structure permanently. Humanity would survive, but it would never be free. Earth would become a part of the lattice, a silent cog in its infinite machine. The alternative was unthinkable. If she chose to open the lattice, she would unleash whatever was trapped within: Thal Ithrax, the builders, or something far worse. The whispers hinted at salvation, at power, at knowledge beyond comprehension. But the price would be annihilation. Klein stared at the controls, her hands shaking. The weight of the decision pressed down on her, crushing her beneath its enormity. Outside, the lattice's glow intensified, bathing the night sky in an eerie, shifting light. In Coldwater, the townspeople gathered in the streets, their faces pale and drawn as they stared upward. Some knelt in prayer, others screamed, their voices lost in the rising hum that seemed to emanate from the earth itself. The air grew heavy, charged with an unseen force. Shadows danced along the edges of the lattice, vast shapes that defied logic or form. The world felt poised on the edge of collapse, held together by threads that could snap at any moment. Klein's decision crystallized in an instant. She couldn't risk opening the lattice. Whatever promises the whispers offered, whatever truths they dangled before her, she knew they were lies. The lattice was a prison, and some things were meant to remain locked away. With trembling hands, she pressed the final button. The observatory shuddered as the telescope's controls engaged, sending a pulse of energy into the lattice. The structure flared brightly, its lines snapping into place. As the alignment completed, for a moment, the lattice's glow was blinding, its energy radiating across the sky in waves of light. Then, silence. The lattice stabilized, its movement slowing until it was once again a perfect, unmoving grid. The whispers stopped, the voices vanishing as if they had never existed. Klein collapsed to her knees, her body trembling with exhaustion. She felt the weight of the lattice pressing against her mind, a faint but persistent presence that would never fully leave her. Outside, the sky returned to its natural state, the lattice's glow fading until it was barely visible. The stars resumed their usual positions, their light steady and familiar. In Coldwater, the townspeople wept with relief, their prayers answered by a peace they didn't understand. Klein sat alone in the observatory, her gaze fixed on the faint lines of the lattice above. She knew the stability she had achieved was fragile, a temporary reprieve in an eternal struggle. The lattice was whole again, but its fractures would remain, waiting for another moment of weakness. And deep within the void, Thal Ithrax stirred faintly, its presence a shadow against the edges of her thoughts. Klein exhaled slowly, the weight of her decision settling over her like a shroud. The lattice was intact, but its cost was a burden she would carry forever. The lattice was whole again, its geometry restored to a perfect, unbroken structure that spanned the cosmos. Yet Dr. Marianne Klein felt no relief. The air in the observatory was thick with an oppressive silence, and the faint hum of the restored lattice carried an undertone she hadn't noticed before, a subtle, irregular pulse that seemed almost alive. She sat slumped at the control panel, her body heavy with exhaustion. The faint glow of the lattice outside the window illuminated the room in a pale, shifting light. For a fleeting moment, she allowed herself to believe it was over, that stabilizing the lattice had been enough to avert catastrophe. Then the whispers returned, incomplete. The key remains. Klein jolted upright, her heart pounding. The voices were different now, not the chaotic cacophony she had endured before, but something colder, more deliberate. "No," she whispered, shaking her head. "I fixed it. It's stable. I did everything right." Not stable, not secure. The hum in the air deepened, vibrating through her chest. Outside, the lattice pulsed faintly, its lines rippling in a way that shouldn't have been possible. Klein's mind raced. The alignment was complete. The keystone had stabilized. What else could the lattice require? As the hum grew louder, the ground beneath the observatory began to tremble. Monitors flickered, displaying erratic readings that defied logic. The lattice's lines, once rigid and precise, shifted again, their angles warping into impossible geometries. Klein's gaze darted to the central node on the monitor. The core glowed brighter now, its energy spiraling outward in jagged waves. It wasn't stabilizing, it was collapsing inward, as though something were pressing against it. From the other side, "No," she muttered, her voice rising. "This isn't happening. I fixed it." But deep down she understood. Stabilizing the lattice hadn't been enough. The fractures had been repaired, but the entity trapped within, the vast churning shadow of Thal Ithrax, hadn't been pacified. It was testing the lattice, pressing against its limits, searching for a weakness, and it was winning. Klein rushed to the control panel, her fingers flying across the keyboard as she tried to isolate the lattice's core. She needed to reinforce the structure, to contain the energy spiraling out of control. The whispers intensified, their tone mocking. Too late. You cannot hold it. The lattice outside flared violently, its glow searing against the darkness. Shadows rippled across its surface, vast shapes writhing and clawing at the edges of the grid. The faint outlines of Thal Ithrax were visible now, its form a shifting mass of limbs and eyes that defied comprehension. Klein froze, her breath catching. The entity wasn't just pressing against the lattice, it was breaking through. The observatory shook violently as the lattice's energy surged, the glow outside intensifying to a blinding white. Equipment toppled to the floor, sparks flying from overloaded circuits. Klein clung to the control panel, her mind racing for a solution. She thought of Harrick, of his sacrifice to stabilize the lattice. The builders had designed the structure to respond to consciousness, to anchor itself to a living mind. But Harrick's presence hadn't been enough. And now, Klein realized, there was only one option left. She stood shakily, her gaze locked on the receiver at the center of the room. The device hummed faintly, its energy pulsing in time with the lattice. It was a direct link to the grid, a pathway into its structure. If she connected to it, she could strengthen the lattice, reinforce the core, and push Thal Ithrax back into the void. But she knew the cost. Harrick had given himself to the lattice, becoming part of its structure, his consciousness forever entwined with its design. If she followed him, there would be no coming back. The whispers grew louder, more insistent. Join. Complete. The seal. Klein clenched her fists, her mind flooded with doubt. Could she trust the lattice to hold? Could she trust herself to face the void? Her thoughts turned to cold water, to the people staring up at the lattice with awe and terror. She thought of Harrick's final words, his plea to protect the lattice at all costs. She exhaled slowly, her decision made. Klein approached the receiver, her hand steady despite the chaos around her. She adjusted the dials, aligning the device with the lattice's central node. The energy in the room surged, the hum rising to a deafening roar. As she placed her hands on the receiver's controls, a searing light filled the observatory. Her mind expanded instantly, pulled into the lattice's infinite structure. She saw it all, the builder's final act, the galaxy's sacrifice to create the prison, the endless void beyond its walls. She felt the lattice's fractures, its desperate struggle to contain the unmaking force of Thal Ithrax. And she felt the entity itself, a vast, churning intelligence that radiated malice and hunger. It pressed against her thoughts, trying to break her, to consume her. But she didn't falter. Klein's will surged through the lattice, binding its lines together, reinforcing its failing nodes. The entity recoiled, its shadowed limbs retreating, as the lattice blazed brighter than ever. For a moment, she felt the builder's presence, faint and fleeting, a memory of a race that had sacrificed everything to preserve the universe. Their whispers joined hers, a chorus of determination and defiance. The lattice stabilized, the entity screamed, its form dissolving into the void as the prison held firm. When the light faded, the observatory was silent. Klein's body lay slumped. Beside the receiver, her eyes closed and her face peaceful. Her mind was gone, her consciousness now a part of the lattice, holding it together with the same strength and resolve that Harrick had shown. Outside, the lattice glowed faintly, its lines steady once more. The stars returned to their natural positions, their light unbroken and serene, and deep within the lattice, Thal Ithrax stirred faintly, its presence a distant shadow waiting for another moment of weakness. The lattice was silent now, its vast, shimmering grid spanning the heavens with an otherworldly stillness. The impossible geometries had settled, their fractured edges reforged into a perfect structure. To the people of Coldwater, it was over. The hum that had permeated the town for weeks had faded, and the stars had returned to their rightful places. But in the observatory, the cost of that silence lingered. Dr. Marianne Klein's body lay slumped beside the receiver, her face serene, in the pale glow that filtered through the dome's shattered window. The room was eerily quiet, the faint crackle of damaged electronics the only sound. The air still carried the lingering charge of the lattice's energy, a subtle reminder of the impossible battle that had just been fought. Klein's mind was gone, her consciousness woven into the lattice's fabric. She had known the price of the act, but there had been no hesitation in the end. Harrick's sacrifice had bought time. Hers had secured the lattice, reforging it into something stronger, something resilient enough to hold Thallithrax for generations to come. In the town below, the people of Coldwater stirred uneasily. Though the lattice was no longer visible in the sky, its memory lingered. The strange shapes that had loomed within its glowing lines, the whispers that had threaded through their dreams, and the palpable sense of being watched. All of it had left scars. Fishermen avoided the shore, whispering of faint vibrations beneath the water. Farmers refused to look at the night sky, their hands trembling when they spoke of the shadows they had glimpsed among the stars. For some, it was easier to pretend nothing had happened, to let the memory of the lattice fade like a bad dream. But others couldn't forget. Weeks passed before anyone ventured up to the observatory. The townspeople had heard the tremors, seen the flashes of light, but none dared approach until the silence became unbearable. It was Samuel Grayson, a retired deputy and old friend of Harrick's, who finally made the trek. He found the observatory in disarray, shattered equipment, scattered papers, and scorch marks on the walls. In the center of the chaos, he found Klein's body. She looked peaceful, as though she had simply fallen asleep. Beside her was a notebook, its pages filled with diagrams and calculations, written in her neat, methodical handwriting. At the top of the final page was a single line: "The lattice holds. Remember the cost." Grayson returned to the town with Klein's notebook, its contents a mystery to all but the few who dared read it. The diagrams spoke of things beyond human understanding, of a lattice that stretched across galaxies, binding the universe together. The notebook became an artifact of whispered legend passed among those who sought to understand what had happened. Some believed it contained the key to humanity's salvation. Others feared it would lead to another confrontation with the void. The truth lay somewhere in between. Klein's presence within the lattice was faint, a flicker of consciousness woven into its infinite structure. She felt the fractures she had repaired, the stability she had restored, and the faint, distant presence of Harrick beside her. But she also felt the void, the vast, churning darkness of Thallithrax, its hunger pressing against the edges of the prison. It was contained for now, but its presence was a constant weight, a reminder of the fragility of their victory. Her thoughts, though fragmented, carried one unshakable truth. The lattice was not eternal. It would weaken again, and when it did, humanity would face the same choice. She could only hope they would be ready. In the years that followed, Coldwater became a place of quiet reverence and unease. The observatory stood as a monument to the sacrifices of Harrick and Klein, a silent reminder of the battle fought not for glory, but for survival. At night, when the stars shone bright and clear, some claimed they could see faint lines in the sky, a ghostly echo of the lattice that had once dominated the heavens. And though the whispers were gone, there was always a faint hum, just at the edge of hearing, like the heartbeat of the universe itself. Coldwater was quiet now, a town suspended in uneasy stillness. The hum that had once pervaded the air was gone, but its memory lingered. Every street, every shadow seemed to carry an echo of the lattice and the strange events that had reshaped the lives of everyone who had glimpsed it. Samuel Grayson stood at the edge of the quarry, the faint sound of wind carrying through the still water below. The observatory loomed in the distance, its silhouette stark against the rolling hills. Grayson couldn't bring himself to return there after what he had found. The image of Dr. Marianne Klein's peaceful expression, her body cradled by the wreckage of her final stand, haunted him. Her notebook sat in his hands now, its pages heavy with meaning he could not fully grasp. The diagrams and notes seemed alive, shifting and changing every time he looked away, as though the lattice's will still threaded through its ink. He turned the pages slowly, pausing on her final message. The lattice holds. Remember the cost. Life, in Coldwater, was fragile. The town had become a place of silence, the hum of modernity stilled by the weight of its collective memory. Power outages were frequent, satellites often failed to communicate, and navigation systems seemed to falter, as though the town were being erased from the modern world. Many left, unable to bear the strange quiet or the oppressive feeling that something still watched from the edges of the sky. But some stayed. Those who remained formed a quiet pact, though no words were spoken. They became stewards of the town's solitude, protecting its borders from curiosity seekers and researchers who heard whispers of what had happened. The lattice was stable for now, but the cost of that stability demanded reverence and secrecy. Years passed, and the observatory fell further into disrepair. The equipment rusted, the dome cracked, and vines crept along its walls, reclaiming the structure for the Earth. But no one dared to tear it down. It became a site of silent pilgrimage for the town's remaining few, a place where they could reflect on the sacrifices of Herrick and Klein. At night, some claimed to see faint traces of the lattice in the sky, its ghostly lines pulsing just beyond the reach of perception. Others spoke of dreams, visions of a vast, shimmering grid stretching across the heavens, and of voices calling to them from within it. The dreams were always accompanied by a single sensation, a distant but undeniable pull, as though the lattice itself was waiting. Beyond Coldwater, the world moved on, oblivious to the battle that had been fought. The strange alignments in the stars were dismissed as a rare celestial phenomenon, their significance buried beneath layers of denial and disinterest. But for those who had looked closely, who had felt the lattice's hum and glimpsed its impossible lines, there was no forgetting. Scientists who had studied the anomalies in the sky spoke in hushed tones of fractures in reality, of disturbances that couldn't be explained by physics. And in certain circles, rumors persisted of a lattice spanning the cosmos, of entities locked away beyond time, and of humanity's unwitting role as the keystone in a vast and fragile prison. In the depths of the lattice, Klein's consciousness drifted, her thoughts scattered like threads across an infinite web. She felt the lattice's tension, its lines vibrating faintly as it held the void at bay. She could feel Herrick nearby, his presence a faint but steady beacon in the endless grid. Together, they were part of the lattice now, their will woven into its design. But the void pressed against the edges of the prison, its malice unrelenting. Thalithrax was patient, its vast intelligence probing the lattice's weak points, waiting for the moment when it could strike again. Klein reached out through the lattice, her thoughts merging with its infinite lines. She felt the builder's presence, ghosts of a long-lost race whose sacrifice had created the lattice, and their faint whispers filled her with both solace and dread. You are the last line. She understood the truth then. The lattice would hold, but only for a time. The void was eternal, and its hunger would never cease. On a quiet spring night, long after the lattice's glow had faded from the sky, a young child in Coldwater sat by their window, staring at the stars. The constellation seemed normal, familiar, but the child noticed something strange. A faint, shimmering line connecting the stars, like a thread of light weaving through the heavens. They reached out instinctively, their small hand brushing the glass. For a moment, they thought they heard something. A distant hum, soft and steady, like the heartbeat of the universe itself. And in that hum, they felt a presence, watching and waiting. The child whispered a single question. "Are you still there?" The hum didn't answer, but the lattice glowed faintly in the distance, a promise and a warning. The lattice had faded from the night sky, its impossible geometries hidden once more beyond the fabric of human perception. Yet its memory lingered in cold water, etched into the hearts of those who had witnessed its terrible glow. The observatory remained untouched, a relic of the battle fought not with weapons, but with sacrifice and will. Over the years, it had become a place of reverence, its battered walls and shattered equipment, a monument to the unseen war that had saved not just the town, but the fragile reality it occupied. The townsfolk rarely spoke of the events. To them, silence was both a shield and a form of respect. But every so often, someone would climb the hill to the observatory and leave something behind, a flower, a note, or simply a moment of quiet reflection. In the years that followed, the stars seemed unchanged to most, but those who knew what to look for, astronomers, dreamers, and those haunted by the lattice's presence, saw faint, fleeting signs, a constellation that didn't align quite as it should, a star that pulsed faintly in a rhythm no telescope could explain. And in the darkest hours of the night, a faint, lattice-like shimmer that flickered for an instant, gone so quickly that it might have been imagined. Dr. Marianne Klein's sacrifice was not forgotten. Among the few who knew the truth, her name became a quiet symbol of humanity's resilience and fragility. Her notebook, passed between those entrusted with its knowledge, was a testament to her final act, a reminder of the lattice's fragile balance and the cost of keeping it intact. But the lattice was not eternal. Deep within its structure, Klein's consciousness drifted, her thoughts entwined with the grid's infinite lines. She felt the lattice's immense tension, the strain of holding back the void's endless hunger. Harrick's presence was still there, faint but steady, a companion in the vast emptiness. Together, they were guardians of the lattice, their will binding its fragile edges. But beyond the lattice's glowing lines, the void stirred. Thalithlax was patient, its malice undiminished by its eons of imprisonment. The entity didn't rage or struggle, it waited, its vast intelligence probing. For weakness, Klein understood the truth. The lattice was not invincible. It could hold for centuries, perhaps millennia, but it would weaken again. And when it did, humanity would face the same terrible choice. On a quiet evening in Coldwater, Samuel Grayson sat on the porch of his small home, his gaze turned to the stars. The lattice was invisible now, its presence hidden, but he felt its weight. The memory of what he had seen in the observatory, the terrible beauty of the lattice, was something he could never forget. He took a deep breath, the cool air filling his lungs, and whispered softly to himself, "Thank you, Klein. Wherever you are." Far above, in the vast silence of space, the lattice glowed faintly, its lines pulsing in steady rhythm. For now it held. But the hum of the lattice, soft and persistent, carried a subtle warning. The battle was not over. The void would always. Story 3. The train's slow, rhythmic clatter on the tracks was the only sound Eleanor found tolerable. The hum of other passengers, muttered conversations, bursts of laughter, the occasional shrill cry of a restless child passed over her like muffled static. She kept her head turned toward the window, her reflection a vague, colorless smudge against the misted glass. The countryside blurred past in muted tones of gray and brown, the late autumn landscape barren and cold, as though everything living had fled the encroaching chill. Eleanor hadn't been able to feel much of anything since Robert's death. It wasn't the kind of grief that came in waves, crashing over her only to recede for a time. No, her grief was static and consuming, like being trapped underwater and forgetting how to surface. Each breath she took felt mechanical, as though her body remembered the steps of living while her mind refused to care. She'd chosen the boarding house on a whim, or so she told herself. In truth, she couldn't face staying in the home she and Robert had shared, the one filled with ghosts of his laughter, his routines, his absence. The advertisement for Mrs. Callow's boarding house had come like an invitation to escape. Quiet, peaceful surroundings, ideal for rest and reflection. It had seemed to promise solitude, and that was what Eleanor craved most. When the train jerked to a halt at a small deserted station, Eleanor's chest tightened. The platform was empty except for a single oil lamp casting a faint glow. Beyond it, the darkness seemed impenetrable, a void that swallowed the edges of the world. She stepped onto the platform, her heels clicking against the wood, and adjusted the strap of her bag on her shoulder. The wind bit at her cheeks, its chill sharper than she'd anticipated. There was no one to greet her, though Mrs. Callow had assured her there would be someone to guide her to the house. She waited for several minutes, her breath curling in the air. Then, just as unease began to prickle at her skin, she heard the crunch of gravel and the low rumble of an approaching vehicle. A small, battered car emerged from the darkness, its headlights barely illuminating the narrow road. A man climbed out, bundled in a coat too large for his wiry frame, and nodded curtly at her. "You Miss Trevane?" he asked, his voice rough with disuse. "Yes," Eleanor replied, clutching her bag tighter. "Mrs. Callow sent me. Name's Harris. Get in." He didn't offer to help with her bag, but she didn't expect him to. Harris spoke little as they drove, the car rattling over uneven roads that wound deeper into the countryside. The trees grew denser, their skeletal branches reaching overhead like grasping hands. Eleanor watched the shadows play across the windshield, feeling a creeping discomfort she couldn't quite name. The house came into view suddenly, as though it had been waiting for them just beyond the bend. It was large but unassuming, its weathered, stone exterior blending with the somber landscape. Tall, narrow windows reflected the faint light of the car's headlights, giving it the appearance of a watchful sentinel. The house seemed to crouch against the hillside, its edges softened by creeping ivy and moss. "Here we are," Harris muttered, pulling the car to a stop. Eleanor stepped out, her boots sinking slightly into the damp earth. The air here was heavier, as though the house itself exhaled in her presence. Harris retrieved her suitcase from the trunk, setting it down with a thud, and offered a brief nod before climbing back into the car. She turned toward the house just as its front door opened, revealing a figure silhouetted against the warm light inside. "Miss Trevane," the voice was soft and unhurried. As Eleanor approached, she saw an older woman with iron-grey hair pinned neatly at the nape of her neck. Her face was pale but pleasant, her expression serene. "Welcome. I'm Mrs. Callow. Please, do come in." Eleanor stepped into the house, her senses immediately overwhelmed by its stillness. The air carried the faint scent of lavender and beeswax, mingled with something earthy she couldn't identify. The wooden floors creaked beneath her feet as she followed Mrs. Callow down a narrow hallway lit by dim sconces. The walls were lined with dark wood paneling, and the ceilings seemed unnaturally high, making the corridors feel cavernous despite their narrowness. "I've prepared your room upstairs," Mrs. Callow said, her voice low and calm. "You'll find it quite comfortable, I hope. Dinner is at 7 if you wish to join us. We're a small group here, just myself and a few long-term residents." Eleanor murmured her thanks, her eyes wandering to the paintings that lined the hallway. They were old, their colors muted, and each depicted some variation of the same scene, a house standing alone in a barren landscape. The details differed slightly, A tree here, a winding path there, but the sense of desolation was constant. She shivered and looked away. Mrs. Callow led her to a room at the end of the hall and opened the door with a small flourish. Here we are. The room was modest but cozy, with a single bed, a writing desk, and a wardrobe that looked as though it had been there for centuries. Heavy curtains framed the window, which offered a view of the dense woods surrounding the house. A mirror hung on the wall opposite the bed, its frame ornate and slightly tarnished. "I'll leave you to settle in," Mrs. Callow said, stepping back into the hallway. "If you need anything, just ring the bell on the desk." Eleanor nodded, her gratitude muted by exhaustion. When the door clicked shut, she sank onto the edge of the bed and let out a long breath. The silence pressed in on her, deeper and more complete than she'd expected. She told herself it was peaceful, exactly what she'd wanted, but the weight of it felt oppressive. She unpacked slowly, her movements mechanical. Each item she placed in the wardrobe seemed to amplify the stillness, as though the room itself was holding its breath. She avoided looking directly at the mirror, though she couldn't explain why. Something about its dark surface unsettled her, as though it might show her something she wasn't ready to see. Night fell quickly, and the house seemed to shift with the darkness. The creaks and groans of settling wood became more pronounced, echoing through the halls like whispers. Eleanor tried to sleep, but her thoughts were restless, circling back to Robert and the life they'd shared. She turned onto her side, then her back, her body unable to find a position that felt right. Just as she began to drift off, a sound jolted her awake. A soft creak, like the hesitant step of someone trying not to be heard. Her heart thudded in her chest as she sat up, straining to listen. The sound came again, closer this time, followed by the faintest rustle of fabric. She stared at the door, her breath caught in her throat. The silence that followed was deafening, stretching on for what felt like hours, and then the door creaked open. Eleanor froze, her breath shallow and her heart pounding so loudly she was certain whoever or whatever stood outside could hear it. The door opened only a fraction, just enough for the dim light from the hallway to spill into the room. The darkness beyond seemed to thicken, heavy and impenetrable. She waited, her hands gripping the blanket, every nerve in her body taut with expectation. Nothing happened. She forced herself to breathe, her rational mind scrambling for explanations. The old house must be prone to drafts, the shifting wood causing the door to move on its own. But the silence was too perfect, too charged with intent. Finally, she swung her legs off the bed and stood, hesitant, as if the floor might betray her with a creak. Slowly, she approached the door, her fingers brushing the cold brass knob. With a swift motion, she pulled it open wide. The hallway was empty. The sconces cast faint halos of light against the dark wood paneling, their flickering flames almost imperceptible against the shadows. She leaned out, glancing first one way, then the other. Nothing moved. Even the air seemed unnaturally still, as if the house were holding its breath. Eleanor closed the door quickly, locking it this time. She felt foolish for the action. Mrs. Callow had assured her this was a safe place, but a deep unease gnawed at her. She turned back to the room, her eyes landing on the mirror across from the bed. In the dim light, its surface seemed to ripple, as though it were water disturbed by an unseen hand. She shivered and averted her gaze, crawling back into bed and pulling the blankets tightly around her. Sleep came reluctantly, fragmented and shallow, with dreams that hovered just beyond memory. When she awoke, pale light filtered through the curtains, and for a moment she wasn't sure where she was. The unfamiliar stillness pressed against her again, a stark contrast to the busy sounds of mornings in the city. She sat up slowly, her muscles stiff, and glanced toward the mirror. The surface was dull and lifeless now, reflecting only her disheveled figure and the pale morning light. As she dressed, She couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. She told herself it was natural. She was in a new place, surrounded by unfamiliar sights and sounds. Still, her skin prickled as if the house were alive, observing her with unseen eyes. She tied her scarf around her neck and opened the door cautiously, peering into the hallway. It was as empty as it had been the night before. Downstairs, the dining room was modest but well kept, with a long oak table that could seat at least about a dozen. Only 3 places were set, though, and Eleanor hesitated at the door, unsure of where to sit. Mrs. Callow appeared moments later, her hands folded neatly in front of her apron. "Good morning, Miss Trevane," she said with her usual placid smile. "I trust you slept well?" "Yes," Eleanor lied. "Thank you. Excellent. Please, have a seat. Breakfast will be ready shortly. The others should be along any moment." Eleanor chose a seat near the end of the table, far enough from the others that she wouldn't feel obligated to make conversation. She stared out the window, which offered a view of the garden. The trees there were tall and gnarled, their branches bare and reaching toward the sky like skeletal fingers. She was lost in thought when the sound of footsteps drew her attention. 2 other residents entered, one after the other. The first was a man in his 60s, with thinning hair and a sallow complexion. He walked with a slight limp, his cane tapping softly against the floor. He gave Eleanor a brief nod before sitting at the far end of the table, his movements slow and deliberate. The second was a younger woman, perhaps in her early 30s, with dark hair pulled back into a loose bun. Her eyes darted nervously around the room as she took a seat, her hands fidgeting in her lap. "Miss Trevane, allow me to introduce Mr. Greaves and Miss Holloway," Mrs. Callow said as she set a tray of tea on the table. "They've been with us for quite some time." "Pleased to meet you," Eleanor said, though neither of them responded immediately. Mr. Greaves seemed preoccupied with pouring his tea, while Miss Holloway offered a quick, almost apologetic smile before looking away. The breakfast was simple: toast, eggs, and porridge, but Eleanor found she had little appetite. The silence in the room was oppressive, broken only by the occasional clink of cutlery against china. She wanted to ask the others about their time here, to know if they'd felt the same unease she did, but something held her back. It was as if an invisible barrier separated them, a quiet understanding that this was not a place for idle chatter. After breakfast, Mrs. Callow gave her a brief tour of the house. The sitting room was cozy, with overstuffed chairs and a crackling fire. Books lined the shelves, their spines faded and worn. A grandfather clock stood in the corner, its pendulum swinging with a steady, almost hypnotic rhythm. The sound seemed to fill the room, drowning out the whispers of the wind outside. "We keep to ourselves here," Mrs. Callow explained as they moved through the house. "The residents come and go as they please, but most prefer the quiet. I'm sure you'll find it a comforting environment." Eleanor nodded, though the word comforting felt far from accurate. There was something about the house that unsettled her, something she couldn't quite put into words. The air seemed heavier here, as if it carried the weight of unseen years. She found herself glancing over her shoulder more than once, half expecting to see someone or something following her. When they reached the end of the hallway, Mrs. Callow stopped in front of a door. It was different from the others, its wood darker and its handle polished to a gleam. Eleanor felt a strange pull toward it, a curiosity that bordered on compulsion. "This is the Red Room," Mrs. Callow said, her tone as calm as ever. "It's off limits to guests. I trust you'll respect that." "What's in there?" Eleanor asked before she could stop herself. Mrs. Callow's smile didn't waver, but there was a flicker of something in her eyes. Annoyance, perhaps, or something deeper. "Just a storage room," she said lightly. "Nothing of interest. Now shall we continue?" Eleanor followed her back down the hallway, but her mind lingered on the red room. She couldn't explain why, but she felt certain it was more than a storage room. There was a sense of presence behind that door, something waiting, something alive. The rest of the day passed uneventfully, though the sense of unease never left her. The other residents remained distant, their interactions polite but perfunctory. She spent the afternoon in the sitting room, trying to lose herself in one of the faded books, but her mind kept drifting back to the red room and the strange creak of her door the night before. As night fell, the house seemed to shift again, its stillness growing heavier. Eleanor climbed the stairs slowly, each step feeling more laborious than the last. When she reached her room, she hesitated before unlocking the door, half expecting to find it already open. The room was as she'd left it, but the air felt colder, as though a draft had slipped in through an unseen crack. She closed the door and locked it again, her gaze drifting to the mirror. Its surface was dark, reflecting only the faint glow of the hallway light that seeped under the door. As she settled into bed, the house groaned softly, its sounds like distant voices murmuring just out of reach. She pulled the blanket tighter around her, willing herself to sleep. Hours passed in restless silence, her thoughts circling endlessly. And then, just as she began to drift off, she heard it again. A soft creak, closer this time. Her pulse quickened, her eyes snapping open. The sound wasn't coming from the hallway, it was coming from inside the room. Eleanor's breath caught in her throat as she sat up, her eyes scanning the dim room for the source of the sound. The darkness pressed in on her, thick and impenetrable beyond the faint rectangle of moonlight spilling through the edges of the curtain. Her heart thudded loudly in her ears, drowning out the silence that followed the creak. She reached for the lamp on the bedside table, her fingers fumbling for the switch. When the light flickered to life, the room appeared exactly as it should. The desk by the window, the wardrobe standing silent, the mirror catching the lamplight in a dull, unremarkable glow. Nothing seemed out of place, and yet the air carried a tension so thick it felt almost tangible. It had come from inside the room. She was certain of it, but nothing moved. Her pulse began to slow as she forced herself to take slow, deliberate breaths. The old house was settling. That had to be it. These sounds were natural, inevitable in a place like this. She told herself this over and over, willing the knot in her chest to loosen. Still, she couldn't shake the sense that she wasn't alone, that something unseen lingered just out of reach, waiting for her to turn her back. The mirror caught her eye, and she froze. For a moment, she thought she saw movement, something flickering across its surface. She stared at it, her reflection pale and uncertain, but the glass revealed nothing more than her own wide eyes and the faintly rumpled bedding behind her. Her hands trembled as she reached for the sheet and threw it over the mirror, covering it completely. She returned to bed, but sleep refused to come. Every sound the house made, the faint groan of the floorboards, the whisper of wind through the trees outside felt amplified, carrying a weight that pressed against her chest. She lay there for what felt like hours, her thoughts circling back to the red room, the strange creak, the fleeting shadow she'd seen the night before. The hours dragged on, and when dawn finally arrived, she felt more exhausted than rested. Her room was cold, the air carrying a dampness that hadn't been there the day before. She dressed quickly, avoiding the covered mirror, and left the room with a sense of relief. The dining room was already set when she arrived, but this morning only one other resident was there. Mr. Greaves. He sat in his usual spot, his cane, leaning against the table, sipping tea and staring out the window as if lost in thought. He didn't look up when Eleanor entered. "Good morning," she said hesitantly as she took her seat. Mr. Greaves glanced at her briefly, his eyes shadowed, and gave a curt nod. "Morning." The silence stretched between them, thick and uncomfortable. Eleanor poured herself a cup of tea, the clinking of the spoon against the porcelain sounding louder than it should. She felt the urge to fill the quiet, to ask about the strange creak in her room or the peculiar atmosphere of the house, but something in Mr. Greaves' expression stopped her. His gaze was distant, his face lined with something more than age, something like weariness or perhaps resignation. Mrs. Callow entered a moment later, carrying a tray of toast and eggs. "Miss Holloway won't be joining us this morning," she said lightly as she set the tray down. "She prefers her meals in her room from time to time." "Is she all right?" Eleanor asked, surprised by her own concern. "Oh, quite," Mrs. Callow replied with a serene smile. "She values her privacy, as do many of our guests." The answer felt incomplete, but Eleanor didn't press further. Mrs. Callow's demeanor seemed impenetrable, as if no question could ruffle her calm exterior. Eleanor ate in silence, her appetite faint. The tea was warm, but it did little to ease the cold that seemed to have settled in her bones. After breakfast, Eleanor decided to explore the house. She hadn't ventured much beyond the sitting room and dining area, and the other residents, whoever they were, remained elusive. The halls were quiet as she wandered, her footsteps muffled against the worn carpet. She paused at the paintings again, studying them more closely. Each one depicted the same solitary house, but the skies above them varied. Storm clouds, twilight, even a starless night. In one painting, the house seemed to glow faintly, as though lit from within by an unseen source. The red room lingered in her mind as she made her way through the house. She avoided it at first, unwilling to admit how much it unnerved her, but her steps eventually led her to its door. She stopped in front of it, her hand hovering over the polished brass handle. The urge to open it was overwhelming, like an itch she couldn't scratch. She leaned in, pressing her ear to the wood. At first there was nothing, just the muffled stillness of the house. But as she strained to listen, she thought she heard something faint, a soft, rhythmic sound like breathing. She pulled back quickly, her pulse quickening. The air around the door seemed colder, heavier. She turned and walked away, the urge to flee stronger than her curiosity. The rest of the day passed in a blur of unease. She sat in the sitting room, a book open in her lap, though she barely registered the words. The whispers started late in the afternoon, faint and almost imperceptible, like the sound of wind moving through cracks in the walls. At first, she thought it was her imagination, but as the hours wore on, the sound grew more distinct. It wasn't the wind. It was voices. She tried to ignore them, focusing on the book, but the voices persisted, growing louder. They were fragmented and indistinct, like half-heard conversations slipping in and out of clarity. She looked around the room, her heart racing, but it was empty. The voices seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once, filling the air like a low, mournful hum. By the time night fell, Eleanor was on edge. She returned to her room reluctantly, the covered mirror an ominous presence in the corner. She locked the door behind her and sat on the edge of the bed, her hands trembling. The voices were fainter now, but they hadn't stopped entirely. They were like whispers in the back of her mind, impossible to silence. As she lay in bed, the stillness of the house pressed in on her once again. She stared at the ceiling, willing herself to sleep, but her thoughts wouldn't settle. The creak came again, soft, deliberate, and far too close. This time, she didn't move. She lay frozen, her heart hammering, her breath shallow. She felt a presence in the room, a weight that wasn't there before. The whispers grew louder, and she thought she heard her name. Eleanor. Her blood ran cold. She turned her head slowly, her eyes darting toward the mirror. The sheet covering it rippled, as though stirred by an unseen breeze. And then, as she watched, it began to slide away, revealing the dark glass beneath. Her reflection stared back at her, but it wasn't her own. The face in the mirror was smiling. Eleanor's breath caught as she stared at the mirror. The reflection smiled, a slow, deliberate motion that sent chills down her spine. It wasn't her smile, it wasn't even her face. The eyes were sharper, darker, glinting with an intelligence that felt distinctly other. Her instinct was to look away, but she couldn't. Her gaze was locked on the reflection, her body frozen. The edges of the mirror seemed to ripple, the ornate frame subtly warping, as though the glass were expanding to pull her in. Then, the smile vanished. The reflection returned to normal, or at least what should have been normal. It was her face again, pale and drawn, but it was still wrong. She couldn't shake the feeling that something in the glass was watching her, mimicking her movements but not her intentions. With a burst of adrenaline, she tore her eyes away and grabbed the sheet, flinging it over the mirror as though cutting off its view of her. The room felt stifling, the air heavy and sharp. She stumbled back toward the bed, her pulse pounding in her ears. The whispers began again. This time they weren't faint or distant. They were closer, louder, curling around, her like smoke. Words brushed the edge of comprehension, half-formed phrases that sounded almost familiar. She squeezed her eyes shut, pressing her hands to her ears, but the voices didn't stop. They pressed against her skull, a cacophony that seemed to rise from within rather than outside. "Leave me alone," she whispered, her voice trembling. The room fell silent. Eleanor opened her eyes cautiously, the dim light casting long shadows across the walls. The sheet covering the mirror hung limp and unmoving, the whispers gone as though they'd never existed. She let out a shaky breath and collapsed onto the bed, exhaustion finally overtaking her. Sleep came fitfully, dragging her into dreams, filled with shadowed figures and silent rooms. The next morning, Eleanor woke with a heaviness that felt like it had settled in her very bones. She moved through the motions of dressing, her limbs sluggish and uncooperative. The events of the ID night before lingered in her mind, vivid and oppressive. She told herself she was imagining things, that her grief and exhaustion were playing tricks on her. But the thought rang hollow. Downstairs, Mrs. Callow greeted her with the same placid smile, as though nothing could ruffle her perfect calm. The dining room was empty again, save for Mr. Greaves, who sat in his usual spot with a steaming cup of tea. He barely acknowledged Eleanor's presence, his gaze fixed on some point in the distance. "Miss Holloway hasn't come down yet?" Eleanor asked, trying to keep her voice light. Mrs. Callow poured her a cup of tea and set it in front of her. "She prefers her solitude," she said, her tone unbothered. "Much like yourself, I imagine." The remark stung more than Eleanor expected. She wasn't trying to be reclusive, at least not entirely. But the house made it difficult to connect with anyone, its silence amplifying every awkward pause and unspoken thought. After breakfast, Eleanor decided to take a walk through the garden. The air was crisp and damp, the sky an unbroken stretch of grey. The trees loomed tall and bare, their branches swaying gently in the wind. She wandered the overgrown paths, her boots crunching against the gravel. Despite the open space, the oppressive stillness of the house seemed to follow her. Near the edge of the property, she found a small, weathered bench beneath an ancient oak tree. She sat down, the cold seeping through her coat, and stared out at the woods beyond. The trees there were denser, darker, their trunks disappearing into the shadows. She had the strangest feeling that if she stepped into those woods, she might never come back. Her thoughts drifted to Robert, as they often did when she allowed herself a moment of stillness. His absence was a constant ache, a void that no amount of solitude could fill. She reached into her pocket and pulled out the locket he'd given her on their anniversary, a simple silver oval with their initials engraved on the back. She ran her thumb over its surface, her chest tightening. "I miss you," she whispered, her voice barely audible. The wind picked up, carrying a low, mournful sound that almost resembled a sigh. Eleanor looked up sharply, her heart skipping. A beat. The woods seemed closer now, the shadows stretching toward her like outstretched hands. She stood quickly, tucking the locket back into her pocket, and hurried back toward the house. When she reached the sitting room, she found herself drawn to the bookshelf. The volumes were old and dusty, their titles faded by time. She ran her fingers along the spines, pausing when one book seemed to catch her attention. It was thicker than the others, its cover plain and unadorned. She pulled it free and opened. The pages crackling faintly. The book was a collection of photographs, each one carefully mounted on the yellowed pages. They were black and white, the edges of the images softened by age. She flipped through them slowly, her unease growing. With each turn, the photographs were of people, groups and individuals, all posed in front of the same house. This house. Eleanor's fingers trembled as she examined the faces. There were men and women, young and old, their expressions ranging from neutral to faintly melancholic. One woman in particular caught her eye, a woman with dark hair and sharp features standing slightly apart from the others. Something about her seemed familiar, though Eleanor couldn't place why. When she reached the final pages, her stomach lurched. The last photograph was different from the others. It showed the house again, but the people were gone. The windows were dark, the shadows around the house deeper, more defined. And in the bottom corner of the image, barely visible, was a figure, a woman standing just at the edge of the frame. Eleanor slammed the book shut, her heart racing. She clutched it to her chest, the room suddenly feeling colder. The whispers began again, faint and distant, like an echo at the edge of her hearing. She set the book back on the shelf, her hands shaking, and left the room without looking back. The rest of the day passed in a haze of unease. She avoided the other residents, though she caught a glimpse of Mr. Greaves in the hallway, his expression as somber as ever. Miss Holloway's door remained shut, and Mrs. Callow floated through the house like a ghost, her presence quiet and unassuming. That night, as Eleanor prepared for bed, she hesitated in front of the mirror. The sheet still covered it, but she couldn't shake the feeling that something was waiting behind it. She forced herself to turn away and climbed into bed, the room's silence pressing down on her like a weight. The creak came again, soft and deliberate, but this time it was followed by another sound, a faint rustling, like fabric brushing against wood. Eleanor's eyes flew open, her breath catching in her throat. She turned her head toward the mirror, and her blood ran cold. The sheet was moving. It slid slowly, almost gracefully, as though an unseen hand were peeling it away. The mirror's surface gleamed in the dim light, and Eleanor's reflection began to take shape. But it wasn't just her reflection, there was someone standing behind her. Eleanor couldn't move. Her body refused to obey her as her eyes locked onto the mirror. The reflection showed her sitting rigidly on the bed, but there, just behind her, stood a figure. It was indistinct at first, a shadow barely more than an outline. But as she stared, its edges sharpened, taking on a grotesque form. The figure was tall, its limbs unnaturally long, its face shrouded in darkness. A faint light flickered across its features, revealing hollow eyes and a twisted smile. That seemed to stretch far too wide. It leaned closer, its head tilting unnaturally as though studying her, and Eleanor's chest tightened with a suffocating pressure. She wanted to scream, but no sound came. The mirror rippled again, like water disturbed by a pebble, and the figure began to move. It stepped forward, closer and closer, until it seemed as though it might emerge from the glass entirely. With a sudden burst of strength, Eleanor lunged for the sheet and flung it over the mirror. The figure vanished, but the air in the room remained heavy, charged with an unnatural energy. She stumbled back against the bed, gasping for breath. For a long moment she sat there, trembling, her hands clutching the edge of the mattress. The silence in the room was deafening, broken only by the sound of her own ragged breathing. She told herself it wasn't real. It couldn't be real. She was overtired, overwhelmed, imagining things. But the image of the figure lingered in her mind, vivid and undeniable. The whispers began again. This time, they weren't faint or indistinct. They were clear, deliberate, and unmistakably directed at her. "Eleanor." She froze, her pulse pounding in her ears. The voice was soft, but insistent, echoing from all around her. It sounded familiar, achingly so, and her chest tightened with a mix of fear and longing. "Eleanor, come." "No," she whispered, her voice trembling. "No, leave me alone." The whispers faded, but the oppressive weight in the room remained. She didn't sleep that night, her body too tense to allow rest. Instead, she sat on the bed with her back pressed against the wall, her eyes fixed on the covered mirror as though expecting the figure to return at any moment. When morning finally came, Eleanor felt as though she hadn't slept in days. Her limbs were heavy, her mind clouded, and the house's silence felt more suffocating than ever. She dressed quickly and left her room, desperate to escape the oppressive atmosphere. The dining room was empty again. Mr. Greaves was nowhere to be seen, and Mrs. Callow's usual serene presence was notably absent. Eleanor poured herself a cup of tea, her hands trembling as she lifted it to her lips. The tea was lukewarm, its taste bitter, but she forced herself to drink it. As she sat there, the whispers began again, faint and almost imperceptible. She set the cup down with a shaky hand, her gaze darting around the room. It was empty, but the feeling of being watched was inescapable. The urge to leave the house was overwhelming. She needed fresh air, space to breathe. She grabbed her coat and scarf and stepped outside, the cold air biting at her skin. The garden felt less oppressive in the daylight, though the trees still loomed tall and skeletal. She walked aimlessly, her thoughts churning. The locket in her pocket felt heavy, almost burning against her palm as she clutched it tightly. She opened it, her fingers brushing over the tiny photograph inside. Robert's face stared back at her, his warm smile a stark contrast to the cold, lifeless expression she'd last seen on him. "I miss you," she whispered again, tears stinging her eyes. The wind picked up, carrying a faint sound that made her freeze. It wasn't a sigh this time, it was a voice. "Eleanor." She turned sharply, her heart racing. The garden was empty, the trees swaying gently in the breeze. But the voice had been real. She was certain of it. "Eleanor, come back." The words were faint, carried on the wind, but they sent a chill down her spine. She spun in place, searching for the source, but there was nothing. Just the garden, the trees, and the heavy silence that followed. She ran back to the house, her breath coming in short, panicked gasps. Once inside, she leaned against the door, her hands clutching the edges of her coat. The house seemed darker than before, its shadows longer, its corners deeper. Mrs. Callow appeared in the hallway, her expression calm but unreadable. "Is everything all right, Miss Trevane?" I thought I heard," Eleanor faltered, unsure of how to explain. "Mrs. Callow's smile didn't waver. "The wind can be deceiving out here. It carries all sorts of sounds." Eleanor nodded weakly, though her unease remained. She wanted to ask about the voices, about the figure in the mirror, but something in Mrs. Callow's demeanor stopped her. There was an air of knowing about the woman, as though she understood far more than she let on. The rest of the day passed in a haze. Eleanor avoided her room, lingering in the sitting room with a book she barely read. The whispers came and went, their presence like an itch she couldn't scratch. The other residents remained elusive, their absence deepening her sense of isolation. When night fell, Eleanor hesitated before returning to her room. The mirror loomed in her mind, a dark presence she couldn't ignore. She told herself she would. Cover it again, keep it hidden. But the thought did little to calm her nerves. The hallway was empty as she climbed the stairs, the faint creaks of the floorboards the only sound. When she reached her door, she paused, her hand hovering over the knob. The air felt colder here, the shadows heavier. She opened the door slowly, her breath catching as she stepped inside. The room was dark, the curtains drawn, but something felt wrong. She fumbled for the lamp, her fingers trembling as she turned it on. The sheet was gone. The mirror stood uncovered, its surface gleaming faintly in the dim light. Her reflection stared back at her, its expression blank. But she couldn't shake the feeling that it was watching her with an intensity that went beyond simple reflection. And then, slowly, her reflection smiled. Eleanor staggered back, her breath catching in her throat as her reflection's smile widened. It was the same twisted, too wide expression she'd seen before, a mockery of warmth. Her hands trembled at her sides, the room spinning slightly, as though the air itself were warping. She wanted to scream, to throw something, to shatter the mirror and the grotesque reflection staring back at her. But fear rooted her in place. The glass shimmered faintly, the image seeming to ripple like the surface of a disturbed pond. Her reflection didn't blink, didn't falter. It spoke. "You can't leave." The words were faint, but clear, reverberating through the room like a whisper carried on a cold wind. Eleanor's legs gave out and she collapsed onto the edge of the bed, her hands gripping the blanket tightly. She stared at the mirror, her heart pounding. "No," she whispered, her voice trembling. "You're not real." The reflection tilted its head, the movement slow and deliberate, like a predator toying with its prey. "You belong here, Eleanor." The sound of her name coming from the thing in the mirror made her stomach turn. She clenched her fists, forcing herself to stand. The mirror's surface rippled again, the reflection flickering briefly, as though the glass had been struck by a gust of wind. Without thinking, Eleanor grabbed the sheet from the floor and threw it over the mirror, her hands shaking so violently, she nearly dropped it. The reflection vanished beneath the fabric, and the room fell silent. She stumbled backward, breathing heavily, and pressed herself against the far wall. The whispers began immediately. This time, they came from everywhere at once, soft, insistent, overlapping in a cacophony of voices. Some were male, some female, and some too faint to distinguish. They filled her ears, her mind, pressing against her skull until she thought she might burst. "Stop it!" she screamed, her voice breaking. The whispers ceased instantly. The sudden silence was almost worse. The air felt charged, as though the house were holding its breath, waiting. Eleanor pressed her palms against her temples, squeezing her eyes shut. She had to leave, had to get out of this room, out of this house, before it consumed her entirely. Grabbing her coat and scarf, she stumbled into the hallway. The air was colder here, and the shadows seemed to stretch unnaturally, clinging to the walls like living things. She hurried down the stairs, her footfalls echoing unnervingly loud in the emptiness. The sitting room was dark, the fire long extinguished. Eleanor made her way to the front door, her fingers fumbling with the locks. She yanked it open, the cold night air hitting her like a slap. She stepped onto the porch, her breaths coming in shallow gasps. But she didn't step further. Something held her back. Not a physical force, but an overwhelming sensation of wrongness, as though the very air outside were pushing against her. The garden beyond the porch was shrouded in darkness, the trees swaying in the wind. But their movements weren't natural. The branches reached and twisted like fingers, and the shadows beneath them seemed to ripple with intent. She couldn't go out there. The realization struck her with a sickening certainty. Whatever malevolent force resided in the house had extended its reach beyond its walls, making the very landscape an extension of its will. Eleanor slammed the door shut, leaning against it as tears stung her eyes. She was trapped. "Miss Trevane?" The voice startled her, and she turned to see Mrs. Callow standing at the base of the stairs. The woman's face was serene as ever, her hands folded neatly in front of her apron. I needed air," Eleanor stammered, her voice shaky. "Mrs." Callow's gaze flicked briefly to the door, then back to Eleanor. "The nights can be quite unsettling here," she said, her tone calm. "It's best to stay indoors." Eleanor nodded mutely, unsure of what to say. There was something in Mrs. Callow's demeanor, something too composed, too knowing, that set her on edge. "I think I'll go to bed," Eleanor mumbled, brushing past the landlady without waiting for a response. She returned to her room, but the sense of unease only deepened. The covered mirror loomed like a spectre, and the whispers began again as soon as she closed the door. They were softer this time, almost gentle, as though coaxing her to listen. Eleanor. Her name was the clearest of them, repeated over and over like a mantra. She pressed her hands over her ears, but the voices weren't coming from outside. They were inside her head, filling her thoughts, her very being. The urge to look at the mirror was overwhelming. "No," she muttered to herself, pacing the room. "No, I won't." But her feet carried her toward it anyway. She stood before the covered glass, her fingers trembling as they brushed the edge of the sheet. The whispers grew louder, more insistent. "Eleanor, come." With a sudden burst of defiance, she tore the sheet from the mirror. The glass was dark and still, reflecting only her pale, frightened face. Her reflection stared back at her, its expression blank but somehow accusatory. And then the door creaked. "Eleanor," spun around, her heart leaping into her throat. The door to her room was open, though she knew she'd closed it. The hallway beyond was pitch black, the light from her room barely reaching the edges of the frame. Something moved in the shadows. It was subtle at first, a flicker, a ripple of darkness. But then it took shape. A figure emerged from the hallway, tall and skeletal, its limbs unnaturally long. Its face was obscured, shrouded in shadow, but its presence was undeniable. Eleanor backed away, her legs hitting the edge of the bed. The figure didn't move closer, but its presence filled the room, oppressive and unrelenting. And then it spoke. "The Red Room is waiting." The voice was deep and hollow, reverberating through the space like a distant echo. Eleanor shook her head, tears streaming down her face. "No," she whispered. "I won't go." The figure tilted its head, the motion unnervingly slow. "You must." With that, the room went black. The lamp flickered out, plunging Eleanor into darkness. She felt the air grow colder, the whispers rising again in a cacophony that drowned out her thoughts. And then, just as suddenly as it began, the room was silent again. The lamp sputtered back to life, casting a faint glow. The figure was gone, but the door to her room remained open, beckoning her toward the darkened hallway. Eleanor stared at the doorway, her body trembling. She didn't want to go, but she knew deep down that she had no choice. Eleanor stood at the threshold of her room, the dark hallway stretching out before her like a void. The faint light from her lamp barely illuminated the immediate area, leaving the far corners shrouded in impenetrable darkness. Her heart pounded as she stared into the abyss, her mind screaming at her to retreat, to close the door and lock herself inside. But the pull was stronger. The whispers were faint but unmistakable, rising and falling like distant waves. They beckoned her forward, promising answers, resolution, perhaps even relief. Her feet moved of their own accord, carrying her into the icy hallway despite every rational instinct urging her to stay. The air was colder here, damp and heavy, and each step felt like walking through water. The floorboards creaked beneath her weight, the sound echoing unnaturally in the silence. She passed the closed doors of the other rooms, each one radiating an oppressive stillness that made her chest tighten. At the end of the hall, she stopped. The door to the red room loomed before her, its dark wood gleaming faintly in the dim light. The brass handle seemed to pulse with a faint, otherworldly glow, as though alive. She hadn't intended to come here, hadn't even realized where her steps were taking her, but now that she was here, she couldn't turn back. The whispers grew louder, more distinct. "Eleanor, come inside." Her hand trembled as she reached for the handle. The metal was cold against her skin, sending a shiver through her body. She hesitated, her breath hitching in her throat. "No," she whispered, pulling her hand back. The whispers faltered, a faint murmur of disapproval rippling through the air. Then the door creaked open on its own, revealing a darkness so absolute it seemed to swallow the faint light from the hallway. Eleanor took a step back, her pulse racing. The void beyond the door seemed to beckon her, an unspoken invitation she couldn't ignore. She clenched her fists, her nails digging into her palms as she fought the overwhelming urge to step inside. Something shifted in the darkness. It was subtle at first, a faint movement, like a shadow detaching itself from the rest. Then it grew. A figure emerged from the void, tall and indistinct, its edges blurred as though it were made of smoke. Its presence filled the doorway, radiating a cold, malevolent energy that made Eleanor's knees buckle. "Eleanor," it said, its voice a low, resonant hum that seemed to vibrate through her very bones. "You cannot hide from this." She stumbled back, her hands grasping for the wall behind her. The figure didn't move, but its presence pressed against her, suffocating and relentless. "Why?" she managed to whisper, her voice shaking. "Why me?" The figure tilted its head, the motion unnervingly slow. "You brought this with you. It was always inside you." The words hit her like a physical blow. She shook her head, tears stinging her eyes. "No, I don't understand. I just wanted to be left alone." The figure didn't respond. Instead, the whispers surged again, louder and more insistent. They seemed to come from within the room, from the walls, from the very air around her. They pressed against her skull, drowning out her thoughts until all she could hear was their incessant, maddening call. She turned and ran. Her footsteps echoed loudly in the empty hallway as she fled, her breath coming in ragged gasps. She didn't stop until she reached the stairs, nearly stumbling as she descended. The sitting room was dark and empty, the air thick with an oppressive silence. She collapsed onto the couch, her body trembling. The whispers had stopped, but their echoes lingered in her mind, a haunting reminder of what she'd seen. She buried her face in her hands, her tears hot against her palms. For a long time she sat there, the stillness of the house pressing down on her like a weight. She didn't know how long she remained in that position, but eventually she became aware of another presence in the room. "Miss Trevane!" She looked up sharply, her heart skipping a beat. Mrs. Callow stood in the doorway, her expression calm but unreadable. "I heard footsteps," the landlady said, her tone unhurried. "Is everything all right?" Eleanor wiped at her eyes, struggling to compose herself. I thought I saw something." Mrs. Callow's gaze didn't waver. "The house can be unsettling at night," she said simply, "but you have nothing to fear." The words rang hollow, their reassurance undermined by the knowing look in Mrs. Callow's eyes. Eleanor wanted to ask her about the red room, about the figure she'd seen, about the whispers that seemed to haunt every corner of the house. But something held her back, a deep, instinctual sense that the answers would only make things worse. Try to rest," Mrs. Callow said, her voice soft. "You'll feel better in the morning." Eleanor nodded mutely, though she doubted she'd sleep at all. That night, she didn't return to her room. Instead, she curled up on the couch, the faint warmth of the fireplace her only comfort. She left the lamp on, the light a small but welcome reprieve from the oppressive darkness. But the house didn't let her rest. The whispers began again, faint and persistent, like a distant chorus just beyond her hearing. She buried her head in her arms, willing them to stop, but they only grew louder. Then a voice cut through the noise, a single, distinct voice that made her blood run cold. "Eleanor!" She sat up sharply, her heart pounding. The room was empty, the shadows long and still. The voice came again, louder this time and unmistakable. It was Robert's voice. "Eleanor, come to me." Her chest tightened, her breath hitching. "No," she whispered, tears streaming down her face. "You're not real. You can't be real." But the voice persisted, low and mournful, filled with a longing that tore at her heart. "Please, Eleanor, I'm waiting." She clutched the locket around her neck, her fingers trembling. The air around her seemed to grow colder, the room darker, as though the shadows were closing in. And then she saw it. In the doorway to the hall, a figure stood, shrouded in darkness. It was unmistakably Robert, his outline familiar, his presence achingly real. He stepped forward, his movements slow and deliberate, his eyes fixed on hers. "Eleanor," he said, his voice soft but commanding, "you have to come back." She shook her head, her tears falling freely. "You're not real," she repeated, her voice breaking. "You're not Robert." But as he moved closer, his expression twisted into something unrecognizable. The smile that spread across his face was wrong, too wide, too cold. His eyes burned with an unnatural light, and the whispers surged around her, deafening and relentless. The last thing Eleanor saw before the room plunged into darkness was the figure reaching for her. Eleanor awoke with a start, her body jerking upright on the couch. For a moment, she wasn't sure where she was. The room was dim, the faint morning light filtering through the heavy curtains, casting long shadows across the walls. Her heart raced as fragments of the night before flooded back. The whispers, the figure that had worn Robert's face, the suffocating darkness. But the room was empty now, the oppressive stillness replaced by an eerie quiet. She touched the locket at her throat, her fingers trembling as they traced the familiar shape. It was warm against her skin, a small comfort in the otherwise cold, unyielding atmosphere. The house felt different this morning, as though it had shifted while she slept. The walls seemed closer, the air heavier, and every creak of the floorboards sounded deliberate, as if the house itself were watching her. She stood slowly, her limbs stiff, and glanced toward the doorway. It was empty, the hallway beyond bathed in muted light. The memory of Robert's voice sent a chill through her, and she shook her head, trying to banish the thought. It wasn't him. It couldn't have been. Whatever this house was, whatever it wanted, it was using her grief against her, twisting her memories into something cruel and alien. She needed answers. Eleanor left the sitting room and wandered the house, her steps hesitant. The dining room was empty, the table set as if waiting for a meal that would never come. The air smelled faintly of lavender and something metallic, like old iron. She moved on, her eyes darting toward every shadow, every doorway. The other residents were nowhere to be found. She passed Mr. Greaves's room, the door closed tightly, and paused in front of Miss Holloway's. She raised her hand to knock but hesitated, the faintest sound reaching her ears, a muffled sob, soft and despairing. "Miss Holloway?" she called gently, her voice barely above a whisper. The sobbing stopped abruptly, and silence filled the space like a tangible thing. Eleanor waited, her hand hovering just above the door, but no response came. She stepped back, unease prickling at her skin, and continued down the hall. The house seemed endless, its halls twisting and turning in ways that defied logic. Eleanor was certain she had passed the same corridor twice, the same painting of the barren house hanging on the wall. The whispers began again, faint and fleeting, just on the edge of her hearing. "You're not real," she muttered, her voice shaking. "None of this is real." But the whispers didn't stop. They grew louder, more distinct, and she realized they were coming from a specific direction. She followed them, her steps hesitant, until she reached the door to the red room. The door was ajar. Her stomach churned as she stared at the gap, the faint darkness beyond seeming to ripple like a living thing. She knew she shouldn't go in. Every instinct screamed at her to turn back, to flee, to leave this cursed house and never return. But the whispers beckoned her, insistent and unrelenting. With a deep, shuddering breath, Eleanor pushed the door open. The room beyond was small and sparsely furnished, its walls painted a deep, blood-red hue that seemed to absorb the light. A single chair sat in the center of the room, its wooden frame worn and splintered. The air was colder here, carrying a metallic tang that made her throat tighten. And then she saw it. On the floor, etched into the wood with deep, jagged lines, was a symbol. A circle surrounded by intricate patterns, its center marked with a series of strange, angular shapes. The sight of it made her head swim, her vision blurring as though the very sight of the symbol was an affront to her senses. The whispers surged, their voices overlapping in a chaotic cacophony. "Stay with us. Join us. You cannot leave." Eleanor stumbled back, her foot catching on the threshold. She gripped the doorframe for support, her chest heaving as she fought to steady herself. The whispers were everywhere now, filling her ears, her mind, drowning out her thoughts. And then they stopped. The silence that followed was deafening. The air in the room seemed to thrum with a low, vibrating energy, and Eleanor became acutely aware of a presence behind her. She turned slowly, her breath hitching in her throat. Mrs. Callow stood in the hallway, her face serene but her eyes sharp, almost predatory. "You shouldn't be in there," the landlady said, her tone calm but firm. Eleanor opened her mouth to speak, but no words came. She looked back at the symbol on the floor, then at Mrs. Callow, her mind racing with questions she couldn't articulate. Mrs. Callow stepped forward, her movements slow and deliberate. She reached for the door and closed it gently, shutting the red room away as though sealing something dangerous. "This house has its rules, Miss Trevane," she said, her voice soft but laced with an undertone of warning. "It's best not to stray from them." Eleanor stared at her, her heart pounding. "What is this place?" she demanded, her voice trembling. "What's happening here?" Mrs. Callow's smile was faint, almost pitying. "This house has been here for a long time," she said. "It draws those who are lost, those who carry burdens too heavy to bear." "Lost?" Eleanor repeated, her voice breaking. "You mean, like me?" Mrs. Callow tilted her head, her expression unreadable. "You came here for a reason, even if you don't yet realize what it is. The house knows what you need." Eleanor shook her head, tears stinging her eyes. "I didn't ask for this. I just wanted to be alone." "And the house has given you that," Mrs. Callow said, her tone gentle but unwavering. "But solitude comes with a price." The landlady turned and walked away, her footsteps echoing softly down the hall. Eleanor remained frozen, her mind reeling. The house had given her solitude, but at what cost? She glanced back at the red room, the memory of the symbol burning in her mind. The whispers had been clearer in there, more forceful, and she had no doubt that the room held answers. But it also held something far more dangerous, something she wasn't sure she could face. As she returned to her room, the house seemed to close in around her, its walls narrowing, its shadows deepening. The whispers followed her, softer now, but still insistent, a constant reminder that she was never truly alone. She closed her door and locked it, her hands trembling as she leaned against the wood. The mirror on the wall seemed to gleam in the dim light, its surface unnervingly still. She didn't sleep that night. Eleanor sat in the stillness of her room, staring at the covered mirror. The sheet hung unevenly over the glass, its folds casting strange shadows in the dim light. Her fingers trembled as they clutched the locket at her throat, the metal warm against her skin. She had been gripping it so tightly that the edges had left faint indentations in her palm. She hadn't slept. Every time she closed her eyes, the whispers returned, soft and insistent, threading through her thoughts like an unwanted melody. Her mind replayed the events in the red room over and over. The symbol carved into the floor, the strange energy that seemed to pulse from its center, and Mrs. Callow's cryptic words. The house knows what you need. What did that mean? She didn't need this torment, this oppressive silence, this endless suffocating grief. She had come here to escape, to find peace, not to be haunted by memories of Robert and plagued by shadows that didn't belong in the world of the living. Her breath hitched as a thought struck her. Maybe the house isn't just haunted. Maybe it's alive. The idea felt absurd, but the longer she sat there, the more it seemed to make sense. The way the walls seemed to breathe, the way the air grew heavier in certain rooms, the way the whispers seemed to come from the very structure itself. It all pointed to something far beyond the natural. A soft knock at the door startled her. Eleanor rose slowly, her heart pounding, and crossed the room. She opened the door a crack, her breath catching when she saw Miss Holloway standing there. The woman's eyes were wide and bloodshot, her hands clutching the edges of her shawl, as though it were the only thing keeping her grounded. "Can I?" "Come in!" Miss Holloway's voice was barely audible, trembling with a fear that mirrored Eleanor's own. Eleanor stepped aside, and Miss Holloway slipped into the room, her movements jittery and bird-like. She hovered near the desk, glancing nervously at the covered mirror. "I shouldn't be here," she whispered, her voice quivering. "But I needed to talk to someone. You're the only one who feels it, aren't you?" Eleanor frowned. "Feels what?" "The house," Miss Holloway said, her voice cracking. "It's in your head, isn't it? The whispers, the dreams, the things in the dark." Eleanor's stomach churned. "You've seen them too?" Miss Holloway nodded frantically. "It's not just you. It's all of us. Mr. Greaves, Mrs. Callow, even the others before us. This house," she broke off, her breath hitching. "It feeds on us." Eleanor's knees went weak, and she sank onto the edge of the bed. "Feeds? What do you mean?" Miss Holloway clasped her hands together, her knuckles white. "It finds people like us, people who've lost something, people who are broken, and it keeps us here. It keeps us because we need it, and it feeds on that need, on our grief, our pain, our memories." The words hit Eleanor like a blow. She wanted to dismiss them as the ramblings of a frightened woman, but they rang with a truth she couldn't deny. "The red room," Eleanor said quietly. "What's in there?" Miss Holloway's face paled, and she shook her head violently. "Don't go back there," she said, her voice rising with panic. "That room is the heart of it. It's where the house is strongest. If you go back, it won't let you leave." Eleanor's chest tightened. Why hasn't it taken us already? Why hasn't it consumed us? Miss Holloway hesitated, her gaze darting toward the door as though expecting someone or something to appear. "It wants you to stay willingly," she said finally. "That's how it works. It doesn't trap you outright. It makes you think you need it, that you can't live without it. And once you believe that, It has you. Eleanor shook her head, her pulse racing. I don't need this house, she said, her voice trembling. I came here to get away, to grieve in peace. That's all. Miss Holloway gave a bitter laugh. That's what I thought too, she said. But the longer you stay, the harder it gets to leave. The house knows you, Eleanor. It knows your pain, your guilt, your regrets. It'll use them against you until you give in. Eleanor felt a wave of nausea wash over her. She thought of the whispers, the figure that had worn Robert's face, the locket she couldn't stop clutching. The house had already started to weave itself into her mind, her memories. Before she could respond, Miss Holloway grabbed her arm, her grip surprisingly strong. Promise me you won't go back to the Red Room, she said urgently. Promise me. Eleanor hesitated, the memory of the carved symbol flashing in her mind. I promise. Miss Holloway released her, her shoulders sagging with relief. Good, she said, her voice barely above a whisper. Good. That's the only way you'll survive this. Without another word, she slipped out of the room, leaving Eleanor alone once more. The silence pressed in almost immediately, heavier than before. Eleanor sat on the bed, her mind racing. Miss Holloway's words echoed in her ears, their implications sinking deep into her consciousness. The house wasn't just a refuge for the broken. It was a trap, a predator that fed on their vulnerability. And Eleanor had walked straight into its jaws. As night fell, the house seemed to grow darker, its shadows lengthening and deepening. Eleanor tried to keep herself occupied, but the whispers returned, soft and insistent, like a siren's call. Eleanor, come back. She covered her ears, shaking her head violently. No, she muttered. You're not real. You're not real. But the whispers persisted, growing louder, more demanding. Eleanor, come to the Red Room. Her chest tightened as the urge to obey swelled within her, almost overwhelming in its intensity. She clenched her fists, fighting against it, but the pull was relentless. Finally, unable to bear it any longer, she grabbed the locket around her neck and flung it across the room. The metal struck the wall with a sharp clang, and the whispers stopped abruptly. The silence was deafening. Eleanor stared at the locket, now lying on the floor, and felt a strange emptiness take hold. The house had quieted, but the respite felt temporary, a brief pause before the storm, and then, from the depths of the silence, a single voice rose. Eleanor. It wasn't a whisper. It was Robert's voice, clear and unmistakable, calling her name. She turned toward the door, her heart pounding. The voice came again, low and mournful, and she felt her feet move toward it despite herself. The hallway was dark, the Red Room's door ajar once more, and this time she couldn't resist. Eleanor's feet carried her down the hallway, her steps hesitant yet unavoidable, as though an unseen force were pulling her forward. The whispers had gone silent, replaced by the clear, sorrowful cadence of Robert's voice. Eleanor, I'm here. Please. Her mind screamed at her to stop, to turn around, to flee this place, but her body refused to obey. The Red Room's door loomed ahead, slightly ajar, the dark void beyond it rippling like a mirage. She paused at the threshold, her hand hovering over the brass handle. Eleanor, the voice came again, softer this time, filled with longing. She pushed the door open. The room was as she remembered, small and sparsely furnished, its deep red walls absorbing what little light seeped in from the hallway. But the symbol etched into the floor was different now. It glowed faintly, the lines pulsating with a soft, unnatural light that seemed to thrum in time with her racing heartbeat. At the center of the symbol stood a figure. Her breath caught as her eyes locked onto him. It was Robert. He was exactly as she remembered, tall, with his sandy brown hair slightly tousled, his kind eyes fixed on her with an intensity that made her chest ache. He smiled softly, the corners of his mouth trembling as though he were holding back tears. "Robert." Her voice broke as she stepped into the room, the door clicking shut behind her. He held out a hand, his fingers trembling. "I've been waiting for you, Eleanor." She hesitated, her mind warring with her heart. Every instinct told her this couldn't be real, that whatever stood before her was a trick, a cruel illusion conjured by the house. But the way he looked at her, the warmth in his eyes, the way he spoke her name, it felt so real. Tears blurred her vision as she stepped closer, her hand reaching out tentatively. "I thought you were gone," she whispered. "I was," he said, his voice thick with emotion. "But I'm here now. We can be together again, Eleanor. We can have what we lost." Her fingers brushed against his, and a warmth spread through her, chasing away the cold that had gripped her since his death. Her heart ached with longing, with the desperate hope that maybe, just maybe, this wasn't a lie. But then she saw it. For the briefest moment, his face flickered. The warm, familiar features twisted, becoming something darker, more grotesque. His eyes burned with an unnatural light, and his smile widened into something inhuman. The warmth in her chest turned to ice. She jerked her hand back, stumbling away from him. "You're not Robert," she said, her voice trembling. The figure tilted its head, its smile fading. "Eleanor, it's me," it said, stepping toward her. "Don't you recognize me?" "Stay away," she cried, her back hitting the wall. Her eyes darted to the glowing symbol on the floor, the lines pulsing faster now, their light growing brighter. The figure stopped, its expression shifting. The warmth drained from its features, replaced by a cold, calculating look. "You still don't understand, do you?" it said, its voice losing the softness that had drawn her in. "This isn't about me. It's about you." "What are you talking about?" she demanded, her voice rising. The figure gestured to the symbol, its outline casting strange shadows on the walls. "The house didn't bring you here by chance, Eleanor. It brought you here because you needed it. You carry so much pain, so much guilt, and you don't know how to let it go." Eleanor shook her head, tears streaming down her face. No, that's not true." The figure's smile returned, sharp and mocking. "You blame yourself for my death, don't you?" it said, its voice a low, taunting whisper. "You think if you'd been there, if you'd done something differently, I'd still be alive." Her chest tightened, her breath coming in shallow gasps. The words cut deep, striking at the heart of the wound she had tried so desperately to bury. "I didn't," she began, but her voice faltered. The figure stepped closer, its form flickering and distorting like a shadow cast by an unsteady flame. "You carry that guilt with you everywhere, don't you? It consumes you. And that's why you came here. Because you couldn't face the world anymore. Because you thought you could escape it." Eleanor's legs gave out, and she sank to the floor, her hands clutching her head. The whispers had returned, swirling around her in a deafening chorus. "It's not true," she muttered, rocking back and forth. "It's not true." The figure knelt before her, its voice softening again. "You can make it stop, Eleanor," it said. "You can let go of the pain. All you have to do is stay. Stay here with me. We can be together again. You don't have to fight anymore." She looked up at him, her vision blurred with tears. The longing in his eyes was so familiar, so achingly real, that for a moment she wavered. But then she remembered Miss Holloway's warning, the fear in her voice as she spoke of the house and its power. "This isn't real," Eleanor said, her voice trembling but resolute. "You're not real. And I'm not staying. The figure's expression darkened, its form flickering violently. You can't leave, it snarled, its voice deep and distorted. The house won't let you. You belong to it now. The room began to shake, the walls warping and shifting as though the house itself were alive. The glowing symbol on the floor flared with blinding light, and the whispers rose to a deafening crescendo. Eleanor scrambled to her feet, her eyes darting around the room. The door was gone, replaced by a solid wall of red. Panic surged through her as the figure loomed over her, its form twisting into something monstrous. You can't escape, it hissed, its voice echoing. You can never escape. Summoning every ounce of strength she had left, Eleanor lunged toward the glowing symbol. The moment her foot crossed its edge, a searing pain shot through her body, and the world went white. When the light faded, she found herself lying on the floor of her room, gasping for breath. The whispers were gone, the house eerily silent. But the locket she had thrown was back around her neck, its chain unbroken. Eleanor lay on the floor, her chest heaving, her fingers clutching the locket tightly. The room was eerily still, the oppressive silence pressing down on her like a suffocating weight. The memory of the red room burned in her mind, the flickering figure, the glowing symbol, the searing pain. She closed her eyes, willing her racing thoughts to slow, but the whispers still lingered at the edges of her consciousness, faint but insistent. When she finally found the strength to sit up, she noticed that the mirror in her room was uncovered again. Its dark surface reflected her pale, disheveled figure, but there was something wrong with her reflection. The eyes looking back at her weren't her own. They were darker, colder, filled with a hollow emptiness that made her stomach twist. No, she whispered, turning away. The locket around her neck seemed heavier now, almost burning against her skin. She tugged at it, trying to remove it, but the chain wouldn't budge. The metal felt like it had fused to her, an unbreakable bond that refused to let her go. A soft knock at the door startled her, and she scrambled to her feet. Her heart pounded as she approached the door cautiously, her hand trembling as it grasped the knob. She opened it a crack, her breath catching when she saw Miss Holloway standing there. But something was wrong. Miss Holloway's face was pale and drawn, her eyes wide and unfocused, her lips trembled, as though she were trying to speak. But no sound came out. She clutched her shawl tightly, her knuckles white, and took a halting step forward. Miss Holloway? Eleanor asked, her voice barely above a whisper. The woman's lips moved soundlessly, and then, with a sudden burst of motion, she lunged forward, grabbing Eleanor's arm. Her grip was cold and unrelenting, her nails digging into Eleanor's skin. You have to leave, Miss Holloway hissed, her voice ragged and desperate. You have to get out before it's too late. Eleanor tried to pull away, but Miss Holloway's grip only tightened. I've tried, Eleanor said, her voice shaking. It won't let me. The house, it won't let me go. Miss Holloway's eyes filled with tears, her expression crumpling into one of despair. You can't let it take you, she said, her voice cracking. You can't let it make you like me. The words sent a chill through Eleanor. What do you mean? What are you talking about? But Miss Holloway didn't answer. Her eyes darted to the hallway behind her, her face twisting in fear. It's coming, she whispered. It's coming for you. Before Eleanor could respond, Miss Holloway let go of her arm and stumbled back into the hallway. The shadows seemed to swallow her whole, and when Eleanor stepped out to follow, the corridor was empty. The house was silent again, but the air felt charged, as though it were holding its breath. Eleanor's pulse raced as she looked down the dark hallway, her mind replaying Miss Holloway's words. She returned to her room, closing the door behind her and locking it. Her hand lingered on the knob, her thoughts spinning in a chaotic spiral. She thought of Miss Holloway's warning, of the red room, of the figure that had worn Robert's face. The house wanted her. It wanted her to stay, to give in to the guilt and grief that had consumed her since Robert's death. But why? Her gaze drifted to the mirror again and she froze. The reflection no longer showed her room. Instead, it showed the red room, the glowing symbol pulsing faintly in the center of the floor. The sight of it made her stomach churn, but she couldn't look away. And then she saw herself in the reflection. She was standing in the red room, her expression blank, her eyes hollow. Her reflection turned to look at her, its lips curling into a faint, chilling smile. "Join us," it whispered. Eleanor stumbled back, her head spinning. The reflection flickered, and for a brief moment, she saw Robert standing behind her reflection, his hand resting on her shoulder. His expression was sorrowful, almost pleading. "Eleanor." She turned away from the mirror, her hands pressed to her ears as she tried to block out the whispers. "Leave me alone," she muttered, her voice breaking. "Just leave me alone." The whispers grew louder, the voices overlapping in a chaotic, deafening roar. The walls of her room seemed to close in, the shadows stretching and twisting into grotesque shapes, and then everything went silent. Eleanor opened her eyes, her chest heaving. The room was still again, but the mirror was no longer reflecting her room. It showed the red room, its door standing open. Her locket burned against her skin, and she clutched it tightly, tears streaming down her face. The house was trying to break her, to pull her into its darkness, and she didn't know how much longer she could resist. A faint voice reached her ears, cutting through the silence like a knife. "Eleanor." It was Robert's voice again, soft and filled with longing. "Please, come to me." She shook her head violently, her tears falling freely. "You're not real," she whispered. "You're not real." But the voice persisted, growing louder, more insistent. "Eleanor, I need you. Please, don't leave me." Her resolve wavered, the weight of her grief pressing down on her like a crushing tide. She had spent so long running from her pain, trying to bury it. But here it was, laid bare before her. The locket grew heavier, its warmth intensifying until it felt like fire against her skin. The mirror showed the red room, its door open wide, beckoning her, and this time she didn't fight it. She left her room, her steps slow and deliberate, and made her way down the hallway. The door to the red room stood open, its dark interior pulsing with a faint, otherworldly light. As she stepped inside, the whispers returned, soft and welcoming. "Stay with us. You're home now." The door closed behind her with a soft click, and Eleanor knew deep down that she was crossing a threshold she could never return from. The symbol on the floor glowed brightly, its lines shifting and rearranging into a pattern she didn't recognize. The air grew colder, heavier, pressing against her chest like a weight. And then the figure appeared again. It stood at the center of the symbol, its form flickering and unstable. This time, it didn't wear Robert's face. It was shadowy and undefined, its presence radiating a cold, malevolent energy that made her knees buckle. "You've come," it said, its voice a low, resonant hum. "You belong to us now." Eleanor shook her head, tears streaming down her face. "I don't belong to anyone," she said, her voice trembling. "I'm not staying here." The figure tilted its head, its smile widening. "You already have." The light from the symbol flared, blinding and all-consuming, and Eleanor's screams were swallowed by the darkness. When the light faded, Eleanor found herself standing at the center of the glowing symbol. The room was gone. The red walls, the door, even the chair had disappeared, replaced by an infinite darkness that seemed to stretch in every direction. Only the symbol remained, its lines pulsating with a faint rhythmic glow beneath her feet. The air was heavy and cold, filled with the faint hum of voices, too many to count, overlapping in a chaotic symphony. Eleanor couldn't make out the words, but their intent was clear. They were watching her, waiting for her to act, to falter. Ahead, the figure emerged from the void. It was no longer trying to appear human. Its form shifted constantly, its edges fraying and reforming like smoke. Caught in a violent wind, shadows coiled around it like living things, and its face, a hollow void where a face should have been, seemed to shift and stretch, as if it were trying to wear every emotion at once. "Why do you resist?" the figure said, its voice deep and resonant, vibrating through her chest. "You came to this house because you couldn't let go, and now you fight against the very thing you sought." Eleanor's fists clenched at her sides, her heart pounding. "I didn't come here for this," she said, her voice trembling but resolute. "I came to find peace." The figure's hollow face twisted into something resembling a smile. "Peace. There is no peace for the broken. Only stillness, only silence. And here, you can have that forever." Eleanor shook her head, tears streaming down her face. "You're lying. You don't care about peace. You want to trap me here, to feed on me." The figure stepped closer, its form towering over her. The whispers around them grew louder, their tones shifting between pleading and accusatory. "You carry the weight of your guilt, your grief," the figure said. "You blame yourself for his death. You think you could have saved him. Isn't that why you ran from the world? Isn't that why you came to me?" The words cut deep, dredging up the memories she had tried so hard to bury. Robert's face, pale and still, as the paramedics wheeled him away. The empty space in their bed. The mornings when she couldn't bring herself to get up, to move, to live. "I loved him," she whispered, her voice breaking. "I loved him, and I failed him." The figure's smile widened, its shadows coiling tighter around her. "Then stay," it said. "Stay, and you can hold on to him forever. You won't have to feel the pain. You won't have to be alone." The whispers rose to a deafening crescendo, their words blending together into a single, overwhelming command. "Stay." Eleanor's knees buckled, and she fell to the ground, her hands clutching the glowing lines of the symbol. The warmth of the locket pressed against her chest, grounding her, but it was faint, barely noticeable beneath the crushing weight of the house's will. And then, from somewhere deep within her, a voice spoke. Not a whisper, but a memory. "You can't keep carrying everything, Ellie," Robert had said one quiet night, his hand resting on hers. "Sometimes you have to let go. Sometimes you have to let yourself be free." The memory pierced through the noise, cutting through the whispers like a blade. Eleanor's breath hitched, her fingers loosening their grip on the symbol. She looked up at the figure, her tears streaking her face. "You're right," she said, her voice trembling. "I am guilty. I carry it with me every day, but that doesn't mean I belong to you, and it doesn't mean I'll stay." The figure recoiled, its form flickering violently. The whispers faltered, their chaotic energy wavering. "You can't escape," the figure hissed, its voice rising with fury. "You are mine." Eleanor rose to her feet, her hands trembling but steady. She clutched the locket around her neck, its warmth growing stronger, pulsing like a heartbeat. "No," she said, her voice gaining strength. "I don't belong to you. I loved Robert, and I will always love him. But I don't need this house. And I don't need you." The symbol beneath her flared with light, its glow bright and unrelenting. The whispers turned to screams, the voices wailing in anguish as the figure dissolved into a swirling mass of shadows. "No," it roared, its form unraveling as the light consumed it. "You cannot leave! You cannot!" The shadows imploded, and the darkness around her shattered like glass. Eleanor fell to her knees, gasping for breath. When she opened her eyes, she was back in the red room. The walls were cracked and faded. The glowing symbol on the floor now nothing more than a faint, charred outline. The air was still, heavy with the scent of ash and something faintly sweet, like lavender. She looked down at the locket in her hand, its surface cool and unremarkable. She held it tightly, tears streaming down her face. "Goodbye, Robert," she whispered. The door behind her creaked open, and she turned to see the hallway bathed in pale morning light. She rose slowly, her legs unsteady, and stepped out of the room. The house was silent now, its oppressive weight lifted. Mrs. Callow was waiting at the base of the stairs, her expression calm but distant. "You've done what few can," she said quietly. "You've let go." Eleanor met her gaze, the faintest hint of a smile breaking through her exhaustion. "And what happens now?" Mrs. Callow didn't answer. She simply stepped aside, gesturing to the front door. Eleanor didn't hesitate. She walked past the landlady, her steps steady, and opened the door. The cool morning air rushed in, filling her lungs with a sense of freedom she hadn't felt in years. She stepped outside, the sunlight warming her face, and didn't look back. The sunlight was warm on Eleanor's face, almost too warm after the endless chill of the house. She stood on the porch, her breath catching in her throat as she took in the garden bathed in golden light. The gnarled trees that had once seemed menacing now swayed gently in the breeze, their skeletal branches softened by the morning glow. It felt unreal, like stepping into a dream. Eleanor reached for the locket at her throat, the cool metal grounding her as her pulse began to slow. Her fingers trembled as she opened it, revealing the familiar photograph of Robert. For the first time, the sight of his face didn't fill her with crushing grief. Instead, there was a strange calm, a bittersweet ache that felt almost like acceptance. She stepped off the porch, her boots crunching softly against the gravel path. The air smelled faintly of damp earth and wildflowers, the oppressive stillness of the house replaced by the gentle hum of the world waking around her. For the first time in what felt like an eternity, she could breathe. But as she walked toward the edge of the garden, a prickling sensation crept up her spine. She turned back toward the house, her heart skipping a beat. It stood as it always had, its weathered stone exterior blending with the surrounding landscape. But something about it was different. The windows, once dark and watchful, now seemed empty, hollow. The house looked lifeless. Mrs. Callow stood in the doorway, her figure silhouetted against the dim interior. Her face was serene as always, but her presence sent a shiver through Eleanor. "Will you stay?" Mrs. Callow asked, her voice soft but carrying an unspoken "Wait." Eleanor shook her head, her grip tightening on the locket. "No," she said firmly. "I'm leaving." Mrs. Callow inclined her head, a faint smile playing at her lips. "Very few do," she said, "but the house has what it needs. You've given it something precious, Eleanor, something no one else could." Eleanor's chest tightened. "What do you mean? What did I give it?" Mrs. Callow didn't answer. She stepped back into the shadows, the door creaking shut behind her. The house seemed to exhale, a low groan that reverberated through the garden. And then it was silent. Eleanor turned and walked away, her steps quickening as the house receded behind her. The road stretched endlessly before her, the countryside, blurring into shades of green and brown. Eleanor walked for hours, her thoughts swirling as she tried to piece together everything that had happened. The red room, the symbol, the whispers, they felt like fragments of a nightmare, something her mind couldn't fully process. She passed an old stone marker at the edge of the road and froze. The engraving was faint, weathered by years of rain and wind, but she could still make out the words, in memory of those who are lost. May they find peace. Beneath it was a series of names etched in uneven lines. Her breath caught as her eyes landed on one of them, Margaret Holloway. Eleanor stepped back, her heart racing. Miss Holloway had spoken to her just the night before, her warning etched in Eleanor's mind. But this marker, this name, it was impossibly old, the stone moss-covered and cracked. A cold dread crept over her as she glanced back the way she had come. The house was no longer visible, hidden by the curve of the road and the dense trees, but its presence lingered, like a shadow at the edge of her thoughts. Was Miss Holloway ever real? Was any of it real? She clutched the locket tightly, her fingers trembling. The cool metal was the only thing that felt solid, tangible, in a world that suddenly felt uncertain. The distant sound of an engine broke the silence, and Eleanor turned to see a small, battered car approaching. She stepped to the side of the road, raising a hand to flag it down. The driver, a man in his 50s with a kind face, slowed to a stop and rolled down the window. "Need a ride?" he asked. Eleanor hesitated, her eyes darting back toward the path she had come. The house was gone, but she could still feel it, a faint hum in the back of her mind. "Yes," she said finally, her voice barely above a whisper. The man opened the passenger door, and Eleanor climbed in, her body heavy with exhaustion. As the car pulled away, she kept her eyes on the road ahead, refusing to look back. The town came into view an hour later, its streets bustling with the morning's activity. The sight of other people, of life moving forward, brought a strange relief that made Eleanor's chest ache. She thanked the driver and stepped onto the sidewalk, the locket still clutched in her hand. She found a small cafe and slipped inside, the warmth and chatter enveloping her like a blanket. She ordered a coffee, her voice shaky, and settled into a corner booth. The locket sat on the table before her, its surface glinting faintly in the light. She stared at it, her thoughts spinning. She had left the house. She was free. But something inside her felt different, heavier. The house's grip might have loosened, but it hadn't let her go entirely. As she reached for her coffee, she caught a glimpse of her reflection in the cafe's window. For a moment it seemed wrong, darker, colder. But when she blinked, it was gone. Eleanor closed her eyes, the bitter taste of the coffee grounding her. She didn't know what came next, but she knew one thing with certainty. She would never forget the house, and she wasn't sure the house would ever forget her. Eleanor stayed in the cafe for hours, the hum of conversation around her a comforting backdrop to the silence that had consumed her for so long. She watched people come and go, laughing, talking, moving with a sense of purpose that felt foreign to her. Her coffee had gone cold, but she didn't care. For the first time in weeks, maybe months, she felt the smallest hint of normalcy creeping back into her life. But it was fragile, and she knew it. Her fingers traced the edges of the locket on the table, its weight grounding her even as it reminded her of the past. The memory of Robert's voice still lingered, faint but persistent, like an echo she couldn't shake. The house was behind her, but its presence clung to her, a shadow she couldn't escape. The waitress stopped by, her cheerful smile a stark contrast to the heaviness Eleanor felt in her chest. "Can I get you anything else?" she asked, her tone polite but distracted. Eleanor shook her head. "No, thank you. I'm fine." The waitress nodded and moved on, her attention already elsewhere. Eleanor watched her go, a pang of envy tightening her chest. How simple it must be to live like that, to move through the world without the weight of a haunting. Finally, as the sun dipped lower in the sky, she left the cafe and wandered the streets of the small town. The bustle of the day had begun to fade, the streets quieter now, but the warmth of life lingered. A couple passed her, their hands entwined, their laughter soft and intimate. A man stood outside a bookstore, flipping through a tattered paperback. Eleanor wanted to feel a part of it, to let the world pull her back into its rhythm, but every step she took felt heavy, as though the house's shadow stretched far beyond its walls, tethering her to something she couldn't see. She found a small inn at the edge of town, its sign creaking faintly in the breeze. The woman at the front desk was kind, her chatter filling the silence as she handed Eleanor a key and pointed her toward the stairs. The room was simple but cozy, with soft yellow walls and a bed covered in a quilted blanket. Eleanor sat on the edge of the bed, her suitcase untouched, and stared out the window. The sky was painted in shades of orange and pink, the colors fading into the deep blue of approaching night. She reached for the locket, opening it with a soft click. Robert's photograph stared back at her, his smile frozen in time. "I let you go," she whispered, her voice trembling. "So why does it still feel like you're here?" The room was silent, but the question hung in the air, unanswered. She was standing in the red room, the symbol glowing faintly at her feet. The whispers surrounded her, soft and mournful, their words just out of reach. She turned in circles, searching for the figure, but the room was empty. Then she heard it. "Eleanor." The voice was faint, echoing as though from a great distance. She clutched the locket in her hand, its warmth spreading through her palm. "I can't stay," she said, her voice steady despite the tremor in her chest. "I won't." The whispers grew louder, their tone shifting from pleading to insistent. The room began to darken, the walls closing in around her, and the glowing symbol flared with blinding light. Eleanor woke with a start, her breath coming in shallow gasps. The room was dark, the faint glow of the street lamp outside casting long shadows across the walls. She pressed her hand to her chest, feeling the steady rhythm of her heartbeat beneath the locket. "It's over," she whispered to herself. "It's over." But the unease didn't fade. Over the next few days, Eleanor tried to immerse herself in the world around her. She walked through the town, exploring its shops and streets, forcing herself to engage with the people she met. The innkeeper greeted her warmly each morning, her cheerful demeanor a balm against the lingering shadows. But the house was never far from her thoughts. At times, she felt its presence like a faint hum in the back of her mind, a reminder of the whispers that had once filled every corner of her life. She caught glimpses of it in the reflections of shop windows, in the way the shadows stretched unnaturally across the pavement. One evening, as she wandered through the outskirts of town, she came across an old cemetery. The air was cool, the fading light casting long shadows over the weathered headstones. She walked among them slowly, her fingers trailing over the names and dates etched into the stone. When she reached the far corner of the cemetery, her breath caught in her throat. There, half hidden beneath the gnarled branches of an old oak tree, was a gravestone marked with a name she recognized: Margaret Holloway. The date on the stone was from decades earlier, the letters worn by time but still legible. A chill ran through Eleanor as she stared at it, her mind racing. Miss Holloway's voice echoed in her memory, her desperate warning replaying over and over. "You have to leave. You can't let it take you." Eleanor stumbled back, her pulse racing. The ground beneath her feet felt unsteady, the world tilting as though the earth itself had shifted. "Eleanor." The voice came from behind her, soft and familiar, and she spun around. There was no one there. Her heart pounded as she backed away, her eyes scanning the shadows for any sign of movement. The cemetery was silent, the air thick with an oppressive stillness. She clutched the locket tightly, its cool surface grounding her, and turned back toward the town. The house was gone. She had escaped, but its shadow still lingered. Eleanor sat on a bench at the edge of the cemetery, the locket heavy in her palm. The fading sunlight painted the horizon in hues of gold and violet, casting long shadows across the weathered gravestones. Her breath came slow and steady now, though her pulse still thrummed faintly in her ears. The name on the gravestone, Margaret Holloway, was burned into her mind. She had seen it before, on the stone marker near the house, and yet Miss Holloway had been so real to her. Hadn't she? The woman's trembling voice, her desperate grip, her warning. It all felt vivid, undeniable. But the dates on the gravestone told another story. Miss Holloway had died decades ago. Eleanor's gaze drifted to the locket in her hand. She opened it, her thumb brushing over the tiny photograph of Robert. His smile, once a source of unbearable pain, now brought a quiet ache. "I'm trying," she whispered, her voice carried away by the breeze. "I'm trying to move on." She snapped the locket shut and rose from the bench, her steps deliberate as she made her way back into town. The cemetery had given her answers, but they were the kind that left more questions in their wake. The innkeeper greeted her warmly when she returned, her hands flour-dusted as she prepared bread for the following morning. "You've been out quite a bit these last few days," she said, her voice cheerful. Eleanor offered a small smile. "I've been trying to get my footing." "Well, you seem lighter," the innkeeper said, brushing her hands off on her apron. "Like you've left something heavy behind." Eleanor nodded, though the weight in her chest hadn't fully lifted. The house might be behind her, but its shadow stretched far. That night she dreamed of it again. She stood in the garden, the house rising before her like a sentient being. Its windows were dark, but she could feel its gaze, heavy and watchful. The door creaked open, revealing the endless void inside, and the whispers began anew. "Eleanor, come home." She turned away, her feet sinking into the earth as she tried to flee. The house loomed larger behind her, its presence suffocating, relentless. When she woke, her pillow was damp with tears, and the locket felt cold against her chest. Days turned into weeks, and Eleanor tried to rebuild. She found a small bookstore in town and spent her mornings thumbing through old novels, her afternoons wandering the quiet streets. The whispers faded, their hold on her weakening with time. But the house was always there, lurking at the edges of her mind. She would see it in her dreams, its shadows twisting and stretching, its whispers laced with longing. At times, she swore she felt its presence in the waking world. A fleeting shadow in the corner of her eye, a faint hum in the back of her mind. One morning she found herself at the train station, a suitcase in hand. The ticket clerk gave her a curious look as she purchased her fare. "Going somewhere far?" he asked. Eleanor hesitated, her fingers brushing over the locket beneath her coat. "Somewhere new," she said finally. The train arrived with a low rumble, and she boarded, without looking back. As the countryside blurred past the window, Eleanor leaned her forehead against the glass, her breath fogging the cool surface. She watched the barren fields and skeletal trees give way to rolling hills, the landscape changing with each passing mile, but her thoughts were still with the house. What had it wanted from her? Was it truly feeding on her pain, her grief? Or had it been offering her something, a place to hide, a place to remain lost? The answers felt just out of reach, like the whispers that had once filled its halls. Eleanor closed her eyes, her fingers curling around the locket. Robert's face lingered in her mind, his voice soft and warm as he told her to let go. "I'm trying," she whispered again. "I don't know if I ever will, but I'm trying." The train rounded a bend, and for a fleeting moment she thought. She saw the house in the distance. Its silhouette was faint, half hidden by the mist that clung to the hills, but the sight sent a chill through her. When she looked again, It was gone. Eleanor arrived in a new town, its streets unfamiliar and its faces unknown. She found a small room in a boarding house, bright and cheerful with soft yellow curtains that swayed in the breeze. It was nothing like that house, and for that she was grateful. But as she unpacked her suitcase, she hesitated. The locket sat atop her clothes, its surface gleaming faintly in the afternoon light. She picked it up, her thumb brushing over the engraving on the back. This time, she didn't open it. Instead, she set it on the windowsill, letting the sunlight catch its surface. Eleanor stood there for a long moment, her gaze fixed on the horizon. The past was still with her, but it no longer felt insurmountable. It was a part of her, a shadow she would carry, but not one she would let consume her. For the first time she felt something close to peace, and as the sun dipped below the hills, casting the room in soft golden light, she turned away from the locket and stepped forward into the world.
The cool air carried a faint scent of pine and damp earth as Darna pushed through the overgrown trail, her boots crunching against fallen leaves. She glanced over her shoulder, but the dense trees behind her revealed nothing but shadow. She was alone. Also, she thought, Lake Wendigo wasn't supposed to be on her itinerary. She'd meant to stick to the marked trails, maybe snap a few pictures for her amateur photography blog. But a wrong turn and a curious echo had drawn her here. It wasn't just the sound of her own footsteps echoing off the hills that had unsettled her. The lake seemed alive with sound, whispers, distant splashes, even laughter carried on the wind. When she finally broke through the dense thicket, the sight of the lake took her breath away. The water was unnaturally still, its surface a perfect mirror reflecting the dark clouds above. A ring of towering pines encircled it, their branches swaying slightly despite the absence of any breeze. And there, half buried in the sand at the shoreline, was the recorder. Dana knelt, brushing away the damp sand. It was an old, boxy device, its metal edges rusted and its buttons worn smooth. "What are you doing here?" she murmured, turning it over in her hands. The recorder clicked suddenly, startling her. A faint hiss of static came from its tiny speaker, followed by a voice that sent a chill down her spine. "Hello? Is anyone there?" Donna's breath caught. The voice was faint but unmistakable, clearer than it had any right to be on such a weathered device. She pressed one of the buttons, trying to rewind the tape, but the recorder clicked off. The lake's surface rippled slightly, as though something just beneath had stirred. Against her better judgment, Dana sat by the water's edge, her fingers nervously tracing the recorder's edges. It felt heavy, as though it carried more than just its physical weight. She pressed play again, and this time the voice was different. "Please? Help me. I can't." The voice dissolved into static, followed by what sounded like a faint splash. Dana's hands trembled. "Who are you?" she whispered. The recorder clicked again, its tape whirring furiously. The hiss of static grew louder, merging with the faint echo she'd heard on the trail. It was impossible to tell where the sound ended, and the whispers around her began. And then, in a voice low and unmistakable, the recorder said her name. Dana. Her pulse raced, and she scrambled to her feet, the recorder falling from her hands. It hit the sand with a dull thud but didn't stop playing. The whispers grew louder, overlapping until they became a deafening roar. The water rippled violently, and for the first time Dana noticed the shadows beneath the surface, dark shapes shifting just out of focus. She grabbed the recorder and ran. She disappeared into the trees. The lake grew still again, its surface smooth and unbroken, but the faint echoes of her footsteps lingered, carried across the water like a warning. The recorder sat on Dana's kitchen table, its worn edges glinting faintly under the harsh light of the overhead bulb. She'd stared at it for hours, trying to rationalize what had happened at the lake. Each time she reached for it, her hand, stopped short, trembling as though the mere thought of touching it again was dangerous. Her apartment was small and cluttered, filled with the remnants of her life before she dropped out of college. Bookshelves overflowed with photography guides and nature journals. The walls were decorated with her framed photos of misty forests and craggy cliffs. It was supposed to be her safe space, but tonight it felt like the recorder's presence had invaded it. She stared at her phone, her thumb hovering over Max's number. Her brother was the only family she could talk to about something like this. Someone who wouldn't immediately dismiss her as paranoid or crazy. Finally, with a deep breath, she pressed the button. "Donna." Max's voice was groggy, irritated. "It's past midnight. What's going on?" "I found something," she blurted, skipping the pleasantries. "At the lake." There was a pause, followed by a groan. "What lake?" "Lake Wendigo. I got lost hiking and..." Her voice faltered. She wasn't sure how to explain without sounding unhinged. "And what?" Max asked, his tone sharper now. Dana glanced at the recorder, its rusted edges casting distorted shadows under the light. "I found this recorder. It said my name, Max. And there were voices, people asking for help. The silence on the other end was deafening." Finally, Max sighed. "Dana, are you okay? Have you been sleeping? You tend to get dramatic when you're overtired." "I'm not making this up," she snapped. "I'm telling you, there's something wrong with that lake." "Yeah, no kidding," Max said, his voice suddenly guarded. Dana frowned. "What's that supposed to mean? You really don't remember, do you?" Max's question hung in the air like a storm cloud. Dana's mind raced, trying to piece together what he was talking about. "What are you talking about?" she asked, her voice low. "Our uncle," Max said. "Uncle Henry. He disappeared at that lake when Mom and Dad were kids. It's why they never let us go near it when we were growing up." Donna froze. The memory stirred faintly, like a shadow at the edge of her mind. Uncle Henry. She'd heard his name in passing during family gatherings, but he was always spoken of in hushed tones, as though saying it too loudly might conjure something terrible. What happened to him?" "They don't know," Max said. "He went camping there when he was 16 and never came back. The police found his tent, his boots, and his backpack. But nobody, just some creepy stuff carved into a tree near the water. I think Dad said it looked like runes or something." Dana's stomach turned. The symbols on the tree sounded eerily similar to the carving she'd seen on the recorder. "Why didn't anyone tell me this?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Max sighed. "You were a kid. It wasn't exactly bedtime story material." Donna stared at the recorder, her unease deepening. "Max, this thing, it's not normal." The voices sounded real, like people trapped somewhere. "Dana, I'm serious," she interrupted. "I think one of them was Melissa." Max went silent. Melissa had been Dana's best friend in high school. She'd vanished during a hiking trip 5 years ago, her disappearance leaving the town shaken. For months, search parties combed the woods near Lake Wendigo, but no trace of her was ever found. Melissa disappeared near that lake, Dana said, her voice trembling. What if she's still there?" "That's not possible," Max said flatly. "But what if it is?" Donna pressed. "What if the lake, what if it takes people? What if it's holding them somewhere?" Max exhaled sharply. "Look, I'll come over tomorrow and we can talk about this. But you need to sleep. Don't touch that thing again, okay?" Dana hesitated, then nodded as though he could see her. "Okay, tomorrow." The call ended, leaving Dana alone with her thoughts, and the recorder. She glanced at it, half expecting it to click on again. The air in the apartment felt heavy, oppressive. Every creak of the walls and hum of the fridge made her flinch. Finally, she grabbed a blanket and curled up on the couch, her back to the table where the recorder sat. Sleep didn't come easily. The next morning, Max arrived with coffee and skepticism in equal measure. He was tall and broad-shouldered, his perpetual 5 o'clock shadow making him look older than his 30 years. "Okay," he said as he stepped inside. "Let me see this thing." Dana handed him the recorder, watching as he turned it over in his hands. "It's ancient," he said, inspecting the rusted buttons. "Where exactly did you find it?" "Near the lake," Dana said. "It was half buried in the sand." Max pressed one of the buttons, but nothing happened. "It worked yesterday," Dana said quickly. "It was playing voices, people asking for help." "Voices, huh?" Max raised an eyebrow. "I'm not crazy," Dana snapped. "I didn't say you were," Max said, setting the recorder down. "But I think you might have freaked yourself out. Old recordings can sound weird, especially on something this busted. Maybe it was some hiker messing around with it years ago." Dana crossed her arms, frustration boiling beneath her skin. "And the part where it said my name, that's just some weird coincidence." Max hesitated. "I don't know, maybe." They spent the afternoon researching Lake Wendigo. Max scrolled through local history forums on his laptop, while Darna sifted through old articles in the town library's online archives. The more they read, the more unsettled they became. The lake had been the site of dozens of disappearances over the years, dating back to the early 1900s. Campers, hikers, even entire families had vanished without a trace. One article mentioned a search party from 1923 that claimed to have heard voices coming from the lake, calling their names. Another detailed an account from 1975, when a fisherman reported seeing shadowy figures on the water's surface just before his boat capsized. "I told you," Dana said, pointing to the screen. "It's not just me. There's something wrong with that lake." Max leaned back in his chair, rubbing his temples. "It doesn't prove anything, just a bunch of creepy stories." Dana slammed her hands on the table, startling him. "Max, we grew up hearing those stories. You just said Uncle Henry disappeared there. How can you still act like this is all in my head?" Max opened his mouth to argue, but stopped when he saw the tears in her eyes. "Okay," he said softly. "If you're serious about this, we'll figure it out. Together." That night, as Dana lay in bed, the recorder clicked on by itself. The voices were softer this time, faint and overlapping. But one voice rose above the others, sending a shiver down her spine. "Dana!" She bolted upright, her eyes darting to the recorder on the table. It hissed with static for a moment, then went silent. The apartment was still, but the silence felt wrong, like the air before a thunderstorm. And then faintly she heard it, the sound of water dripping, though there was no leak in sight. Lake Wendigo was the kind of place that didn't show up on maps unless you were looking for it. Nestled deep in the wilderness, it was surrounded by dense, ancient forests that stretched for miles in every direction. The only roads leading to it were poorly maintained dirt trails marked by faded signs warning travelers of the lack of cell service and unpredictable terrain. The lake had earned a quiet infamy over the decades, whispered about in local bars and passed down as campfire tales. Some described it as cursed, a place that kept what it took. Others brushed it off as an eerie coincidence, a perfect storm of natural dangers like hidden sinkholes and unpredictable weather. But those who knew the stories, really knew them, would never go near the water. Dana stood on the trailhead overlooking the lake, her heart sinking as she took in the view again. She had convinced Max to come with her, though he'd made his reluctance painfully clear by grumbling the entire drive. "Looks peaceful enough to me," Max muttered, shoving his hands into his jacket pockets. Dana didn't respond. The lake was eerily still, its surface reflecting the overcast sky like a giant sheet of glass. The pine trees surrounding it swayed slightly in the breeze, their needles whispering like distant voices. "It's not," she finally said, her voice quiet. The trail ahead of them dipped into the forest, winding down to the shoreline. As they descended, the air grew colder, carrying with it the faint smell of damp earth and decaying leaves. The beach where Dana had found the recorder was just as she remembered it. A small crescent of sand, nestled between rocky outcroppings, the ground littered with driftwood and debris. Max scanned the area, his skeptical expression softening slightly. Okay, I'll admit it's creepy, but creepy doesn't mean haunted. Dana ignored him, her gaze fixed on the water. Something about the lake felt wrong, as though it were watching her. The sense of being observed had returned the moment she stepped onto the beach, prickling at the back of her neck like static electricity. I want to see if we can find anything else, she said, pulling a small handheld camera from her backpack. Like what? Max asked. I don't know, Dana admitted. Anything, maybe more recordings, maybe. She trailed off, not wanting to say it out loud. Maybe Melissa. The two siblings split up, scanning the area for anything unusual. Max wandered toward the tree line, taking aside driftwood and muttering to himself about wasting his Saturday. Dana stayed closer to the water, her camera trained on the ground. It didn't take long for her to find something, half hidden beneath. A tangle of roots was another object smaller than the recorder, but just as old. She knelt, brushing away the sand to reveal a rusted cassette tape. The label had long since faded, leaving only faint smudges of ink. She glanced over her shoulder, making sure Max wasn't watching, and slid the tape into her pocket. By the time they regrouped, the sun was beginning to set, casting long shadows across the beach. The temperature had dropped sharply, and the stillness of the lake had become even more pronounced. Find anything? Max asked, rubbing his arms for warmth. No, Dana lied, avoiding his gaze. Good, let's get out of here. As they started back up the trail, Dana couldn't shake the feeling that something was following them. The crunch of their footsteps seemed too loud, as though the forest were amplifying the sound. Every so often, she caught movement in her peripheral vision, a flicker of shadow, a ripple in the water. But when she turned to look, there was nothing there. Back at the car, Dana hesitated before getting in, her gaze drifting back toward the trail. The lake was out of sight now, hidden behind the thick trees, but she could still feel its pull. Dana, Max called, snapping her out of her thoughts. You coming? Or are we camping here tonight? Yeah, she said quickly, sliding into the passenger seat. As Max started the engine and they pulled onto the dirt road, Dana glanced out the window. The forest blurred past, its shadows growing, darker with each passing mile. And then, just as they rounded a bend, she saw it. Standing in the middle of the road was a figure. A woman, her hair tangled and dripping wet. Stop! Dana shouted, but when Max slammed on the brakes, the road was empty. What the hell, Dana? Max snapped, his knuckles white on the steering wheel. There was someone there, Dana said, a voice shaking. Max squinted into the rearview mirror, but the road behind them was just as deserted. You're freaking yourself out, he said, though his voice lacked conviction. Dana didn't respond. She kept her eyes on the mirror, her heart pounding. The figure was gone, but the lake's pull was stronger than ever. That night, Dana sat alone in her apartment, the cassette tape on the table in front of her. She'd told Max she needed to rest, but the truth was, she couldn't stop thinking about what she'd seen. Her hands trembled as she slid the tape into an old cassette player she'd found in her closet. The tape hissed and popped as it began to play, the sound crackling, like a campfire. For a moment, there was nothing but static. Then a voice emerged, faint and distorted. If you're hearing this, it's already too late. Dana's stomach twisted. The voice was unfamiliar, male, but filled with fear. The lake? It remembers. It knows I tried to stop it, but... The tape cut off abruptly, replaced by a sharp, high-pitched whine that made Dana wince. She stopped the player, her hands shaking. The room was silent again, but the unease in her chest didn't fade. She glanced at the window, her reflection faint against the darkened glass. For a moment, she thought she saw movement outside, just a shadow flickering in the streetlights, but when she looked again, it was gone. The clock read 2:37 a.m. when Dana woke with a start. Her apartment was dark except for the faint glow of the streetlights outside, their light filtering through the blinds in jagged slats. Her heart pounded, though she didn't know why. A cold sweat clung to her skin, and the air in the room felt heavy, oppressive. The cassette tape sat on the table where she'd left it, the player next to it. She stared at it for a long moment, her stomach twisting with unease. Then she heard a faint splash, like a pebble dropping into water. Her blood turned to ice. The sound was impossible. Her apartment was miles from the lake. She sat up slowly, straining to listen. The sound came again, louder this time, followed by a soft, rhythmic dripping. Dana turned toward the window. At first, she saw nothing, but as her eyes adjusted, she froze. There, in the faint light of the street lamp, was a figure standing just beyond the glass. Her breath caught in her throat. The figure was a woman, her long hair matted and dripping wet. She was pale, almost gray, and her eyes were dark hollows, fixed unblinkingly on Dana. For a moment, Dana couldn't move. The world seemed to tilt, her vision narrowing as though the figure's presence consumed everything else. Then the woman raised a hand and pressed it against the glass. A cold, wet print spread across the pane, the water running down like tears. Dana scrambled backward, knocking over a lamp in her panic. The figure didn't move, didn't flinch, and then, just as suddenly as she had appeared, the woman was gone. Dana's chest heaved as she sat on the floor, her hands trembling. The dripping sound continued, louder now, and she realized it was coming from the kitchen. She forced herself to her feet, her legs shaky as she made her way toward the sound. The light in the kitchen flickered weakly, casting the room in shifting shadows. The sink was dry, but the dripping sound persisted, growing louder with each step. It was coming from the cassette player. The tape had started playing on its own. The distorted hiss of static filled the room, broken by faint voices that rose and fell like the airborne flow of waves. Dana hesitated, her finger hovering over the stop button, but something compelled her to listen. The voices were faint, overlapping, but one stood out. Dana. Her blood ran cold. The voice was soft, familiar. Melissa. She whispered. The static grew louder, drowning out the voices, but she was sure she'd heard her name. Suddenly the tape clicked, and the voices stopped. The silence that followed was deafening. Dana stared at the player, her pulse racing. Then, from somewhere deep inside the apartment, she heard her name again. Dana. The voice was faint but unmistakable, and it didn't come from the tape. It came from the direction of her bedroom. Dana turned slowly, dread pooling in her chest. The hallway stretched before her, the shadows darker than they should have been. She stepped forward, her bare feet cold against the floor. Melissa. She called, her voice trembling. There was no response, but she could feel something in the air. A heaviness, a presence that pressed against her skin. The door to her bedroom was ajar, the faint glow of her bedside lamp spilling into the hall. She pushed it open cautiously, the hinges creaking softly. The room was empty, but on her bed, soaking into the comforter, was a wet footprint. Donna backed out of the room, her heart racing. She grabbed her phone from the kitchen counter and dialed Max's number with shaking hands. It rang twice before he picked up. Dana. What the hell? It's the middle of the night. I think... She stopped, her voice catching. I think she's here, Max groaned. Who's there? What are you talking about? Melissa. Dana cried, her voice breaking. She's in my apartment. Or something is. I saw her, Max. There was a long pause. When Max spoke again, his tone was cautious, but not dismissive. "Are you sure?" Dana glanced at the cassette player, the tape still in place. "I heard her voice on the tape, and then I saw her." Max sighed heavily. "I'm coming over." By the time Max arrived, the apartment was quiet. The tape hadn't played again, and the dripping sound had stopped. But Dana could still feel the room's heaviness, like something unseen was watching her. Max stepped inside, his eyes scanning the room warily. "Okay, start from the beginning." She told him everything, about the figure outside the window, the tape playing on its own, the wet footprint on her bed. Max listened, his skepticism giving way to unease. "Are you sure you didn't imagine it? You said you were tired." Dana grabbed his arm, her grip tight. "I'm not crazy, Max. I know what I saw." He sighed, running a hand through his hair. "Okay, let's listen to the tape again." Dana hesitated but nodded. She pressed play, bracing herself for the static and voices. But this time, the tape was silent. Max frowned, leaning closer to the player. "Maybe it's broken." Dana shook her head. "It was working earlier. You have to believe me." Max sat back, his jaw tight. "Look, I believe that you're scared. But maybe this thing is just messing with your head. You said you found it at the lake, right? What if it's been sitting there for years, picking up weird interference or something?" Dana wanted to argue, but her resolve faltered. The events of the night had shaken her to her core. But with the tape silent and the apartment still, it was easy to feel like she'd imagined it all. "Maybe," she said quietly. Max patted her shoulder. "Get some sleep. We'll figure this out in the morning." Dana tried to sleep, but the events of the night replayed in her mind. The figure at the window, the wet footprint, the voice calling her name. She stared at the ceiling, her body tense, and then just as she was beginning to drift off, she heard it again, a faint splash, the sound of water dripping, and her name whispered softly in the darkness. "Dana." Dana woke to the sound of her apartment door opening. For a split second, her heart froze, her mind still tethered to the echoes of the night before. The voice calling her name, the wet footprint, the tape that refused to stay silent. But then, she heard Max's familiar voice. "Dana, you awake?" Relief washed over her. She climbed out of bed, her movements sluggish, the night's terror clinging to her like a second skin. She found Max in the kitchen, pouring coffee from her half-empty pot. He looked tired, his face lined with worry. "Hey," she said quietly, her voice hoarse. Max turned, his frown deepening as he looked her over. "You look like hell." "Thanks," she muttered, collapsing into a chair at the table. The recorder and cassette tape still sat where she'd left them, their presence a dark weight on the otherwise mundane scene. Max set a mug of coffee in front of her and sat across the table, his expression unreadable. "All right," he said. "We need to talk about this, all of it." Dana took a sip of coffee, wincing as the bitter liquid burned her throat. "You mean the lake, the tape, the ghost in my apartment? Or the fact that no one in our family ever told me Uncle Henry disappeared there?" Max flinched at the mention of their uncle. "I told you. They didn't want us to know. Mom and Dad never talked about it unless they had to. It messed them up, Dana. They were kids when it happened." Dana shook her head. "Still doesn't explain why no one warned me before I went hiking there." Max sighed, running a hand through his hair. "Because no one thought you'd go there. You know how they feel about that place. It's cursed. Always has been." The word cursed hung in the air like a knife. Dana leaned forward, her hands trembling around her mug. "What do you mean, always?" Max hesitated, his eyes darting to the recorder on the table. "You remember Grandpa, right? How he used to tell us those creepy stories about the lake?" Dana nodded. Their grandfather had been a stern, enigmatic man, his deep voice carrying an edge of warning whenever he spoke about the wilderness. "Well," Max continued, his voice low, "those stories weren't just to scare us. He believed them. And so did Grandma. They said the lake had a memory, that it remembered everyone who died there. And if you got too close, it would call you." Dana shivered, her mind racing. What does that even mean? Call you? How? Max shook his head. "I don't know. Grandpa was always vague about it. But the way he talked about it, it wasn't just a superstition, it was like he knew." "Knew what?" "That the lake doesn't let go of people. That it takes them and they don't come back. At least not the way they were." Dana's stomach twisted. The image of the woman at her window flashed in her mind, her hollow eyes, her dripping hair. "Max," she said, her voice barely above a whisper, "I think Melissa is there. I think she's part of it now." Max's face darkened. "Dana, I'm serious," she pressed. "I heard her voice, I know it was her, and last night She stopped, her breath catching. "I saw something, someone." Max leaned back, his expression grim. "Who?" "I don't know," Dana admitted. "It looked like a woman, but she wasn't human." Max stood abruptly, pacing the small kitchen. "This is insane. You're scaring yourself with all this. It's just an old tape, and your brain is filling in the gaps." Dana slammed her hand on the table, the sound echoing in the room. "Then, explain the footprint on my bed, or the voices, or the fact that this stupid recorder said my name." Max stopped pacing, his fists clenched. "I don't know, okay? Maybe it's the lake. Maybe it's messing with your head. But this isn't something we can fix." Dana's voice softened. "What if we can? What if we figure out what it wants? Maybe we can stop it." Max stared at her, his jaw tight. "You don't stop something like this, Dana. You survive it." Despite his protests, Max helped Dana dig deeper into their family's history. They spent hours sifting through old photographs, letters, and journals, piecing together a fragmented story of loss and fear. One journal written by their grandfather stood out. The entries were brief but chilling, describing strange occurrences near the lake, whispers on the wind, shadowy figures in the trees, and reflections in the water that didn't match the world above. One entry caught Dana's attention. "The lake knows, it remembers. Henry thought he could conquer it, but he was wrong. It took him. It always takes." The final entry was scrawled in a shaky hand. "If you hear your name, run." That night, Dana sat alone in her apartment, the journal open on her lap. Max had gone home, promising to check in the next day. But she could tell he didn't believe. They could do anything to stop the lake. But Dana couldn't give up. Not when the evidence pointed to something real, something sinister. She glanced at the recorder on the table. Her fear of the device had dulled, replaced by a burning need for answers. With trembling hands, she pressed play. The static returned loud and grating, but beneath it, voices emerged, faint and overlapping, like a crowd murmuring in the distance. Dana leaned closer, straining to make out the words. "Please," a voice whispered. "Help us." Another voice, louder and more desperate. "It's not safe. Don't come back." Dana's heart raced. The voices were clearer now, more distinct. She could almost picture the people behind them. Then a third voice broke through, soft and familiar. "Dana." She froze. It was Melissa. "Dana," the voice repeated, tinged with desperation. "The lake. It wants you." The tape hissed, the static growing louder. The voices overlapped again, their words blending into a chaotic jumble. But one phrase rose above the rest. "Don't let it take you." The recorder clicked off, leaving Dana in silence. She stared at it, her hands trembling. The lake wanted her, but she wasn't going to let it win.
Story 4.
The morning sun barely penetrated the dense canopy of trees as Dana and Max stood on the edge of Lake Wendigo, the recorder heavy in Dana's pocket. The lake's surface was unnervingly still, a perfect mirror reflecting the overcast sky and dark pines. Max glanced at his sister, his jaw tight. "Are you sure about this?" Dana nodded, though her stomach churned with unease. "I need to know what's happening at once." They weren't alone this time. Dana had tracked down someone who claimed to know more about the lake's dark history, a local historian named Irene Carter. In her late 60s, Irene was a small, wiry woman with piercing blue eyes and a no-nonsense demeanor. She stood at the edge of the lake, staring at the water with an expression that was equal parts curiosity and fear. "You don't bring people here lightly," Irene said, her voice low. "This place, it doesn't like to be disturbed." "Then, why did you come?" Max asked, folding his arms. Irene turned to him, her gaze sharp. "Because I need you to understand what you're dealing with." The three of them sat on a fallen log near the water's edge as Irene began her story. "Lake Wendigo has always been a strange place," she said, her voice steady. "Even before settlers came, the local tribes avoided it. They believed it was a place where the dead lingered, unable to move on." Dana leaned forward. "Why? What made it different?" Irene hesitated, then gestured toward the water. "The lake isn't natural. It's what you'd call a cattle lake, formed thousands of years ago when a chunk of glacial ice melted. But there's something beneath it, something ancient and alive." "Alive?" Max echoed, his voice tinged with skepticism. Irene nodded. "Not in the way we think of life, but it has a consciousness, a memory. The tribes believed the lake was a gateway, a liminal space between the living and the dead. Anyone who drowned here became part of it, trapped in its memory." Dana felt a chill run down her spine. "And the recorder, the voices, is that part of the memory?" "Yes," Irene said. "Over the years, the lake has absorbed everything, every death, every lost soul. It's like a sponge, soaking up the energy of the people it claims. The recorder is just a tool, something someone left behind, but the lake uses it to communicate." Max shook his head, frustration evident on his face. "Okay, so the lake remembers people. Why does it want Dana? Why is it messing with her now?" Irene hesitated, her gaze drifting back to the water. "Because it doesn't just want memories. It wants balance." "Balance?" Dana repeated. Irene turned to her, her expression grim. "Every life it takes leaves an imbalance. The more it takes, the more it hungers. It needs someone to willingly restore that balance." "So it wants a sacrifice," Max said bluntly. Irene didn't answer immediately. When she finally spoke, her voice was quiet. "It wants someone who belongs to it, someone it's already marked." Dana's breath caught in her throat. "Marked? What do you mean?" "The lake chooses its victims long before it takes them," Irene explained. "It calls to them, draws them in. It uses their fears, their regrets, their pain, and once they've crossed a certain threshold, once they've interacted with his memory, it doesn't let go." Dana glanced at the recorder in her pocket, a sinking realization dawning on her. She had crossed that threshold the moment she'd found it. Max's face darkened. "So what? The lake just decides who it wants and that's it? No way out?" "There's a way," Irene said, her voice firm. "But it's not easy. And it's not without cost." Irene stood and walked toward the water, her boots sinking slightly into the damp sand. "The lake wants balance. If you give it what it wants, it may release those it's holding. But it's not always clear what that offering needs to be." Dana joined her, her voice trembling. "How do we know what to give? How do we even start?" "You listen," Irene said simply. Dana frowned, confused, until Irene gestured to the recorder. The lake is already talking to you. It knows what it wants. You just have to understand its language. Donna's hand tightened around the recorder in her pocket. The voices, the whispers, they weren't just random noise. They were the lake's way of guiding her. But the thought brought little comfort. As they prepared to leave, Irene offered one last piece of advice. "If you go back to the lake," she said, her tone heavy with warning, "be prepared to face the truth. The lake doesn't just take lives, it reveals them. Everything you've tried to bury, everything you've run from, it will bring to the surface." Dana swallowed hard, her mind flashing to Melissa, to the years of guilt she'd carried since her best friend's disappearance. Max put a protective arm around her shoulders. "We're not letting it take you," he said firmly. Irene shook her head. "You don't understand. If Darna doesn't give it what it wants, it won't stop. It will take her, and it will keep taking, until there's nothing left." That night back at the apartment, Dana sat alone in the dark, the recorder in front of her. Irene's words echoed in her mind. The lake doesn't just take, it reveals. Her hands shook as she pressed play. The static was softer this time, almost soothing. Beneath it, the voices rose and fell, their tones mournful and pleading. "Dana." Melissa's voice was clear now, unmistakable. "Come back. You have to come back." Dana's chest tightened. She wanted to believe it was Melissa, that her friend was still alive, or at least part of her was. But the lake's pool wasn't just about Melissa. It was about something bigger, something darker, and the only way to find the truth was to face it. Dana sat on the couch, staring at the recorder on the coffee table. The faint hum of the refrigerator and the occasional creak of the floor were the only sounds in her apartment. But it wasn't the silence that unnerved her. It was the growing sense that she wasn't alone. The air felt heavy, thick with a presence she couldn't see. She rubbed her arms, trying to shake the chill that had settled into her bones since her trip to the lake. The recorder sat still, yet it seemed alive. "Waiting, come on," she whispered, her voice trembling. "Do something, say something." But the device remained silent, as though mocking her impatience. Then the lights flickered. She sat bolt upright, her breath catching. The overhead bulb buzzed weakly, dimming and brightening in uneven intervals. A faint sound began to build, soft, at first like the distant rush of water. Her eyes darted to the window. Outside, the street was empty, the lampposts casting steady pools of light. The sound wasn't coming from outside, it was coming from the walls. The rushing noise grew louder, carrying with it faint voices, whispers overlapping, their words impossible to discern. Dana clutched the edge of the couch, her heart pounding. "Stop it," she whispered, as though the room would obey. The whispers grew sharper, more distinct. She could hear her name now, spoken by a dozen different voices. "Dana. Dana." The sound shifted suddenly, becoming a deafening roar. The lights flickered wildly, casting erratic shadows across the room, and then as quickly as it had begun, the noise stopped. The apartment was silent again, but the air was colder, heavier. Dana grabbed her phone and called Max, her hands trembling. "Dana." He answered, his voice groggy. "It's happening again," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. Max sighed heavily. "What's happening?" "The voices, the noises." "It's in the walls, Max. It's here." There was a long pause on the other end. "I'm coming over," he said finally. Max arrived within half an hour, his expression grim as he stepped into the apartment. He paused just inside the doorway, his eyes scanning the room as though expecting something to leap out at him. "It feels weird in here," he muttered. Dana nodded, wrapping her arms around herself. "It's been like this all night." Max approached the recorder, eyeing it warily. "Has it done anything?" "No," Dana said, "but everything else has. The lights, the walls, the voices." Max picked up the recorder, turning it over in his hands. "Maybe it's not just the lake," he said. "Maybe whatever's on this thing is spreading." Donna's stomach turned. She hadn't considered that possibility, but it made sense. The lake had given her the recorder, a connection to its memory. What if it wasn't just a tool, but a doorway? "What do we do?" she asked, her voice trembling. Max set the recorder back on the table, his jaw tight. "We need to figure out what it wants. Fast." As the siblings talked, the lights flickered again. Max frowned, looking around. "Did you pay your electric bill?" "Not funny," Dana snapped. But her irritation was short-lived. A new sound had joined the hum of the lights, a faint dripping, steady and rhythmic. Dana's heart sank. Not again. Max followed her gaze toward the kitchen. The sound grew louder as they approached, echoing unnaturally in the stillness of the apartment. When they reached the sink, Max turned the faucet, but it was dry. The dripping sound continued, louder now, coming from behind them. They turned in unison, their eyes landing on the recorder. Water was pooling beneath it, dripping steadily onto the floor. "That's not possible," Max muttered, his voice tight. Dana approached the table, cautiously, her breath hitching. The recorder wasn't just dripping, it was soaking wet, as though it had been pulled from the lake moments ago. She reached out, her fingers trembling, and picked it up. The water was ice cold, seeping into her skin. As soon as her hand closed, around the device the voices returned. "Dana! Dana!" Her knees buckled and she dropped the recorder, the sound cutting off as it hit the floor. Max grabbed her arm, steadying her. "Hey, stay with me," he said. Dana blinked, her vision swimming. The room seemed darker now, the shadows deeper and more menacing. She could feel the lake's pull, stronger than ever, as though it were trying to drag her back. "We have to go," she whispered. Max frowned. "What are you talking about?" "To the lake," she said, her voice firmer. "It's calling me. If we don't go, it's going to come here." Max's grip on her arm tightened. "That's exactly what it wants, Dana, don't you see? It's trying to get you alone out there." Dana shook her head. "It doesn't matter. If we don't face it, it's going to keep taking. I can't let it." Max hesitated, his jaw clenched. Finally, he nodded. "All right. But we do this together." The drive to Lake Wendigo was tense and silent, the weight of their decision settling over them like a heavy fog. The forest was darker than Dana remembered, the trees looming like sentinels as they parked and made their way toward the water. The lake was unnervingly calm, its surface reflecting the moonlight in fractured patterns. The recorder in Dana's pocket seemed heavier now, as though it was pulling her toward the shoreline. "Now what?" Max asked, his voice barely above a whisper. Dana didn't answer. She pulled the recorder from her pocket and held it up. The static began immediately, louder than it had ever been. Voices rose and fell, their tones desperate and mournful. Then, a single voice cut through the noise. "Dana, Melissa." "Come closer," the voice said, soft but commanding. Dana stepped toward the water, her movements slow and deliberate. Max grabbed her arm. "Dana, don't." She looked at him, her eyes filled with determination. "It's her, Max. I have to try." As Dana reached the edge of the lake, the water rippled, and the voices grew louder. Shapes began to appear beneath the surface, shadowy figures moving just out of focus. She knelt, holding the recorder over the water. "What do you want from me?" she asked, her voice trembling. The water stilled, and for a moment, the world seemed to hold its breath. Then, from the depths, a figure began to emerge. It was Melissa. Her face was pale, her hair drifting around her like dark tendrils. Her eyes met Dana's, filled with sorrow. "Help us," Melissa whispered. "Please?" Dana stared at the figure rising from the water. Melissa's face was pale, her eyes hollow yet piercing. Her hair swayed like reeds, drifting in the dark, glassy lake. For a moment, Dana felt rooted in place, the weight of the scene pressing on her chest. "Help us," Melissa repeated, her voice a soft echo that seemed to ripple through the air. Behind her, other figures moved beneath the surface, faint and shadowy, their forms twisted and indistinct. "Melissa," Dana whispered. Stepping closer to the water's edge, Max grabbed her arm. "Dana, no." She shook him off, her eyes locked on her friend. "She's trapped, Max. I have to help her." "Think about this," Max hissed. "You don't even know what you're dealing with." But Dana was already reaching for the recorder in her pocket. The recorder felt heavier than before, its cold surface sending a shiver up her spine. She held it over the water, her breath catching as the static began to build. The voices rose, overlapping and indistinct, until Melissa's voice cut through. "Listen." Dana hesitated, glancing at Max. He was tense, his eyes darting between her and the water, his jaw tight with worry. "Fine," he said finally, his voice low. "But if anything happens, we're leaving. I don't care what this thing wants." Dana nodded, her hands trembling as she pressed play. The recorder hissed, the static growing louder. Faint splashes and whispers filled the air, and then Melissa's voice emerged again. "Find the mirror. Find the mirror." Dana frowned. "Mirror? What mirror?" The water rippled violently, distorting Melissa's figure. Behind her, the shadowy forms beneath the surface began to move faster, their shapes twisting as though writhing in pain. "Mirror," Melissa repeated, her voice cracking. "It's the key. The room." Before Dana could respond, the static erupted into a deafening roar. She dropped the recorder, clutching her ears as the sound reverberated through the air. The lake stilled, and Melissa's form vanished, leaving only the smooth, dark surface behind. Dana staggered back, her chest heaving. What just happened? Max bent to retrieve the recorder, his expression grim. "She said something about a mirror. Does that mean anything to you?" Dana shook her head. "No, but she mentioned a room too. Maybe it's something." At the lake, Max frowned, his gaze drifting toward the dark water. "Or maybe it's something we're not supposed to find." "Then why would she tell me about it?" Dana shot back, frustration bubbling to the surface. "Why would she ask for help?" "Because it's not her," Max said firmly. "It's the lake. It's using her voice, Dana. It's trying to pull you deeper into this." Dana clenched, her fists, her emotions warring within her. Part of her knew Max could be right, but she couldn't ignore the desperate tone in Melissa's voice, the way she'd looked at her as though pleading for salvation. "We're going to find it," Dana said, her voice steady. "Whatever this mirror is, it's the key. Melissa said so." Max sighed heavily. "Fine, but we're not doing it alone." The siblings returned to Irene's cabin the next morning, their nerves frayed from the night's events. Irene greeted them at the door, her sharp eyes narrowing as she saw the recorder in Dana's hand. "You've been back to the lake," she said, her voice heavy with disapproval. Dana nodded. "Melissa, my friend, she spoke to me. She said something about a mirror and a room. Do you know what she meant?" Irene's expression darkened, and she motioned for them to come inside. The small cabin smelled of pine and old books, its walls lined with shelves packed with dusty tomes and artifacts. Irene gestured for them to sit at a worn table, then pulled a thick, leather-bound journal from a nearby shelf. Flipping through the journal's yellowed pages, Irene stopped at a sketch of the lake, its outline marked with strange symbols. "This is Lake Wendigo," she said, pointing to the map. "And this?" She tapped a spot near the center of the lake, marked with a jagged X. "This is where the mirror is said to be." "What is it?" Dana asked, leaning closer. An artifact, Irene said, or a doorway, depending on who you ask. The local tribes believed it was a sacred object, a connection between the living and the dead. They called it the Sky Mirror. Maxie raised an eyebrow. And it's just sitting in the middle of the lake. Not exactly, Irene said. The mirror is submerged. It's said to rest at the bottom, accessible only to those the lake deems worthy. Dana frowned. Worthy? What does that mean? It means the lake chooses, Irene said. And it doesn't choose lightly. Dana felt a chill run down her spine. Melissa said the mirror was the key. The key to what? Irene hesitated, her expression grim. To the room. What room? Max asked, his tone sharp. Irene closed the journal, her hands trembling slightly. The lake has a memory, yes, but it also has a heart. A space where its power is concentrated. The tribes called it the echoing room. It's said to hold the memories of everyone the lake has taken. Max leaned back, his arms crossed. Let me guess. To get to this room, you need the mirror. Exactly, Irene said. The mirror is a guide, a way to navigate the lake's depths. Without it, the room is unreachable. Donna's mind raced. The mirror, the room. It was all connected to Melissa, to the voices, to everything the lake had shown her. Have you ever seen the mirror? She asked. Irene shook her head. No. But there are stories, accounts from people who've claimed to glimpse it in the water. Most of them disappeared shortly afterward. Max scoffed. Great. So the plan is to dive into a cursed lake, find a magical mirror, and hope he doesn't kill us. It's the only way, Dana said, her voice firm. Max looked at her, his frustration evident. Dana, this thing doesn't want to be beaten. It's a trap, and you're walking right into it. Maybe, Dana said. But if there's a chance I can save Melissa, save all of them, I have to try. Max sighed heavily, running a hand through his hair. Fine. But if this goes south, we're out of there. Got it? Donna nodded, determination burning in her chest. As they left Irene's cabin, the recorder in Dinah's pocket felt heavier than ever. The lake was waiting, and the mirror was calling. But Donna couldn't shake the feeling that the answer she sought would come at a price. The trail to Lake Wendigo was quieter than Dinah had ever experienced. The usual rustle of leaves and distant bird calls were absent, replaced by a profound, oppressive silence. Every crunch of her boots on the dirt path felt amplified, echoing faintly in the still air. Max walked a few steps ahead, his shoulders hunched and his hands stuffed into his jacket pockets. He hadn't said much since they left Irene's cabin, his earlier protests replaced by a tense determination. The recorder in Dana's pocket felt impossibly heavy, its presence a constant reminder of the lake's pull. The faint static hum it emitted was barely audible but persistent, like a whisper just beyond the edge of hearing. As the trees thinned and the lake came into view, Dana felt her stomach tighten. The water was unnaturally still, its surface reflecting the gray sky above like polished glass. We shouldn't be here, Max muttered, his voice barely above a whisper. Donna ignored him, stepping closer to the shoreline. They stood in silence for a long moment, staring at the water. The weight of the lake's presence was palpable, pressing down on them like an invisible force. What now? Max asked, his voice strained. Donna reached into her pocket and pulled out the recorder. The moment it touched her hand, the static grew louder, the faint whispering voices rising and falling like waves. She pressed play. The static hissed, crackling with a strange, almost rhythmic cadence. Voices emerged, faint and overlapping, their tones desperate and pleading. Help us. Find the mirror. It's the only way. Dana's pulse quickened. The voices sounded closer now, more distinct. She could almost picture the faces behind them, dozens of them all trapped beneath the lake's surface. Then a single voice cut through the others, sharp and commanding. Dana. Her breath caught. It was Melissa. Dana. The voice repeated, "You have to come closer. It's waiting for you." The water rippled suddenly, the disturbance breaking the lake's unnatural stillness. Dana took a step back, her heart racing, as the ripples grew larger, spreading outward in perfect concentric circles. "Do you see that?" she whispered, her voice trembling. Max nodded, his eyes fixed on the water. "Yeah, I don't like it." The ripples converged near the center of the lake, forming a small whirlpool. The surface of the water darkened, and something began to rise from the depths. A figure emerged, pale and shrouded in mist. Dana's breath hitched as the figure stepped onto the water's surface, its movements slow and deliberate. At first, it was hard to make out any details, the figure's edges blurred and shifting. But as it moved closer, it began to take shape. It was a woman, her long hair dripping wet and clinging to her face. Her eyes were dark hollows, her features twisted and gaunt. "Melissa," Dana whispered, her voice shaking. The figure stopped, its hollow eyes locking onto her. "No," it said, its voice low and distorted. Max stepped in front of Dana, his hands clenched into fists. "Who are you? What do you want?" The figure tilted its head, the movement unnaturally slow. "I am the lake," it said simply. Dana's knees went weak. "The lake," the figure nodded. "I am its memory, its hunger, its voice. I am all who have come before you, and I am all who will come after." The air grew colder, the oppressive weight of the lake's presence pressing harder against Dinah's chest. "What do you want with me?" she asked, her voice trembling. The figure stepped closer, its bare feet making no sound on the water's surface. "You are already part of me," it said. "You came willingly. You brought the recorder. You listened to its call. And now, you will give me what I need." Dinah's stomach churned. "What do you mean?" The figure's dark eyes bore into hers. "You must bring the mirror to the room. Only then will you understand." Max stepped forward, his voice rising in anger. "No way. You're not taking her. We're done playing your games." The figure's gaze shifted to him, its expression unreadable. "You cannot stop what has already begun," it said. The air around them seemed to shift, the stillness breaking as a gust of wind rippled through the trees. The lake's surface churned, and the shadowy shapes beneath the water became more distinct. Dozens of them, their distorted forms writhing and twisting. "Dana," the figure said, its voice softer now, almost pleading. "You must finish this, or it will never stop." Dana's mind raced, torn between fear and a growing sense of resolve. The figure's words were cryptic, but one thing was clear. The lake wasn't going to release her or anyone else without the mirror. "Where is it?" she asked, her voice trembling. "Where's the mirror?" The figure raised a hand, pointing toward the center of the lake. Beneath the surface, waiting. Max grabbed Dana's arm. "No, absolutely not." She turned to him, her eyes filled with determination. "I don't have a choice, Max. If I don't do this, it's never going to end." "You don't know that," Max argued. "This thing could be lying to you. It's trying to lure you in." Dana looked back at the figure, its hollow eyes watching her intently. "Maybe it is," she said quietly. "But if there's even a chance I can save Melissa, save all of them, I have to try." The figure began to fade, its form dissolving into mist. "The mirror," it whispered one last time. "Bring it to the room." The whirlpool at the center of the lake grew larger, its dark depths beckoning. Dana stared at it, her heart pounding. She didn't know if she had the strength to face what lay beneath the surface, but the lake's pull was undeniable. "Let's go," she said, turning to Max. He hesitated, his jaw tight. "This is insane." "Maybe," Dana said. but it's the only way. The siblings stood at the water's edge, the weight of the lake's presence pressing down on them. The path ahead was dangerous, and the lake's intentions were far from clear. But Dana couldn't turn back now. The mirror was waiting. Dana's boots sank into the muddy shoreline as she stepped closer to the lake. The whirlpool in the center churned violently, its dark waters glinting under the overcast sky. The air felt electric, charged with an unnatural energy that prickled at her skin. Behind her, Max hovered anxiously, his frustration etched across his face. "This is suicide," he muttered. Dana didn't respond. Her focus was fixed on the water, the whispers from the recorder still echoing faintly in her mind. The lake wanted her to find the mirror. It had made that much clear. But the cost of doing so was something she hadn't fully grasped. "What happens when you find it?" Max asked, breaking the silence. Dana turned to him, her expression resolute. "I bring it to the room. That's what Melissa said." "And then what?" Max pressed. "The lake just lets us go? Lets you go?" Dana's stomach churned. She didn't have an answer. "I don't know," she admitted. "But if it means freeing Melissa, freeing the others, I have to try." Max shook his head, his fists clenching. "What if it's lying to you? What if it takes you instead? Or worse?" "It doesn't matter," Dana said, her voice trembling but firm. "I can't just walk away." Max stepped closer, gripping her shoulders. "I'm not letting you do this alone." They prepared in silence, the weight of their decision hanging heavily between them. Max had brought a small, inflatable raft from his garage, a relic of long-forgotten camping trips. It wasn't much, but it would get them to the center of the lake. The recorder sat in Dana's lap as they rowed out, its faint static blending with the sound of the oars slicing through the water. The lake's surface was unnaturally calm near the shore, but as they approached the whirlpool, the water grew darker, its depths impenetrable. The whispers began again, soft and insistent. Closer, closer. The raft rocked as they neared the whirlpool, the current pulling them in with a slow but relentless force. Max gritted his teeth, struggling to keep them steady with the oars. "This is a bad idea," he muttered, his knuckles white. Dana ignored him, her gaze fixed on the swirling water. The center of the whirlpool seemed to glow faintly, a soft, silvery light pulsing beneath the surface. "That's it," she whispered, leaning forward. "The mirror." Max cursed under his breath. "Okay, great. How exactly are we supposed to get it?" "I'll go in," Dana said. "The hell you will," Max snapped, his voice rising. "You're not diving into that thing." Dana turned to him, her expression resolute. "I have to." Before Max could argue further, the raft lurched violently. The oars slipped from his hands, and the boat spun, the current pulling them closer to the center of the whirlpool. "Dana, hang on," Max shouted, grabbing the edge of the raft, but Dana was already moving. She slipped the recorder into her jacket pocket and took a deep breath. "Wait," Max yelled, but it was too late. Dana plunged into the water. The cold was like 1,000 needles piercing her skin, shocking the air from her lungs. The current pulled her downward, spinning her as though she were caught in a massive drain. She fought to orient herself, her eyes straining to see through the murky depths. The faint silver light from the mirror grew brighter, guiding her as she descended. Shapes moved around her, dark, distorted forms that seemed to reach for her. "Help us," they whispered, their voices muffled by the water. Dana's lungs burned. As she swam deeper, her arms outstretched toward the glowing light. At last, her fingers brushed something solid. The mirror was embedded in the lake bed, its surface smooth and impossibly cold. It was oval-shaped, rimmed with a faintly glowing silver frame, and its reflection shimmered unnaturally, showing images that shifted and twisted like smoke. Dana's chest heaved as she fought the urge to breathe. She grasped the mirror and pulled, but it wouldn't budge. The whispers grew louder, more frantic. "Bring it to the room. Free us." Desperation gave her strength. She yanked at the mirror with all her might, and with a jarring lurch, it came free. The moment the mirror was dislodged, the water around her exploded with movement. The shadowy forms surged toward her, their hands clawing and grasping. Dana kicked upward, clutching the mirror tightly. Her lungs screamed for air as she pushed herself toward the surface, the silver glow illuminating the chaos around her. At last, she broke through, gasping and coughing as she surfaced near the raft. "Dana!" Max yelled, reaching for her. She grabbed his outstretched hand and he hauled her into the raft. The mirror clutched against her chest. "Are you insane?" Max shouted, his voice shaking. Dana didn't answer. She stared at the mirror, its surface rippling like liquid mercury. The whispers had stopped. As they paddled back to shore, Dana felt a strange calm settle over her. The mirror's weight was comforting, its presence reassuring despite the chaos that had unfolded. But as they reached the shoreline, the calm shattered. The figure from before stood waiting for them, its form hazy and indistinct. "You have it," the figure said, its hollow voice echoing in Dana's mind. She stepped out of the raft, clutching the mirror tightly. "I brought it. Now tell me what to do." The figure tilted its head. "You know what must be done." Dana's heart sank. She thought of Irene's warning. The lake doesn't just take, it reveals, and it demands balance. "What's the cost?" she asked, her voice trembling. The figure stepped closer, its hollow eyes meeting hers. "To enter the room, you must offer a part of yourself, a memory, a dream, a life. The lake will decide what it takes." Max stepped between Dana and the figure, his fists clenched. "She's not giving you anything." The figure ignored him, its gaze fixed on Dana. "The mirror is the key," it said, "but the door requires sacrifice. Without it, the lake will never be still." Dana's mind raced, her resolve wavering. The lake wanted more than the mirror. It wanted her, but if she refused, the lake's hunger would continue, claiming more lives, more memories. "Dana, don't do this," Max said, his voice breaking. She turned to him, tears streaming down her face. "I have to." The cabin they'd rented for the night was small and sparsely furnished, a place Max had insisted on retreating to after retrieving the mirror. The lake was still too close for comfort, but Dana had agreed reluctantly. The weight of the mirrors, demands pressing on her like an iron shackle. The mirror now sat propped against the cabin's wall, its surface shimmering faintly in the dim light. Max eyed it warily as though it might spring to life at any moment. "You're not seriously thinking about going back to that lake," he said, pacing the cramped living room. Dana sat at the small dining table, her hands folded tightly in her lap. "I don't have a choice," she said quietly. "There's always a choice," Max shot back. "And this one ends with you giving up a piece of yourself to whatever that thing is." Dana's gaze drifted to the mirror. The strange, rippling surface reflected the room in distorted fragments, as though showing a version of reality that wasn't quite real. "I don't think it's just about me," she said finally. "The lake, it's connected to everyone it's taken. Melissa, Uncle Henry, all those people. If I can bring the mirror to the room, maybe I can free them." Max stopped pacing and turned to her, his face dark with anger and fear. "And what if it's a trap? What if you're the next name on its list?" Dana didn't respond. She couldn't. That night, as they tried to sleep, the haunting began. Dana lay on the creaky bed staring at the ceiling. The cabin was eerily quiet, the kind of silence that felt wrong. She closed her eyes, but her mind refused to settle. the whispers from the lake replaying endlessly in her thoughts. Find the mirror. Bring it to the room. Just as she began to drift off, a sound broke the silence. Drip, drip, drip. Her eyes snapped open. The sound was faint but unmistakable, the same dripping she'd heard in her apartment. She sat up slowly, her heart pounding. "Max," she called, her voice barely above a whisper. There was no response. The dripping grew louder, more insistent, echoing through the cabin. Dana swung her legs over the edge of the bed and stood, her bare feet cold against the wooden floor. The sound was coming from the living room. She crept toward the door, her pulse racing. The faint glow from the mirror spilled into the hallway, casting long, flickering shadows on the walls. As she stepped into the living room, her breath caught. The mirror was no longer propped against the wall. It stood upright in the center of the room, its silvery surface rippling like water. And in its reflection, Dana saw someone standing behind her. She spun around, but the room was empty. Her gaze darted back to the mirror, where the figure still stood. A woman, her long hair dripping wet, her hollow eyes fixed on Dana. "Melissa," Dana whispered, her voice trembling. The figure in the mirror tilted its head, a slow, deliberate motion. "Dana." Melissa's voice echoed softly, though her lips didn't move. "What do you want?" Dana asked, her hands trembling. The figure's gaze shifted to the mirror's surface. "Bring it to the room. Free us." Dana stepped closer, her reflection disappearing, as the mirror's surface became a swirling vortex of shadows and light. "How?" she whispered. The vortex stilled, and a single word appeared on the mirror's surface, written in dripping black letters. "Sacrifice." Dinah stumbled back, her breath quickening. The mirror's glow dimmed, and the room was silent again. A creak from behind made her whirl around. Max stood in the doorway, his face pale and drawn. "Dinah," he said, his voice tight. "What the hell is going on?" She pointed to the mirror, but the vortex was gone. The mirror's surface was still and reflective once more, showing only their warped reflections. "It was Melissa," Dana said, her voice trembling. "She's in there. They're all in there. She told me to bring the mirror to the room." Max's jaw tightened. "And what about that word? Sacrifice. You think that's just for fun?" Dana swallowed hard, unable to meet his gaze. The next morning, they found the first sign that the lake's influence had spread beyond its boundaries. Max stepped outside to get some air and froze on the cabin's porch. "Dana," he called, his voice tight with unease. She joined him, her stomach sinking as she saw what he was staring at. Footprints, wet and barefoot, led from the woods to the cabin, stopping just short of the front door. Max scanned the tree line, his fists clenching. "Someone's out there." Dana shook her head. "No, it's the lake." Throughout the day, the haunting grew worse. The walls of the cabin groaned as though under immense pressure, and the air grew thick with the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves. Dana tried to ignore it, focusing on the mirror and the recorder, but the feeling of being watched was unrelenting. At one point, Max tried to leave, muttering about needing space. He opened the cabin door and froze. The trees had shifted, their trunks impossibly close together, creating an impenetrable wall of wood. "We're trapped," he said, his voice hollow. As night fell, the mirror began to glow again, its surface rippling like water. Dana sat in front of it, her heart pounding as the whispers returned. "Dana." The voices rose and fell, overlapping in a mournful symphony. She could hear Melissa, Uncle Henry, and countless others, their pleas blending into a single desperate cry, "Bring it to the room." The cabin trembled, and the shadows in the corners grew darker, stretching toward Dana like grasping hands. Max grabbed her shoulder, pulling her back. We need to leave, now. Dana shook her head, her eyes fixed on the mirror. It won't let us, not until I finish this. The air in the cabin seemed to vibrate, the walls groaning as though alive. The mirror's glow grew brighter, illuminating the room in flickering silvery light. Dana stood, her resolve heartening. "The lake is calling," she said. "It's time." Max grabbed her arm, his voice desperate. "Dana, don't. We don't know what's going to happen." She turned to him, tears streaming down her face. "I can't ignore it anymore, Max. If I don't do this, it'll never stop." Max's grip loosened, his shoulders slumping in defeat. "Then I'm coming. With you." Dinah nodded, clutching the mirror tightly. The lake was waiting. The hike back to Lake Wendigo felt different this time, as though the forest itself were alive. The trees seemed taller, their trunks gnarled and twisted, their branches clawing at the gray sky. The air was heavy and damp, carrying a faint metallic tang that Darna couldn't place. Max walked beside her, his jaw tight, his hand gripping a flashlight even though the overcast sky still provided some light. The mirror was strapped to Dana's back, its weight pressing into her with every step, as though reminding her of what lay ahead. Neither of them spoke. Words felt meaningless now, swallowed by the oppressive silence of the forest. As they approached, the lake, the trees thinned, revealing the dark, glassy water. The whirlpool in the center had grown larger, its swirling depths illuminated by the faint silver glow of the room below. The lake was waiting. Max broke the silence first, his voice low and tense. "This is it, huh? The big finale." Dana glanced at him, her expression unreadable. "I guess so." Max stared at the water, his face grim. "You don't have to do this, you know. We can leave, figure out another way." Dana shook her head, her hand brushing against the mirror's cold frame. "There is no other way. You saw what happened at the cabin. It's not going to let us leave." Max sighed heavily, running a hand through his hair. "Fine. But if anything happens to you, Max," Dana interrupted, her voice firm. "If something happens to me, you have to finish this. Promise me." Max's jaw tightened, his fists clenching. "I don't like this." "Neither do I," Dana admitted. They stepped onto the shore, the muddy ground sucking at their boots. The lake's surface rippled as they approached, the whispers growing louder. "Dana, Max, bring it. Bring the mirror." Max shuddered, his grip on the flashlight tightening. "I hate this place." Dana didn't respond. She unstrapped the mirror from her back and held it in front of her, its surface rippling faintly. The glow from the whirlpool intensified, casting eerie shadows. "Cross the water, what now?" Max asked, his voice barely above a whisper. Dana stared at the whirlpool, her heart pounding. "We go in." Max's eyes widened. "You're kidding, right?" She shook her head. "It's the only way." The lake's whispers grew louder, more insistent. The water churned violently, the silver glow pulsing like a heartbeat. Dana stepped into the lake, the icy water soaking through her boots and biting at her skin. "Dana, wait!" Max shouted, but she kept moving. The water rose to her knees, then her waist, each step heavier than the last. The mirror's glow seemed to resonate with the lake, its surface flickering as though alive. Max cursed under his breath and followed her, the water sloshing around him as he waded in. The whirlpool loomed before them, its dark depths swirling with shadows and light. The voices rose, overlapping in a chaotic symphony. "Bring it. Bring the mirror." Dana hesitated, her breath catching. The weight of the mirror in her hands felt unbearable, as though it were pulling her down. Max grabbed her arm. "Dana, we can still turn back. We can figure something else out." She shook her head, tears streaming down her face. "It has to end, Max. I can't keep running." Before he could respond, the whirlpool surged, and a figure emerged from its depths. The figure was tall and indistinct, its form shrouded in darkness. Its hollow eyes glowed faintly, locked onto Dana with an intensity that made her stomach churn. "You have come," the figure said, its voice echoing in her mind. Dana's hands trembled as she held up the mirror. "I brought it. Now what?" The figure tilted its head, its movements slow and deliberate. "The mirror is the key. Place it in the room, and all will be revealed." "What's the cost?" Dana asked, her voice trembling. The figure's hollow gaze bore into her. "The lake will decide." Dana looked at Max, her chest tightening. "I need you to stay here." Max's eyes widened. "No way. If you're going in, I'm coming with you." "Max, please," Dana said, her voice breaking. "If something happens to me, you have to get out. You have to tell people what happened." Max's jaw tightened, his fists clenching. "I'm not leaving you." Dana reached out and gripped his hand. "You have to. Promise me." Max hesitated, his eyes filled with pain. Finally, he nodded. "I promise." Dana turned back to the figure. The mirror clutched tightly in her hands. "Take me to the room." The figure extended a hand, its long, shadowy fingers brushing against the mirror's surface. The lake churned violently, and the whirlpool began to pull Dana downward. "Dana!" Max shouted, but she was already sinking. The water closed over her head, the icy cold stealing her breath. As Dana descended, the silver glow of the room grew brighter, illuminating the swirling shadows around her. The water seemed to press against her, suffocating her as she sank deeper and deeper. Finally, her feet touched solid ground. She stood in the center of a vast circular chamber, its walls shimmering like liquid mercury. The room pulsed with a rhythmic hum, the sound vibrating in her chest. The mirror in her hands began to glow, its surface rippling as though alive. "Place it," a voice whispered, echoing from all directions. Dana stepped forward, her movements slow and deliberate. In the center of the room was a pedestal, its surface carved with strange, angular symbols. She placed the mirror on the pedestal, its glow intensifying as it connected with the room. The whispers grew louder, more frantic. The shadows in the walls twisted and writhed, forming faces, dozens of them all staring at Dana with hollow eyes. "Dana!" Melissa's voice rose above the others, filled with desperation. "You have to choose." The room began to change, the walls closing in as the light from the mirror pulsed brighter and brighter. Dana's chest tightened as the weight of the lake's demands pressed down on her. "What do you want from me?" she cried. The faces in the walls stared at her, their mouths moving in unison. "Balance." The silver glow of the mirror pulsed in rhythmic waves, illuminating the vast chamber in eerie flashes. The faces in the walls grew clearer, their hollow eyes locked on Dana. The whispers overlapped, filling the air with a desperate symphony that made her head spin. "Balance," they repeated, their voices a single, unified echo. Dana's heart pounded as she stepped back from the pedestal, her breath catching in her throat. The room felt alive, its walls shifting like liquid, closing in around her. "What does that mean?" she demanded, her voice trembling. "What do you want me to do?" The whispers fell silent, and for a moment, the chamber was still. Then, from the mirror, a single image appeared, shimmering like a memory brought to life. The image showed a younger Dana and Melissa sitting on the edge of a dock, their feet dangling over the water. They were laughing, their voices carrying over the gentle ripples of the lake. It was a memory Dana hadn't thought about in years, a moment of pure happiness before Melissa had vanished. The image shifted, and the scene grew darker. The dock was empty now, the water still and black. A shadow moved beneath the surface, And then Melissa appeared, her face pale, her eyes wide with terror. She reached toward the surface, her mouth forming silent screams. Dana's stomach twisted. No. The image dissolved, replaced by another. This time, it was the recorder, lying half buried in the sand. A hand reached for it. Her hand. The whispers returned, louder now. You brought it. You listened. You chose. Dana's chest tightened as the weight of their words sank in. No, she said, shaking her head. I didn't know. I didn't know what it was. The faces in the walls watched her, their expressions cold and unmoving. The lake calls to those it has marked. They said, you heard its voice. You answered. Tears streamed down Dana's face. What do you want from me? How do I fix this? The whispers rose again, and the mirror's surface shifted, revealing more images. She saw her Uncle Henry standing at the edge of the lake. He was young, barely older than a teenager, his face pale with fear. The water rippled before him, and he took a hesitant step forward, vanishing beneath the surface. The image changed again, showing Melissa standing near the same spot, her face twisted with confusion and fear. She reached out as though trying to pull something or someone back, and then she was gone. Dana fell to her knees, her hands trembling. It took them. It's taking everyone. Why? Why are you doing this? The mirror's glow intensified, and the room seemed to shudder. The lake remembers, the voices said. It is the wound that never heals. It takes to restore. It takes to survive. What does that mean? Dana cried. The faces in the walls began to melt, their features blurring into shadows. It is a cycle, they said. The lake is balance. One life is given, another is freed. Dana's mind raced, the pieces of the puzzle falling into place. The lake wasn't just a predator. It was a keeper of something ancient and terrible, something that required sacrifice to maintain its existence. A voice cracked as she asked the question she dreaded most. What happens if I don't make the sacrifice? The whispers fell silent again, and the walls trembled. The lake will grow, they said finally. Its hunger will spread. More will be taken, more will be consumed. Dana stared at the mirror, her reflection flickering in its rippling surface. She thought of Melissa, of Uncle Henry, of all the lives the lake had claimed. And she thought of Max, waiting for her on the shore. The mirror began to glow brighter, and the whispers shifted. A new voice emerged, soft and familiar. Dana. Melissa's face appeared in the mirror, her expression filled with sorrow. You don't have to do this, she said. You can leave. The lake doesn't need you. Dana's breath caught. Melissa, is it really you? Melissa nodded, her image wavering. It's me. But you can't stay here, Dana. It's too late for me. Save yourself. Dana shook her head, her tears falling freely. I can't leave you, I won't. The mirror's glow intensified, and Melissa's face twisted in anguish. Please, she whispered. Don't let it take you too. The room began to collapse, the walls crumbling inward as the mirror pulsed violently. The whispers turned to screams, the faces in the walls twisting in agony. Dana clutched her chest, her breath coming in ragged gasps. The lake wanted balance. It wanted her. She thought of Max, of the promise she'd made him. And she thought of Melissa, trapped in the lake's memory, waiting for release. I'm sorry, Dana whispered. She placed her hands on the mirror, its surface cold and alive beneath her fingers. The glow enveloped her, and the room dissolved into blinding light. When Dana opened her eyes, she was standing on the shore of the lake. The water was calm, its surface reflecting the first rays of dawn. Max was there, shaking her shoulders, his face pale with fear. "Dana, are you okay? What happened?" She looked at him, her heart aching. "It's done," she said softly. Max's brow furrowed. "What do you mean? What's done?" Dana didn't answer. She turned toward the lake, her gaze drifting to the horizon. The mirror was gone, and so was part of her. The forest was eerily quiet as Dana and Max sat on the muddy shore of Lake Wendigo. The silver glow of the whirlpool was gone, the water now still and dark, as though the lake itself was holding its breath. Dana stared at the horizon, her thoughts heavy and fragmented. Her fingers twitched, the sensation of the mirror's cold, pulsing surface still lingering on her skin. She could feel it, the emptiness inside her. A piece of herself was gone, claimed by the lake. "What happened in that?" Max asked, breaking the silence. His voice was hoarse, thick with worry. Dana shook her head, unable to meet his gaze. "It wanted balance," she said softly. "I gave it something. I don't know what, but it wasn't enough." Max frowned, his brow furrowed. "What do you mean it wasn't enough? You did what it asked. You brought the mirror to the room. Isn't that the end of it?" Dana's chest tightened. She looked at him, tears welling in her eyes. "The lake doesn't just want things. It wants people, Max. Lives. Memories. It wants me." Max stood abruptly, pacing along the shoreline. No way, we're not doing this. We'll go back to Irene, figure something else out. There has to be another way." "There isn't," Dana said, her voice trembling. "I've seen it. The lake's memory, its hunger. It's not going to stop unless I make the sacrifice." Max whirled to face her, his fists clenched. "Then let it stop. Let it take whatever it wants, just not you." Dana's hands trembled as she reached out to him. "If I don't do this, it's going to keep growing. It'll take you. It'll take more people. I can't let that happen." Max's voice cracked as he grabbed her arms. "I can't lose you, Dana. I've already lost too much." Dana's heart ached at the desperation in his voice. She thought of Melissa, trapped in the lake's memory, a face etched with sorrow. And she thought of all the others, the shadowy forms, the voices pleading for release. "I can't let this happen to anyone else," she said softly. "Not if I can stop it." The air around them grew colder, the oppressive weight of the lake's presence pressing down on them. The water rippled, and the whispers returned, soft and insistent. "Dana." The voice was Melissa's, and it sent a shiver down Dana's spine. She turned toward the lake, her breath hitching as a figure emerged from the water. Melissa stepped onto the shore, her long hair dripping, her hollow eyes fixed on Dana. "It's the only way," she said, her voice distant and mournful. "The lake needs balance." Max stepped between them, his jaw tight. "No, I don't care what it needs. You're not taking her." Melissa tilted her head, her expression unreadable. "It's not me," she said softly. "It's the lake." The water churned violently, and more figures began to rise. Shadowy forms with twisted faces, their voices blending into a cacophony of pleas. "Help us. Free us. Give us balance." Dana's knees buckled under the weight of their desperation. She felt the pull of the lake stronger than ever, drawing her toward the water. "I have to do this," she whispered, tears streaming down her face. Max grabbed her arm, shaking his head. "No. If someone has to go, it'll be me. I won't let it take you." Dana looked at him, her chest aching. "It's already taken me, Max. I've been part of this since the moment I found the recorder." The lake surged, and the figures stepped closer, their hollow eyes filled with longing. The whispers grew louder, the words blending into a single haunting command. "Choose." Dana took a shaky breath and stepped forward, pulling free from Max's grip. "I choose me," she said, her voice steady despite the fear in her chest. Max lunged for her, his voice breaking. "Dana, no." She turned to him, her eyes filled with tears. "You promised me, Max. You said you'd let me finish this." Max froze, his fists clenched, his body trembling. "I can't," he whispered. "You have to," Donna said. "Go. Tell people what happened. Tell them about the lake. Make sure no one else gets taken." Dana walked toward the water, the whispers growing louder with each step. The figures surrounded her, their hands reaching out, as though to guide her. The lake's pull was irresistible now, its hunger palpable. As she stepped into the water, the cold bit into her skin. But she didn't stop. She waded deeper and deeper, the dark surface rippling around her. The last thing she heard before the water closed over her head was Max's anguished cry. The lake stilled, its surface returning to a glassy calm. The figures faded, their forms dissolving into the water. The oppressive weight in the air lifted, leaving only silence. Max fell to his knees on the shore, his chest heaving with sobs. He stared at the lake, hoping against hope that Dana would reappear. But she didn't. The first rays of dawn broke over the horizon. The whispers returned, faint and distant. "Thank you." It was Dana's voice. The forest felt hollow as Max walked away from Lake Wendigo. The morning sun struggled to pierce the thick canopy, casting faint fragmented light onto the trail. His legs felt heavy, each step pulling him farther from the shore where he had last seen Dana. He clutched the recorder in one hand, its cold weight pressing into his palm. The static had gone silent, and the device felt inert now, as though the lake's hunger had finally been sated. But the quiet was wrong. Dana was gone. When Max reached the edge of the forest, the world felt alien. The hum of distant cars, the chirping of birds, the rustling of leaves, all of it was too normal. It was as though the lake had never existed, its dark presence erased by the mundane noise of life. But Max knew better. He climbed into his car, tossing the recorder onto the passenger seat. The sight of it made his stomach churn, but he couldn't bring himself to leave it behind. It was the last piece of Dana he had left. As he started the engine, his phone buzzed. He hesitated before answering, his voice hollow. "Hello?" "Max." Irene's voice was sharp, urgent. "What happened?" Max swallowed hard. "It's done." There was a long pause. "And Dana?" His grip tightened on the steering wheel. She didn't make it." Back at Irene's cabin, the air was thick with tension. Max recounted everything that had happened. The mirror, the room, Dana's final sacrifice. Irene listened in, silence, her expression grim. "The lake has always demanded balance," she said finally. "But it never gives without taking something in return." Max frowned. "What do you mean?" "She gave herself. Isn't that enough?" Irene shook her head, her eyes filled with a sorrow that seemed to span decades. "The lake doesn't just take, it lingers. Its curse doesn't end with one life." The days passed in a blur for Max. He returned to the city, but life felt hollow. The recorder sat on his desk, untouched, its presence a constant reminder of what he'd lost. At night, he dreamed of the lake. He saw Dana standing on the shore, her hair blowing in the wind, her eyes filled with something between sorrow and peace. "Max," she whispered, "it's not over." He always woke drenched in sweat, his chest tight with the weight of her words. One evening, unable to resist any longer, Max picked up the recorder and pressed play. At first there was nothing but static, but then faintly, a voice emerged. "Max." His breath caught. It was Dana. "You have to stop it," she said, her voice distant and muffled. "The lake, it's waking. It'll take more if you don't." The static grew louder, drowning, out her voice, and then the recorder clicked off. Max stared at it, his hands trembling. "What does that mean?" he whispered to the empty room. The next day, Max drove back to Lake Wendigo. The forest felt even darker than before, the trees twisted and looming. The lake's surface was still, but its presence was unmistakable. As he stood on the shore, the whispers returned. Max, his chest tightened. The voices were faint, but they grew louder with each passing second. The water rippled, and for a brief moment he saw shadows beneath the surface, dozens of them, their hollow eyes staring up at him. And then he saw her. Dana's face appeared just beneath the water, her expression calm but unreadable. "Max," she whispered, "it's starting again." Max fell to his knees, his mind racing. The lake had taken Dana, had claimed its balance, but it wasn't satisfied. He thought of Irene's warning. The lake doesn't just take, it lingers. "What do you want from me?" he shouted, his voice breaking. The water churned and Darna's voice echoed in his mind. "You have to stop it. Break the cycle." The whispers faded, and the lake grew still once more. Max sat on the shore, his fists clenched. He didn't know how to stop the lake, didn't know what it wanted or how to break its hold, but he knew one thing. He couldn't let it take anyone else. As he stood and walked away, the weight of the recorder in his pocket felt heavier than ever. The lake had marked him now, and it was waiting.